Hello everybody, welcome along to the Albion TV live coverage of the War Report here on the Asia server. It's Robin Hood, RS and Lupac. You're locked in for the next 60 minutes of all the thrills, spills, and friendly faction warfare fights, Robin? Am I hearing this correctly?
You are hearing that correctly, yes.
Okay, I mean, it's a fight. A fight is a fight. And if there is no fights, we can just talk about things with you guys in the wonderful community and each other. But yeah, right now we've seen some arranged faction fights. Now, this is interesting that they're doing this because the best thing about faction warfare for me is no battle mounts. The reason I love going to bandits is I can CVZ without Jurassic Park over the top of me. But if you're arranging a fight, you've got to agree no battle mounts anyway, right? So what would be the reasons they might choose to do it in this format?
It's mainly because it's alliance. They're all within the same alliance, right? They're all in the Z alliance.
Ah, well, there you go. I got my answer. I got my answer immediately. You can fight your own alliance by flagging for different factions.
Correct. I mean, they could use the built-in scrim system, but they may have more than 20 players.
Yeah, that's 20v20. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, a little bit of realism as well, because gear is lost here as well, so that's another benefit to being in the red zone flag for faction. So
yeah, because people always, you know, no matter what they say about scrims or this, people always play different when they're losing gear, even when it's not their own gear, right? There's just that mental thing of, I don't want somebody to have this stuff.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter. Like that's why like depths is never the same excitement level as Hellgates.
Yeah, it's why I never partook in, you know, in guild scrims and stuff. Especially when it's like ZVZ practice, I've always been fully against it, purely because of the fact that you don't lose gear, so you play completely different to what you would in the real game. So you're actually doing yourself more harm than good.
You get into bad habits
scenario, because you're not playing in the correct position that you would be when you are in a full loot environment. You know, you're not really too concerned about using your defensives correctly because you're not in a full loot environment. You know, it's all these different factors that when combined together, you are actually doing more harm than good when you are doing, you know, ZVZ practice and stuff like that in a non-full loot environment. And that's why I've always been fully against it. Trying to tell that to other people, you know, it's, you know, they seem to don't understand that. And then
no, you see it in like every avenue of the game, like arena players just going absolutely YOLO, right? And like even in the faction warfare test, right, you've got all these people, because they're not actually risking anything, they're just running on suicide missions with clap weapons. Exactly. You go to the red zone, right? They're not going to go so deep. They're not, you know, they're not going to go right inside you for the juicy clap, because they actually want to get out alive. Whereas in a yellow zone, they don't care. So yeah, there's definitely that kind of thing of it. Not only is it they play weirdly, it also teaches you bad habits, right? It's not good training.
Yeah, and that's the biggest issue, right? The bad habits that you pick up along the way in those, you know, non-full loot, you know, environments is really, really bad. And whenever like people tell me, oh, we're doing, you know, in guild scrims in, you know, yellow zone, or, you know, in the setup thing in 20 versus 20, like, don't, it's bad, don't do it. But they don't seem to understand, and that's fine as well, right? You know, you do you, bud. When you get one shot because you know, didn't activate your cleric cow because, you know, you had that bad habit, not from you know, partaking in non-full loot environments and you're out of position, that's on you. Maybe you'll learn that when you're in that full loot environment.
I think it's good for like completely new players to just learn pressing their buttons, right? Because I do think there is something to be said about having an environment where one mistake doesn't mean you're now dead, re-gearing and running 4 zones, right? They can practice 20 engages, whereas a ZVZ, the new player might get 1 engage, they get clapped, and then they have to wait till the next CTA, and they're just wondering what they did wrong, right? And you've got VOD reviews, you've got stuff like that. But for the absolute people that are new to that content, I think just time and practice of pressing your buttons is very important.
Yeah, you know, I'm talking more like end game ZVZ forces.
I don't think any experienced players get anything from it.
Exactly, and yeah, you're completely right. There is definitely something there for the newer players just to understand, you know, button presses, listening to calls as well, like understanding how to follow the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 engage.
Yeah.
It sounds basic when we say it like that, but you'll be very surprised that players really do not understand how to count down.
2 going down on the choke there for Mr. Z-Cool, by the way. They're back into the action. So the only thing with this is when they re-gear, they have to get right back to the zone to go again. But this is why, you know, Robin was saying, this is the advantage of the faction warfare. In this sort of training environment, it is full loot. People will play with that little bit of added risk. I mean, I don't know if they're bringing their own gear or they're re-geared. It does look like they sort of, I mean, they're in like 4-3 flat 8. You know, they haven't like set. Sometimes when you do this, you set like a cheaper gear cap, right? But you kind of want to use as close to your real gear as possible, so that you get a feeling of like how big the hits are, right? You need it to be a sort of accurate at some level simulation.
Yeah, 100%.
There's no point sandbagging it to save money, and then all your guys think, oh, these things won't kill me, and then an 8-3 Brimmy shows up in a real fight, and they're like, oh, I died in 1 hit. That didn't happen in our 4-1 training exercise.
Yeah, you got to have some, you know, resemblance to, you know, realism, so to speak, when it comes to gear power and strength and stuff. By the way, GG has just been called once again after that devastating hit.
Yeah, they're probably just going to re-gear those guys and come back. They're in Spectral Sum, though, which is good because it's like right between Thetford and Fort Sterling. So the re-gears are only got to run 4 zones. So we're hoping they'll be back nice and quick and we can get some more fights. But as Robin said, you know, these sort of things are also happening because we are drawing to the end of a season. You know, we're 2 days away from the final points rush invasion. The season officially ends on the Monday maintenance. That's when you'll log in and get pinged about the winner of your server. Now, you know, there's not really much point in going out and conquering the towers now, because we were talking about this with L Forward before the stream. A lot of guilds with decent amounts of energy that you might want to consider sieging and raiding, they actually just go through the process of self-raiding to consolidate all their energy into a few towers or even 1 tower that they can just spam defend. Because on the final day, nothing has walls, so it's really easy for somebody to run up and steal your tower if they're quick enough. Therefore, we're not going to see much siege action. I will take a look. You know, I love to look around at the castles, Robin. I like to do Lupac's little castle check and see if there's anything juicy. I instantly found a legendary castle, Robin. So, you know, I'm like a radar for these things, bro. I swear. Like, so Longfen Marsh has a gold castle. Sandmount Ascent has a blue.
I would get excited, but I recall yesterday we also had a legendary castle here on Albion Asia, and we had no fight on that.
Didn't we have 2? That was the problem. Or somebody sat there the whole time and didn't get a fight. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Griffin Empire sat there the whole time and didn't get a fight.
Okay, so I've got currently though, I've got the Sunny Dolls inside the Sunfang Cliffs, Purple Castle. With, I don't think they've even got a blob here at the moment. It doesn't look like they've got disarray. Oh, they have 4 disarray. But at the edge of the zone, I've got Papaya Pock Pock. I know that isn't something I need to go to the doctors for. That is a guild. They have a 1 disarray, and they're all in Sunfang Cliffs. So I'm going to hang out here just in case, you know, in case there might be some semblance of a fight, because Robin made me feel bad about getting excited over legendaries yesterday. He is right, though. A little bit early for the castle fights, but it's something to do, right?
It is indeed. And Sunny Dolls actually do have a disarray debuff now of a level 3. They're hideout is in zone. We'll try and find us a POV for inside. That is a tank.
They're probably both pinging flash masses at the moment. I love a flash mass ping, by the way. I love running because at least I know something's actually happening, as opposed to like the regular CTA where it might happen, it might not. It's a running simulator. Oh yeah, Sunny Dolls had loads around their hideout actually. So those in-zone re-gears will definitely be a thing, won't they?
Yeah, it's going to be beneficial for these guys, definitely. We do have a shot caller, maybe a shot caller. I'm going to go out on a limb and say maybe,
Wow,
because the
I mean,
weapon choice
I want to
here
see. Yeah, I was
is
gonna say, what's he
interesting.
wearing that you can't even make that decision? Like, that's like a backhanded insult. It's like, I think you're a shot caller, but he's like the thrift shop version, thrift shop caller. It's like what I had.
You know,
When I first
shot
joined
callers.
Contingent, my build was the things I had in the bank at the time. Build is
That's
the
why you're
name of
not
it.
in contingent anymore, right?
No, I went away for the Crucible. I came back from the Crucible, specced and rich, bro. I was ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Are you coming in for another season victories? Contingent declared that we're going for rank 1 next season.
Really? I mean, like, because
Yeah.
a load of my guys ended up joining Take Care, which is why I followed them. But if they're not continuing next season, then I could be. Yeah, definitely. I really enjoyed my time there.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting
I mean, we're
season
technically
30.
allies, low-key, anyway, so...
Not anymore. I think Take Care declared that they are going to war against Contingent to deny them rank 1.
Okay. Oh, well, it might be... But then I think it
But
might
you
make...
know, that could be trolling, you know, that could be
Yeah.
memes. I don't
It
know,
might make
dude.
better content for Albion TV if we're on opposite sides then, Robin, you know?
True.
Think of the bands. Think of the bands.
I've seen you play Stapper Balance.
Balance? No, I'm on my Enigmatic. No, I like that.
Oh, okay, all right, makes more sense. But yeah, we do have Sunny Doll out here now with a level 12 disarray debuff. It looks like Papaya
it's
Puck
getting...
are actually flipping the castle, so
Yeah,
not sure.
Sunny Dolls
Maybe
just kind of gave it up without a fight here.
I would say maybe that's them
Arranged.
arranging that because you know they do have in-zone re-gears. At least they give Papaya Puck you know, defensive position.
Yeah, and defensive position, the lower the numbers are, the more important the defensive position is, right? Because you get way more impact from the mortars. It takes them longer to get through the doors, just little things like that. So this sort of size of fight, I'd say defender position is definitely worth like 15, 20 guys almost.
Yeah,
I love being able to heal an
super
arcane
powerful.
over the walls as well. Like as a defender, when your tanks push out, but you can reach them from the top, is lovely. But, like anyone that needs a heal, just come to the wall.
We do have a Hand of Justice POV for inside. I just dropped it there in chat for you. We'll see.
Grab two Madumu. Okay, let's go.
We'll see.
The flip has happened. I don't see Sunny Dolls on the move yet. Holding the north courtyard here, which is, I mean, that's the natural way that people come in. So they're probably anticipating the attack from this direction. The non-suicide layout, the regular layout, I call this, people tend to take those two north gates out first and then try and take both the inner courtyard gates so they can simul push the Lord Room. Because if you get the squeeze off there, anyone who's in the Lord Room doesn't have an easy escape, do they? They kind of have to go through everyone else.
Yeah, they're kind of boned. Kind of boned. By the way, Legendary Castle is flashing that it's under attack. I'm gonna go quickly check to see.
The long fen one.
Yeah, so Giga's alliance of scavengers are flipping it right now, so at least there will be a defending force over there. We'll see if anyone shows.
It's very rare that no one is on the Legendary Castle on a normal pop, right? On Legendary Day, there's usually one or two that literally get grabbed by like a 6-man group for like happy days. But, you know, when they occur naturally like this, you're always going to get somebody on it.
Drop the name in chat just so we can, you know, have a quick bounce over to check if needs be. But we'll stick here on Papaya Puck Puck for now. As the Sunny Dolls are stepping up. I don't think we have the correct POV, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say it is Scappy. He's standing at the gates here. He is looking.
He is looking.
Remember, Sunny Doll's setup tank is a Camland mace. We'll see how that plays.
Hey, oh, he's old school. You know, he's a man of culture. There's the Camland. Oh, there's the pull. They get the lizard on top with the guard runes. I mean, this is the thing, right? The Camland, that delay on the pull gives you such an opportunity, doesn't it? To put a defensive down. Like, yeah, oh, big red circle. Now we have guard rune. When Camland used to be a thing, guard rune didn't exist.
Yeah, it was only Night Helm, right? So you had to be reactionary.
Neither did Rebound. Neither did Rebound, right? And both of those now will stop you getting pulled by the Camland. So, potatoes. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. Oh, there's a Boa Badon. We've got one.
I was gonna. Sometimes though, it is actually the eagle has a similar noise on his electric thing. Correct. He also makes a sizzling noise. But they're like, let's be honest, there probably is a Burbadon in there somewhere.
Yeah, like, there is. I saw him fire over the wall.
It's like, I wonder if there's any maps in Albion Online right now across all 3 servers that don't have at least one Burbadon player inside them, Robin. I think possibly not.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's their energy shaper beat.
They love their shapers there. 5 kills.
Billy's shaper. We'll keep an eye on the
Billy, no mates.
Sunny Doll gonna have a rough time sieging this. They've already lost 6 players so far. Make that 7.
Yeah, but I mean, those guys get a re-gear and come back. They're probably regretting the decision to give up the defensive spot now. But you know, gotta live with those decisions, Robin.
GG was just said in Say Chat there by Little Cute Bread.
Oh, wow. Are they going to go again, or are they going to...
I don't know, dude. I couldn't tell.
I mean, that was a lot of setting up for very little... I
think their caller died. Yeah,
but I mean, he's got a hideout there, bro.
Yeah, we just have a nice a little pause here in the action. It's Christmas Day, you know. It's we stop fighting.
No wonder there's so many Asian guilds over on EU now. They come there for like content. If people are GGing out after 3 deaths, Robin. 6.
It's not great.
6. I'll give him that.
Yeah, but still, it's not great.
Why is everybody friendly with each other as well? What happened to just like running them down inside the castle? So for people who don't know, when you call GG in a friendly fight, like you're not allowed to chase down people, kill them and loot them. Like everything that happens up until the point GG is called is fair game. But generally, if GG is called, you're not allowed to kill anyone else. You can loot the people that are already dead. Because the difference is when you win a ZVZ, right, you then get to run down 20 more people. Like chase down their battle mounts, grab a bunch extra, kill the rats, whatever. In the friendly fight, you know, the thing is you're kind of mitigating the re-gear costs as the loser then.
Yeah, it's... I don't know. Like,
I don't mind a friendly fight for purposes, but that seemed a bit of a wet blanket if you can re-gear nearby.
Exactly. It's like literally 3 screens away.
Yeah. It's a bad look if you're not like cycling defensives on your hammers though. That's like Castle 101, right? It's not even like a proper siege where you've got to do it for ages, right? It takes about a minute to get the doors down. If you don't have enough guard runes, start mimicking, right? There's no excuse for not having permanent guard runes on the hammer. I mean, they're hanging around at the door. I think they might go second round. Yeah, they're saying ready. They're asking if they're ready, Robin. So I think they were just calling it for that round. It's a bit like the small scale cop. You know, best of 3. or something. So they're like, right, guys, what we'll do is exactly the same thing, but this time we don't lose our shot caller instantly. How about that?
So for context for the audience at home, Papaya Pupuk just stepped out their shot caller asking if Sunny Doll want defensive position. Sunny Doll then says yes. So Sunny Doll will now flip the castle into their hands, and Papaya Pupuk will be the ones sieging.
Okay, and I think the Camlan could work better in defensive position. Robin, maybe. Like,
Maybe.
because when they try and rush the Lord room, like there's a lot more chaos. They're a lot less likely to just be sitting ready on those defensive buttons, right?
Yep. We'll switch on over to that Camlan POV. Drop the name in chat for you right there.
So now we're gonna have to wait for the castle flip, obviously, which is gonna be an extra thing.
Well, while that happens, I'm gonna go check the other castles to see if we have actual fighting.
Real fight, G.
Real fighting. Giga have grown. They do have Aguila with them now. So a 27 disarray debuff for Aguila and the Giga Alliance holding Longfen Marsh Legendary Castle.
That's when it gets problematic, isn't it? Like, because now anybody who wasn't fully masked anyway probably isn't contesting that now.
Yeah.
If you weren't already about, because there's such thing as bringing too much. Now, obviously, the advantage is you're going to secure the objective. Very good. But I think when you've got that sort of amount, you would like to have a fight, right? I don't think there's many people, like, since the Syndic days that actually like not having the fight. The denial of content strategy, we call that one.
Yeah. I mean, some groups still do it. But you don't see it as often as we once did, that's for sure. We do have another legendary castle, by the way.
There is another one. I didn't know.
Yeah, Runelvane Sink is the secondary one. That currently being held by the Future Party Guild with a small force here at the moment. I'll give us the shot caller for this group just in case we get anything. We can quickly switch over.
Okay.
But this one's a little bit more interesting. You know, it's kind of slap bang in the middle of the heartland of the bigger groups and stuff. Is there going to be content that is, you know, the follow-up question here? I don't know. There's the potential because of who lives around here, but
yeah, these guys are letting the hammers go off without actually stopping them. Like the last fight, we didn't even see the gate go down. The shot caller got clapped. GG was called. This time, oh, there's that Robin's favorite, Burbadon.
Love it.
Burbadon. I said, like, there needs to be a downside to Burbadon. I was just like, man, what if, like, every time you get a kill with Burbadon, the game, like, soft locks until you go and take a shower, IRL, and repent? But then I was like, that wouldn't work because Burbadon players probably don't shower anyway, so, you know.
True.
Doesn't really work. XDD.
Well, it is going to be a double breakage here on the North Courtyard.
Yeah, that's a normal siege approach, isn't it? Get both these doors. A little bit of scrapping in the first courtyard. Usually they're going to be hugging the north corner, and then you wait for them to try and engage, and then you get a bunch of whacking done in between the cooldowns. Because you don't want to spend too much time in the central courtyard because of the first mortar. And they're going to get the guards down first. But it does look like the Sunny Dolls are going to hold hard inside. There goes the engage. Good use of the rebound to defend. None of the Sunny Dolls going to go down, and this is going to be their turn for the return fire. Can they find their first kill of this battle of the castle? Obviously, they went down 6-0 last time. Somebody says lag in chat. That's not really helpful right now, bud. Focus on the fight. Nobody dies. There's the first one, and it's going to be Sunny Dolls losing somebody, actually. Although they're looking for a brawl here.
Yeah, they're stepping all the way out. I don't think this is the right play.
Oh, they lose 2 more in there. And the blister, like the mortar comes down on the choke. That's really nice. Supports them in getting 2. Atmu nearly goes down, and all of a sudden, Sunny Dolls are on a rampage, Robin. Sending them packing.
Yeah, pushing Papaya Puck Puck all the way outside the castle. RPOV looking to go deep here. Trying to find that angle of attack here with the Camland Mace. There comes the snare charge. Silence Puddle's coming in. Hasn't thrown out that big clump potential just yet. As Papaya Puck Puck are in full kite mode. They are split heavily here at the moment. There goes the Camland. It's perfectly placed. DPS follows it up, but they do get Great Arcane shut down, unfortunately. But they do burn a couple self-defensives on those groups, and it's going to be brawly here, Lupac.
It's got out. This is no longer a castle fight, is it? This one's in the wild. It does look like Sunny Dolls got what they wanted. I think that, you know, they were happy to brawl anyway, but the enemy wasn't going to come out of the castle and give them the fight. On the defense, I mean, they did a great job. Like, they tanked the engage, they full sent it, but then they kind of went for a secondary push before the Papaya hooks. It sounds like a tongue twister. Oh, that was a good inside clap, though, from the Papaya Buzz. They grabbed 6, I think, in that. A little too many of the brawlers clumping inside, but this is the thing, that grind. Look at it. I mean, I see plenty of halberds, seals, you know, lots of war gloves. I see lots of Hellion jackets, right? So Sunny Dolls, they're just going to keep it going. There's a Camland! Oh, my God, that was an old school Camland. Oh, I mean, they can punish after these ice blocks, though, I'd say. And they're going to get, Lizard on top as well. Extra damage mitigation for the turn. But the turn is good, and they find 5 up in the north. Man, that was old school Camland there. Like, boys would have been proud back on launch.
Hell yeah, they would have. Here we go again. Another big Camland coming in. Nice little blink away. That could have been a lot more devastating there for Papaya Puck Puck. If that player did not blink that Camland out to the western side, there was a potential for a massive clump and hit.
Amu's in a bit of trouble here. He's not had a heal for quite a long time. He's trying to find his healers. He's like, bro, I'm 2-stack curse. I've got brawlers on top of me. Any healers? There's a healer. Like, I mean, he's lucky there's not a Bloodletter player that says, hey, here's the enemy short caller. Why don't I go and take him out? Oh, there's a dagger player. That is a Bloodletter. There is a Bloodletter. They have a Bloodletter for the execute on the short caller. He's not got it ready, though. Oh, what's going on there? This is... I mean, I'm surprised. Yeah, they called okay, they call in GG. They call in GG now. Sunny Dolls are going to take the W on this. I don't know if they're going to swap and go again. I have no idea at this point.
Look at that shock caller, by the way, for Papaya Puck Puck. I don't know if you just saw him on the northwestern side. Zen2 there. He was 1 bar of health for like the last 60 seconds of that whole entire fight.
I mean, I was watching Atamubu as well. He was not having a good time. He had a Bloodletter chasing him around. Also, these guys, by the way, they're using like their awakened weapons and stuff. Right? They're not, you know, they are actually using good stuff.
Yeah, they're not shying away. By the way, we do have someone in chat saying Avalanche Ravine. I'm gonna go check it out real quick.
We there maybe a raid.
There's a green castle here, but
I'll go have a
it's
look.
gonna be the Never Alliance, and they're actually zoning out northwest to Unhollowed Cloister.
A world boss in me, probably.
Yeah, why not start zerging it down?
Get a little bit world boss on the go.
Okay, so they own the blue castle in Sand Mountain Ascent, so they're going to be shifting back over to that location. Not sure if anyone's sieging it there. I'm going to go check it out. A small force of Joker here at the moment in 4.3 gear. So Never are going to be rotating to try and get back that blue castle. Joker, though, do live in Sand Mountain Ascent, so we have seen them flash mash before and, you know, play for the castle. Maybe we'll have a fight here soon. You know, we've just hit the half an hour mark, Blue Pack. This is when, you know, the castle content starts to be the
if there's no siege, you're probably not even massing till now, right? Like, if you're planning on doing a castle mass, you call it for like half past, probably at the earliest as well, to be honest. Because a lot of the biggest don't want to be sat around for half an hour just on a castle, unless the Giga Alliance. They like to. They've been sat here
Yeah,
for a while.
they're still here.
Level
No sign.
29 though as well. It's like, all right, bro, like no one's gonna contest that unless, well, I don't know. They might be able to. We'll see.
You never know. You never know. Future party still holding the other legendary castle in Runelvane Sink. No sign of a attacking force here yet as well. They're up to an 18 disarray debuff on this front, so be keeping an eye out to see if anything happens here.
Okie dokie.
But yeah, going back to that, fight that we just witnessed there in Sunfang Cliffs, Sunny Doll doing a hell of a lot better in the open field, right? It seemed like they are very much used to the brawl fight, not very used to actually sieging or defending a castle. So some experience gained there for both sides, I would say. Maybe we're going to get another round of action here, not over the castle. Ido have shown up with rescue station.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's happening. 5 Puck-Pucks moved to the southeastern door. Idle rescue station. They're maybe zoning out here.
Maybe we zone in, maybe we zone out, Robin. Yeah, the Albion, the Albion way of the world.
Pretty sure that's trademarked by now.
Is it? Oh no, we infringing. We infringing upon someone's trademark Albion banter.
By the way, as I was hopping off of Sunny Doll there, I just saw that they brought out their command mammoth. So they do have a command mammoth on the battlefield now here in Sunfang Cliffs.
That's okay, that's sweaty, but sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a little bit cheesy, Robin, right? In a situation where you're allowed to call GG and the fight has to stop. I don't like that one.
Yeah, it may be because Ido have shown up now. Ido have re-entered the zone. They're kind of hovering around the southwestern door. They may be waiting for more of their alliance to show up here. But it does look like there could be a potential either for a 1 versus 2 or an actual 3-way free-for-all. And Idle Rescue Station are moving towards Castle now. And as you can see, the blob on the northeastern side of the castle, that is going to be Papaya Puck there moving into position as well. So could be an interesting one.
It could get a little bit spicy up here. This would be nice for us, obviously, to see it go down.
Sunny Doll dismounting, catching on the choke point here. Okay, this is not friendly here with Rescue Station because they're all still mounted.
Wait, okay. So this is just an annoying third party getting clapped on.
Now,
although, yeah, I mean, these guys are seeing over here. But I imagine Papaya Puck are just going to let this happen and not get involved. But
I don't think
Idle
so.
Idle are just here for the content. They were happy to fight both sides. So a good old 3-way. Meanwhile, the poor old Giga Alliance are just so giga big that no one's coming. No one's coming to play with them. They're like, I'm so rotary. They're very lonely over there.
Our POV needs a little bit of help from his guild, shall we say. Finally gets topped up. He's playing super aggressive on this Camland Mace, breaking through the water choke already, going deep into the backlines here, just like how they played moments ago versus Papaya Puck. Now trying to do the same thing here against Rescue Station of the Idle Alliance. So far, Idle have pretty much soaked up every attempt here in the return engagement on the northeast. 4 dead already here for Sunny Dolls.
Yeah, Sunny Dolls not having a great time, and Idle just not letting them get inside to play that brawl gameplay, right? they've got the command mammoth on the field as well, right? But I mean, they do have a hideout nearby, as well as the backup of some friends. So they're probably not too worried about the mammoth. But this does give them unlimited information. It doesn't look like Idle have a ballista on the field that I saw. So the mammoth is basically able to give free information. And I'm surprised they tried to make that brawl push. Idle have gone, like, they've just Uno reversed it, by the way. They've run through to the other side. It's a weird one, actually. Like, they went straight through them, and now they're out the other side. And if they're not careful, Papaya obviously could join in this fight and squish them. And here they come from the north. As I say that, Robin, looks like Papaya are gonna be dismounting over to the north and cleaning this one up. Idle maybe thought they were gonna be third partying here. They maybe didn't realize it was a friendly arranged fight, and they are basically gonna get bullied.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough here for Rescue Station. They are getting ran down at the moment. Momentum for Sunny Doll pretty much in full effect here as they walk in and cause chaos. A lot of Papaya Puckbook still sitting inside Castle, by the way. Energy Shaper Beam there. Little old Billy just spinning around in circles. He is waiting for that opportunity to strike, and here he comes stepping outside. Energy Shaper Beam right through the top there. Not going to find anything, though.
I think he clipped those guys on the corner. I think he was trying not to hit the Sunny Dolls with it. Just being a good unallied ally, you know, behaving himself.
Yeah, unlike some, you know, bomb squads and stuff, they just want the YouTube clip.
Yeah, they just need that montage gameplay, right?
Yep.
They're like allies.
And you just hit it with the had name tags off. Didn't realize, mate. Sorry, bud.
Had name tags off.
Well, Rescue Station trying to flip it back. They notice that Papaya Puckbuck obviously coming in now in full force on their northeast, but it's a little bit too late as Sunny Doll are in full brawl mode here, just living on top. Kingmaker in play here. Don't see that very often, but it's a very fun weapon to use in ZVZs if you can get that big boy clap off in time.
Yeah, when it hits, it feels good.
It does. It feels very impactful. I would love to see it have a little bit of you know, TLC.
There's the mammoth control, and yeah, this is what Sunny Dolls did last time, right? They were basically willing to take those first few casualties, but once they get deep and they get the, you know, they get these halberds, and they got, you know, they've got Black Monk, they got Oathkeepers, they got a bunch of stuff in there to be annoying. Once they get in deep, they can run you down.
Yeah, it is pretty much.
And Idle
anti-heal.
is tapping out of this right now. They're like, well, yeah, we're done.
Idle are tapping out, but we do have another group tapping in, it seems like, because Havoc have just zoned in. They're dismounted, walking up the road right towards Sunny Doll. And it seems like Sunfang Cliffs is the place to be here for content. Very fun, enjoyable, medium-sized content.
Side here. Meanwhile, Papaya are just like, are we gonna have this castle fight anytime soon? They've been sat inside for about an hour. Why Sunny Dolls have all the fun, and maybe Sunny Dolls are like, okay, your turn now, boys. Go on, have a good time. So it might be Papaya gonna take this. I've no idea. Might also be maybe they saw a ballista, and maybe they're like, okay, we're not gonna risk our mammoth here.
Yeah, put that one back in the bank.
Yeah. But as long as there's not a ballista or there's a friendly fight, and we're not gonna get punished for having this. But as soon as it's a risk, oh baby, the cost of those, I don't know what the cost like on Asia server actually, but you know, the cost of Mammoth Calf since the changes to the natural drop rate is kind of big, you know, which then encourages a lot of hand holding around it. Where in actual fact, you know, we'd probably rather Mammoths were cheaper, and it wasn't such a big important thing to control with everybody, right? Like, what's the downside of more people having mammoths? Because we very rarely actually see a command mammoth out on the field nowadays. Like, I
think the mammoth is more of like
squads,
the chase item, right, for econ players to get. So the more expensive it is, the harder it is to get. So
even even non-econ, even non-econ players are just like, you know, they all seem to just want one. And I'm like, why? They're like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I just feel like I should.
Yeah. Well, we have switched POVs over onto a Havoc POV as they are now sieging from the northwestern side in towards the castle here, already stacking and clapping Papaya Puck Puck, who are in defensive position. Castle gate is down, and Havoc are walking in, looking to cause havoc here. Massive hold on the eastern side. Unfortunately, the shock caller not paying attention to that setup and wasn't ready to capitalize off of it, though. A kidnap, though, with one member. That's the
look at the
bound.
difference in that friendly fight. They fought tooth and nail to keep control of that lower ground, right? Whereas here they're like, okay, we're not so worried now, you know. They're sitting up on the high ground,
and by the way,
play into those
ballistas
back in. Well, yes, I mean, to be fair, they might actually be playing further back, Robin, to give Sunny Dolls that opening, right?
Yep.
Like, hey, look, you know, we'll draw these guys. Yeah, we'll draw these guys into a spot, and then you guys can clap them cheeks.
And clap them cheeks. They just did.
See, cheeks were indeed clapped, Robin.
But
I can confirm from the front lines that we have clapped some cheeks.
Sunny Doll, though, soaking up that pretty well. They only lost 2. And now this is where Sunny Doll go full brawl mode. Hellion Jackets activated out the wazoo. And Havoc are trying to kite away. Perfect pick here.
They can't kite away because they just run into the brawl of Sunny Dolls, right?
Yeah.
Where you're kiting into the grinder. I mean, you literally, as Havoc zoned in, right? They saw the remnants of Idol, tattered and broken, trying to escape. So they must have been like, well, why is there 2 forces not fighting each other and Havoc is getting, and Idol is getting mullered? You gotta know, there's the bomb squad. They call the bomb squad here on Atamu. This is a juicy one as well. Gallant horses and stuff. As a 3 brimstone bomb squad, bro. 2 brimstone. Oh my god. You see the damage with just his W? Blimey. He's gone though. They found, oh man. The bomb squad was like seconds away from mountain. And are they gonna hit Sunny Dolls now? I don't think they are.
I mean, Havoc are still full kiting here up to the northwestern side of this fight. The pressure here is insane at the moment. They are trying to restabilize a massive fist into the guiding forces of Havoc here. They are dwindling health bars, and it looks like it's a get out if you can situation. Maybe the Bow of Badon putting Nungnut 2 there down to 1 HP. The Hellion Jacket, though, activated, keeping them alive. Havoc are done and dusted here. It's a rough one when you're playing kite and, you know, you're going up against brawl like that. You're going to have a bad time.
Into 2 zergs as well, right? Like,
yep.
You're not just trying to kite, right? You're doing it with another zerg at your back who's brawling.
Yeah, it is rough out there. We'll switch back to Sunny Doll POV because the action hasn't stopped here in Sunfang Cliffs. As I guess we're going to go back to the castle here after they finish cleaning up.
Meanwhile, at the legendary castle, I wonder if anyone's shown up yet.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about those. Let's go have a look.
The Giga Boys are probably still there, like, la, 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 la. Is there anyone?
Longfen Marsh, we have a fight here, actually. It's outside the castle. And that was on Marchin. I believe our POV was over there. Yes, for Giga.
Okay. We have some action.
Gonna be Giga taking on the Jin Alliance over here. As we come in, Giga getting a nice little clump and deletion onto Coca-Cola on the western side here.
Well, that's trademark. Can't be called that. Legal. Legal trademark usage.
Oh my god.
Right. Nice pull. Nice Rotty. But, oh, the soldier helms and the ice blocks coming through clutch. She ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange. Something sniped Anyru in the back. I'm not sure what killed him. Probably an Invis Burbadon, if I'm any judge of these things. But, yeah, Jinna taking a big fight here because these guys are still level 28, Robin, right? They're not messing around right now.
Oh, well, they probably knew what they were walking into here.
If not, they certainly do now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've got Gala stacking on the northwestern side here for Coca-Cola. Not sure if he's going to find anything.
It's a little bit early. The Gala wants to get in there like in the middle of the chaos when there's nothing happening. You can just keep an eye on him, pop one Guardian armor, maybe try for the win wall. They do tend to run Iron Will for the non-purgeable. That's a good pull with the follow-up damage. That Ursine's connected, but it's going to pop for not a lot because people have a good window there to pop a Jig or any other defensive before the big damage comes. Coca-Cola got a couple of D-tanks in very deep, though, trying to create some chaos. Icon could maybe set something up with a wind wall, but they're going to be allowed... Giga are going to be allowed to kite here. Back through that tree line, and of course, they're actually not kiting in the direction of the castle right now, so... They've got this whole kind of strip of land they're going to have to run along and kite in order to get back in the castle. They've been cut off from the closest entrance. I think they want to try and draw them into this tree line and hit them.
Yeah, they're doing a good job, you know, not really overextending. That Arsine mortar, though, for Jin have been going down.
There. I was like, oh, is Robin about to curse them? The classic curse.
It's always the way. The caster's curse is real. But the back and forth continuing over here. We do have Jin now pressuring the eastern side of Aguila here. Scavengers trying to, you know, just push them back a little bit. Jin a little bit hesitant to push in all the way. And now we're starting to see this kite back towards the castle. 13 minutes until the castle can be looted and those points secured.
But I'm glad that Giga, like, they were here so long. I'm glad they finally did get some content, Robin, because they were waiting a while for it, weren't they?
They were. I think they were here at, what, 15 minutes past?
They were here yesterday morning waiting for this, right? You know, they were like those guys that camp out for a new Call of Duty game, like you, Robin, you know?
Hell yeah.
24-pack of Mountain Dew, watches a few FaZe Clan montages, you know?
Gotta get yourself in the mood for it.
Yeah, a bit of Joe Rogan.
Well, not anymore because, you know, digital downloads.
Well, yeah, you don't. Yeah, that's kind of sad, really.
Yeah, it was like, the highlight.
I meant, like yeah, getting the midnight launch used to be hype, but yeah, digital download did kind of kill that.
Yep. Oh,
but anyway, these guys, at least their overnight camping out did result in a battle, because sitting there for 40 minutes and getting no fight is like, do you know what? It feels worse for the shot caller. Because you're trying to like keep everyone interested, right? And then there's no action. You're like, no, guys, please do come to the next CTA. Because then the next one, no one will come, and then you'll get contested, and you'll lose the castle. It's always the way.
It's not great. By the way, the other legendary castle also flashing that it's under attack. I'm gonna go take a little peek over there. Okay. We do not have a fight. I thought we did have a fight, but no. KK are actually leaving the legendary castle. Not sure where they're going.
Giga are still chilling in this castle, by the way. Solo King are still in the zone than the rest of the Jin guys, but they are level 13, right? This is a huge, like, you're 13 to 29. Like, maybe on defense, you'll give it the old college try. On offense, you're just like, nah, I'm good, bro. I'll pass on that one. I wonder if Atumu has any more friendly fights going on. Have a look. No, they're actually leaving through Sunfang Wasteland. Not sure who owns the castle right now. So Papaya, Papotok do own the castle. These guys are on the run. Don't know if they're going to go Battle Bray Plain. There's a green castle there. Or maybe they're just going to grab a few bonus outposts. The journal completion. Nobody inside the green right now, but yeah, 2 legendary castle pops though is quite significant on a regular timer, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And also, by the way, we did miss a fight in Sandmount Ascent for the blue castle.
No.
Forever Night are currently holding defensive position here, and there's a lot of skeletons scattered around the inside of the castle. So, 10 minutes, still plenty of time, for a regroup and another attempt here. We'll try and keep an eye on this as well. But yeah, Castle's, providing some decent content here for Albion Asia as we come towards the end of Season 29. Just a reminder, as always, we'll be here on Saturday for the final Invasion Day coverage at 14 UTC for Albion Asia, as it's point payout day, and we'll see what chaos ensues. Obviously, the top 3 spots have been locked in place ever since the season began, but that doesn't mean content is not going to be coming our way, as these guys like to bang. And also the smaller guilds as well. Like the smaller guilds, the ones that we've been watching today, those are like the ones that normally tend to go a little bit harder for that final point payout day, trying to secure those other spots, those sub rankings within the brackets themselves, for better Conqueror chest rewards for the individual players in the guild.
Especially like when we were saying this with Chosen yesterday, right? When you're like getting really close to the next rank, if you are a 300 person guild, it's like that rank up translates into a lot of silver, right?
Yep.
Like that chest upgrade times 300 members, let's say conservatively 350 qualify for the chest, then yeah. Or in the case of guilds that have an old guild and they're cycling, it's sometimes way more than 300 chests, right? Like,
yeah, no, it's like those guilds, up to potentially 600, right? So
I see, well, it's not quite 600 because of the 51, right? But I think mathematically you can squeeze about 540 if you do it perfectly.
Yeah, it's pretty nutty. I hope that they fix that, by the way.
How
I'm
would
surprised
you fix
it wasn't
though?
fixed.
I think like you should be in the guild at the end, or
you just increase the time that you are needed. Instead of it being 51%, I think they should just re-up it back to 75% of the season time. Okay. Yeah.
But no, I never really took note of it because I never changed guild for like 7 years or something. It's only any different guild.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, right? I mean, you've seen it with Take Character and Take Care, right? They have 2 guilds, right?
And they cycle between, like, once you got your time, you drop and somebody else gets in, and yeah, maximizing those rewards.
At the same time, right, it's not just a group of 300 pushing for the rank 1. No? It's now a group of 600 working as one singular
I'd say there's
force.
Around 450 actual people, right? Like,
yeah. But still, that, like, compared to, like another guild potentially trying to compete against that, it's not viable, because that group has to then do the same, and it's just insane. We've seen it on the America server as well, with Make Albion Great Again. They're doing the same thing over there. They've got 2 full guilds. They actually have a 3rd guild as well.
Cap ZVZs, Robert. Cap the ZVZs, and then doesn't matter then. Like, it doesn't just become a numbers race. That's my dream, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I've dreamed about it, at least for like quality 1, 2, and 3 zones.
Yeah, especially those lower zones, right?
Yep. But I think the fear is that we would just go back to what we've seen prior, when it was like territory control and city control. They think that guilds are just going to make 20 to 40 man elite squadrons and then just rent out those territories. I just think that it's the way that the map is now, the way that there's so many better players now compared to what we saw prior. Like, everyone is good at ZVZs now. Like, even Arch is good at ZVZs now. We don't have shitters anymore.
Whoa.
Right? Everybody knows how to press their buttons. They know about defensives.
This is big talk.
It's we're at that stage now it's kind of like, you know, looking back at old school Call of Duty, right? Everybody was shit back then because no one actually knew how to play the game, right? Now, you know, 10 years later, everybody knows how to play the game correctly. You know, they know map knowledge, you know, spawn locations, all these different things. It's the exact same. Just people have just gotten better and they know how to play the game. So
well,
there's a lot
modern
more
gaming as well, though. Like, you know, there's more information out there, right? Everybody's trying a power game.
Yeah. And
nobody wants to be a filthy casual anymore.
And while I do agree that there is that potential, that, you know, there may still be, you know, a group that tries to, you know, rent out and control it with, you know, powerhouse 20-man to 40-man groups, I don't think it's going to be anything like that what we saw back in the day, you know, with, you know, Blue Army control and PoE control and stuff like that. I just don't think...
Just these huge power blocks, yeah.
Yeah, it's just not it. So, but that fear and that knowledge of previous is, you know, still there in the minds of the developers, right? And a lot of the old school players as well. I think a lot of those old school players remember that time and they don't want to go back to that time, which I understand as well. But we do have action once again on Giga as they are taking on Jin for another round here in the legendary castle in Longfen Marsh, as the fight continues now for round number 2.
Okay, we'll go see if they're... So they got more members this time, though, because they were like... I don't know, they kind of were running low on numbers last time, especially on this offense. Giga... I mean, they've increased their numbers, Giga, and now up to level 30, right? And I think the highest is almost 29. So the Jin guys... Let's have a look at these guys. Give me a sec. But there's a lot of rats at the back. I keep clicking rats here. The Jin guys are level 18. I mean, respect for taking this fight, Robin. This is not... Yeah. You know, this is not a fair fight. And the bigger force are on defense. Like, I mean, honestly, Giga could theoretically send like 20, 30 guys for a full flank and still be completely fine. And those 30 guys wouldn't even have to hard engage. They could just sit there. And it'd be like, all right, what are you going to do now? You going to come in?
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle here for Jin.
Just slam him. Oh, doors are down. One door.
I do respect Jin taking this fight here. 29 bajillion cleric cows getting activated there on that hit. They will go on to cooldown. I am very much looking forward, though, to the 24th when the Realms Divided update does hit. It's going to be, you know, hand in hand with the balance changes as well. A lot of them focused in ZVZs, a lot of them focused on the brawl meta themselves. Self-defensives getting nerfed heavily. It's going to be real interesting to see the mix-up potential and the potential for range weapons to be returning to ZVZs in main Zerg capacity, because the changes to resilience will allow for that to be a thing now. So the 24th is going to be a major shakeup.
The Barbadon as well, getting a 1.5% nerf or something like that. I don't know.
Barbadon doesn't. It's not actually in the patch notes to get nerfed at all. So.
Oh, it wasn't. It was on like a test server one or something.
Oh wait, actually, I may be lying there. Actually, I do recall.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's getting a small damage nerf to the tick rate, which is better than nothing.
I think I'll double check. Yes, damage per tick is going from 24.20 down to 23.
We see. It's over. It's so over, bro.
It's dead. Dead weapon.
It's so over.
Thanks, SBI. God. Well, it's also over here for Jin once again.
I mean, I don't know what they expected there. They lost a lot of people on that as well. When the surge came out of the castle, it was like, it was quick and brutal. as that does bring us to the top of the hour. It's going to be Giga that are grabbing this legendary castle. I'm not sure what ended up happening at the other one.
Nothing. Future party, hold on to it.
All right.
For the other legendary one. By the way,
Seaman Alliance took the desert one. Low key, just like rocked up, grabbed it with. Oh no, okay, Sunny Dolls are there. No. Seaman flipped it, but Sunny Dolls came flat. Yeah.
Wait, why didn't Seaman stay here? Let me check.
No, they probably just went. They just went for the rat. 100%. They just went for a quick grab and go. You know.
I don't know. I hopped onto Tofu. They're all the way in Death with Sync at the moment. Unless they got wiped, it may be a thing. Yes, they have a respawn penalty here on Tofu. So Seaman did get wiped, it seems like. Hence why they couldn't loot the Sunfang Cliff Castle. And now it's getting ratted by Sunny Doll again. So that will be the end of the content here for Albion Asia. We'll be back.
Yeah, it's good action actually. Considering it was a no attack day, we got plenty of content, including 4 forces showing up in cliffs at one time, which was good fun.
Great action. Love to see it.
We'll be back very shortly. There'll be a Learning with Lupak and Military show coming up in just a bit, as well as EU war reports, daily shows, Q&As, PvP, goodness knows what else. But it's all coming today here on Albion TV. So make sure you hang around with us. It's going to be good.
It is indeed. But until then, thank you guys for watching. And wherever you are in the world, have a glorious morning, afternoon, or evening, everybody. Adios.
Bye-bye. everybody, and welcome back to Albion TV. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are, whatever you are doing. It's time to jump into another learning show. We had some fun and frolics during the war report just now, and we are going to get underway with some fun learning. Hello, everybody in chat. It's Lupac, joined by Bogle today,
Hello.
covering in with the production stuff for the wonderful Melitress. Good to see you guys. Hope everybody's having a nice one. So today we're going to be sailing through some solo dungeons. We were talking about this yesterday. Kind of like, this might be interesting to Bogue as well, because Al Ford and I were talking heavily about the journal stuff, because there was 2 journal Andys on the show. And we were theory crafting the monstrous task that is doing 1,000 solo dungeons, Bogle. Now, I don't know how many of them you've done yourself.
Not 1,000.
Not 1,000, but we were talking about, like, you know, what way would you approach it? Because I was so I did some testing and I was like, well, actually, you only need to get to the end of the dungeon, right? And then you can you just kill the boss. You don't get to open the chest, but it counts as a completion, right? So I did some practice on that. And obviously, the strategy for clearing lots of them would be to go to the lowest tier possible, because the good thing about solo dungeons is they don't have an IP cap, even if they're in an IP cap zone. So you could still use your crazy good awakened set to clear it. So you want obviously the biggest set. For this little testing bit, I'm going to be using L Ford's suggested build with a few tweaks of my own. But we are going to be trying an Astral Staff to see if it's any good. But I was like, okay, so you have to do them for the journal. But what place do solo dungeons have in the world of Albion outside of just journal completions? Because a lot of people now say, when are you going to buff solo dungeons? They used to be like a good source of fame and money, and they kind of got left behind by a lot of other content, right? Let's not beat around the bush. They kind of got overwritten by a lot of other content over various patches and expansions.
I mean, to me, they are an introduction to Albion to a large degree. So it's one of the first things you ever do in Albion, and that scales up, but not until the very, very end game.
Yeah, and they don't sort of get worth it until like 8.1, 8.2. But as a new player, like, you're gonna have an infinite source of these dungeons, and you're gonna have an all right source of fame and money. Like, yeah, it's not a big money maker like maybe it was back in the day, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're bad, right? It doesn't mean they serve no purpose. I'm probably gonna wish I had soup here, but we're going to talk about some of the mechanics of the solo dungeons. Now, the solo dungeons, you can find them anywhere in the world, pretty much. You're going to find these little entrances. And if they have colored butterflies outside them, that means it's enchanted. So in this zone, it would be a tier 4 dungeon, usually a natural one, because it's a tier 4 zone. And that one's actually despawned in front of me. Nice. They can have green, blue, pink, or yellow, meaning 0.4 rarities. So on my way to my one, so you can find them naturally in the world in the zones you're in, or you can pop them using these maps. You can buy solo dungeon maps. They always enchanted. You can't get a flat map, so they start at 4.1. And this will force spawn a dungeon in your zone or a nearby zone. You can run to it, and it won't appear until you get there. So at least then, you know that it's your dungeon, right? You can guarantee that it's your dungeon. But in these low tier zones, they're an okay way to start your Albion journey, because there's some like easy journal completions that go with the early dungeons. There's some trickier ones, such as killing the bosses with tier 3 gear. That took a little bit of doing and a little bit of practice, but that was doable all the way to tier 8, actually. Killing a tier 8 dungeon boss with tier 3 gear is quite an entertaining one to do. But they're not a bad way for an Albion player who isn't with other people to start. They kind of got superseded by roaming mobs over the years. Like, roaming mobs, especially the new sort of like Outlands upgraded ones through the safe portal, offer way more fame. But solo dungeons have a few advantages, right? One, after you enter a certain amount of time, they close. So you're guaranteed privacy. No one's going to take your boss. No one's going to take your loot. And more importantly, if you're in a hostile zone, you know that you're not getting dove. This allows you to fully focus on the PvE, right? You know, when you're in a black zone and you find the spiky boss mob or a mini boss, and you're like, right, I want to kill this because it's worth good fame, but I can't go to 10 HP while fighting it, right? In a black zone, because anybody, like, you know, a guy in flat 4 on a horse could come and finish me off, and I've died that way.
Very scary.
So one advantage of the solo dungeon is that they close and you get some privacy. Another advantage is with the maps, they're just infinitely repeatable, right? So you can get through. So in a solo dungeon, you're going to find lots of mobs. They are called random solo dungeons. So this is something you're going to discover, that they have random layouts. Each room, like each layout, consists of various room tiles. So this corridor, for example, could be one tile, and then it's leading into a room, which is this room. And that's where the random element comes in. Like, the design isn't always the same. If you've ever spent 10 hours farming a static, you'll know that they can get a little bit monotonous, shall we say, over time, staying in there too long. But these ones, you know, they're a little bit more interesting. Although I would say by the time I get to 1,000 of these dungeons, Bogle, I would probably say that
I know some people who would just be like, oh, this is this kind of crossing. This is this. Oh, we have like these 2 or 3 rooms coming up in just a sec. They know that.
Oh, and what I hate is when people in chat, like on my stream, they're like, oh, you got a blue boss, unlucky. And I'm like, well, I didn't know that. Now I do. Thanks for the spoiler. So there's 2 ways you can approach it. Like, for me, my thing is going to be, I want to clear as many as possible because I need to do 1,000 of these, right? Eventually, for the journal. And that's many hours of gameplay, assuming you speed run. But what L Forward said was, well, hang on, you've also got the creature journal. So if you're farming 4-1 dungeons, right, you might as well use that opportunity to kill loads of creatures of certain factions if they're ones you haven't completed yet. So I'm just like, my idea is what I'll probably do is I will get a block of 50 maps every now and again so that I don't end up hating my life. So the next thing you need to know about these solo dungeons are that they can have multiple floors. I believe a solo can go up to 3 floors, a group can go up to 5. Now, the final boss has a loot chest. The loot chest is only unlocked if you've killed enough of the monsters. This doesn't matter about floors, though, right? So if I killed nothing on the first floor, it would have no impact on the chest on the second floor because it's technically a new zone.
Oh,
so really? If you were just trying to rush... No, I'm pretty sure it's unless something has changed. I'm 99% sure that it's just floor based, not dungeon based.
Okay.
I
mean,
I will double check that.
That implies if you want to rush them, then you run through the last floor, but you never know if it's the last floor.
Well, but you don't know that it's going to have another floor.
Yeah,
that's the
tricky.
thing.
Yeah, I see.
I'm pretty sure that map-based ones for group dungeons always have a couple of floors. They don't ever give you a single floor, but I don't think those rules apply. I don't think those rules apply for the solo dungeons. But as a new player, you used to be able to mine those guys, by the way, back in the day. Those rock dudes were actually mineable. Just saying. As a new player, if you're a new player who's learning, you probably want to kill as many of the mobs as possible for the fame. Like, they're not crazy fame, especially here in the blue zone. But as soon as you can get out to the yellow zone, you might as well go to the yellow zone and look for the fame bonus. And while they are mostly linear, these solo dungeons, the Keeper one in particular has a few multiple paths. You're going to get to segments that look like this, right? Where the obvious path is ahead, but hey, look, there's a little side path. And when you go off those little side paths, you'll quite often find some bonus content. That can be a mini boss with a little chest of his own, or in this case, a shrine. And this shrine will give me a fame buff for a little while. And it's gonna give me a little boost to my farming. 50% extra fame for everything that I kill in the next few minutes. And that leads nicely into one of the core concepts. If you are going to be doing solo dungeons, I always think you should be using a build that can do them quickly, right? I think most of the time you'll literally be better using an optimal build than a suboptimal version of the thing you want to fame. Because even, eventually you'll max that build and then you'll be able to earn credits on the good build. And that's always going to be quicker than using something that's really, really bad for doing dungeons. So there's a lot of
it takes to max, if that's your strategy.
It depends, because as soon as you hit tier 8, you start to get credits which help you max faster on something, and it depends on the tier of dungeon you do. Like back in the day, I did like, I think I did great for 0 to 100 in the first week of solo dungeons. Now, if you need to max one thing very, very quickly, then maybe you can take a different approach. But as a long-term approach, if you enjoy solo dungeons, I think it's wise to invest your time in a very fast, clear build and then get a mob fame weapon for it. Because Awaken does work in here. As I said, they follow different rules, the solo dungeons. They don't have an IP cap. So when I step outside, my weapon and stuff is going to get IP crushed. But in here, no such thing. You know, we're all good. And I'm actually got a few things that I'm faming in here. I am actually gaining fame in here, which is nice. I'm not using something I've got maxed, but I'm using something which I consider quite a good speed build. L Forward suggested the Astral. I'm going to experiment with a few things. And what I plan to do for the 1000 is literally just get an 8-4 awakened weapon of like whatever I deem the best and work out the quickest way to get through the dungeon. Right? So there I basically killed every single mob. I think you have to kill 90% of the things you aggro to unlock the chest. I think that's the general rule set. And then when you get to your final boss, once you defeat him, you'll get a loot chest, and then you can just press A to leave. Remember, even though you're safe inside the dungeon, if you are inside a PvP zone, just remember you're going back out to the PvP zone, right? So be ready to potentially have someone nearby. You will get a shield that will always allow you to mount up, so that's good. Another pro tip, by the way, if you are doing dungeons and your plan is to do them in blue or yellow zones, make sure you faction flag. There is literally no reason not to faction flag. The odds of some random enemy faction being right by your town hunting people doing dungeons is next to nothing, and you will just gain extra rewards. While you're doing it, you'll earn faction points. Faction points can turn into hearts or chests or whatever, and it's free money. You can see there that the loot is absolutely pony. The loot in solo dungeons all the way to the top level is complete RNG. Most of the time you're going to get a disappointing amount of loot. Every now and then you're going to get something that's actually quite exciting or worth it. But you know, these, I would say you do these for fame or journal. You don't do these for the money, right? I did some experiments back in the day where I bought like super expensive maps and all sorts of maps. And I found like roughly the best map cost to return was 8-1 maps. Like they were okay. But even then, you're always at the mercy of RNG. Right, a few bad runs will eat into your profit.
Do you remember how much silver per hour you made at the time? And is that the same?
Oh my god, I have a video on it way back when, before 0.4s even existed. The cool thing is, no matter what zone you're in, by the way, I did get the keeper one twice, but you can get any sort of creature type in any zone, which is nice. So unlike, like, say you live in a zone where there's only undead and you're just sick of undead, right? At least with the solo dungeon, you can get all the different types. There are 2 types of these shrines. The big shrines, which give you either a silver buff or a fame buff. And then the little shrines, which give you a power up. And there are 3 different types of power up. There's this one, which is a damage one. There's a healing and reflect one, and there's a cooldown one. But all of these are good. So when you have these power-ups, you want to be zooming. Anytime you've got these power-ups, you want to be zooming, because these are just going to give you a bunch of added power and just help your clear. As I say, in this particular one, I mean, I could be way more juiced than this. Obviously, I'm only in 6.3 for speed running. But you guys, if you're doing like low tier dungeons, like 4.2 gear is more than enough, and your build being good is more important than your IP a lot of the time, right? You need to be tanky enough with enough sustain so that you don't have any downtime while clearing. You literally get a second buff. So this is the Reflect and Lifesteal one. You want to be tanky enough, like with enough sustain that you don't get knocked down at all, right? If you're trying to power farm, you need to not get knocked down, kill the mobs quick enough, and not have any downtime in between, ideally, right? You don't want to be stopping, which is the reason I have Refreshing Sprint and Omelets, right? I'm using my Starfall ability, and then I have 2 activations of my chest piece because of the Spectre Hood. So I have 3 good AoE like clears, plus my Q bounces, plus my W is a mobility and also an AoE. So the more AoE, the better for clearing through the dungeons. For the bosses, particularly if you get lucky and get like a rare tough boss, the bosses you might want to have like a single target option. But if your build can sail through the dungeons, generally you shouldn't have any trouble with any of the bosses. Like the bosses shouldn't pose you any sort of trouble, I would say. And on top of that, like you can always bring poison potions. Like on the Astral, like I could maybe switch to Frazzle if I needed a bit more single target on a boss or something. But if you're doing dungeons within your comfort zone, you know, then you shouldn't struggle at all. And you are actually able to run up to tier 6.4 dungeons in safety, right? Because we do nowadays, we didn't used to have tier 6 yellow zones. Now, it's important that you know that you'll get less fame doing this. So the combat fame modifier for a yellow zone is 140 with 53 silver and loot. Honestly, in my mind, it's probably worth going into the yellow zone. And if there's nobody flagged, you run your dungeon there. Because just by doing that, you jump to 230 fame modifier,
you mean
160, 125 silver and loot. The red zone. Did I say red zone?
You said yellow, yeah.
I said yellow again. So you should consider jumping from the border to the yellow to the red. And if you remember our show about gankers and stuff, you will get a counter in the red zone that will tell you if there's any hostiles. That will also work in your dungeon, but you don't care about that because you're going to wait at your dungeon entrance for it to close. If you're in a hostile zone, right, you're going to wait at your dungeon entrance for it to close before you start clearing. And this is very important because then once it's cleared, you know you cannot be ganked. And if there was no hostiles in the zone, which you already knew because it was a red zone, the chances that somebody comes in, finds your dungeon, and also dives you, kind of low, right? So the added tiny little bit of risk jumps you from 140% fame to 230%. Like that's a 90% jump. The added loot, I mean, the loot is kind of trash anyway, a lot of the time. So at least you're going to technically have a higher chance of getting a lucky item. But yeah. So this here is a side boss, a mini boss. You can always tell a mini boss because it has a circle around it. A full boss has a spiky circle. A mini boss has a circle. Anything else is not classified as a boss. Even if it has a sword above its head, anything like that, they don't count as bosses. Important to know. The mini bosses will guard chests. There's like the normal colors of chests, but you should know there's 2 types of chests. That one was a tome chest where you'll get tomes, and the other one is a normal loot chest. So some people prefer getting tomes, some people prefer getting loot. I actually like tomes quite a lot of the time in these low dungeons because at least you're getting something rather than flat 4 cleric cows. Little pro tip as well, if you end up with a ton of these low tier fame tomes and you can't be bothered to pop them, then don't. Because in the next expansion, we're going to get the ability to combine them into bigger tomes. So finally, those thousands of arena tomes that you can't be bothered to click, you're going to be able to do something with them, guys. Isn't that great news? Do you mean awarding luck? Just by talking in chat, you'll be entered. Bogle will start a raffle now, I guess, because we have 2 codes to give away, I think.
I already drew one, and you can ask questions. Yeah. You can give your own tips or tricks. Just type something in Twitch chat; it will count. And we'll draw a few more, I think, maybe 2 more.
solo dungeons, like another thing is like they've added, like even here I'm leveling my astral staff, right? Like in a very, this is the lowest possible map dungeon you can run in the lowest zone, and I'm still making actual progress. You always know when you get to the boss room, by the way, because there'll be a symbol. The symbol is different for each biome, but that signifies that you've reached the end of the dungeon, so you know it's finished and you can do another one. So what we could do then is we can then go and show you the red zone strat, right? Which I think it's completely fine to start in these easy ones because A, safe, and B, you're pretty much guaranteed to clear. But if you get into solo dungeons and you enjoy them, you should always be looking to start clearing the next tier, right? You always want to be like, right, how do I get to the next level of dungeon? Like, if say I'm clearing 4 2s, right? Well, can I clear 5 2s? Can I clear 4 3s? And you wanna increase the tier before you increase the enchant. And that's because, like, as you up the tier, the pool of loot goes up as well. So once you hit, like, I think once you hit tier 8, you can no longer drop like tier 4 and 5 equipment in your loot pool, right? You know the loot will be a minimum of tier 6 if you do roll it. So that's why it's nice to get up the tiers. So it's only at like, so at tier 6, you're going to start to eliminate tier 3 pieces from your loot. At tier 7, you'll no longer get tier 4, right? Because I have 8 maps. Yeah, so the 8-4 maps, yeah, the loot from them is like not worth the cost of a map. But I don't know, like if you find an 8-4 in the wild, it probably is worth clearing, but they're very difficult. Like this is the other thing. I think that the 8-4 difficulty to reward for the average person is not good. Right?
I've had a similar experience, yeah. Like I start to struggle with 8-3 and 8-4 dungeons, and then bringing 8-3 or 8-4 into them always felt awkward.
Yeah, because you're in the black zones essentially, right? So we'll get a couple of solos here, and like the basic ones are a decent price. So I was paying like 3,000 nearly for my tier 4 dungeons, right? So this shows you that you should definitely be moving up. Oh, I should cancel my... I got a buy order still for these dungeons. Yeah, I'm going to cancel that. I don't want to buy any more of these dungeons yet. Probably going to be spamming 4-1s for my journal, though. Yeah, when it comes to the journal, then, you're going to get a bunch of stuff done in solo dungeons, right? You should be ticking these off as well, because each one's going to give you some fame, some learning points. It's 1,000 total for this achievement. The chests and the shrines ones you're going to get anyway. These 3 should be done with a battle axe. A masterpiece battle axe and a masterpiece torch is the way to do these 3. You need to wear full tier 3 gear. I did some testing. That includes your cape, so you can't cheese it with the Thetford cape. But that one was quite a fun one to do. So the loot is based on your dungeon level, right? Not your gear. So once you cannot drop loot that is more than 2 tiers below your dungeon. So at tier 8, your loot, like your items, can only be 6, 7, 8. You can still, I think you can still get runes and stuff. I can't remember if it even that counts for runes and everything, but for equipment items. So in that tier 4, I could drop all sorts of trash, right? But as soon as I go to the tier 6, I'm no longer getting tier 3 items, which I think a lot of people don't realize that. So they're like, oh, I'll just run 4 3s, right? But we saw the fame I was getting there, and I'm gonna go show you like how to do the red zone ones. Now I recommend not going straight this way through the tunnel for most people, because the tunnel is like the ganker hotspot. But what you got to remember with these red zones is you will always see if there's hostile players, right? You're always told if there's any hostile players. This isn't true for faction flag, though. Don't do the faction flag strategy. This guy's having an issue here, bro. I think he gathered too hard, Bogle. Or he's role-playing.
I mean, maybe he overloaded so he can record a video of him walking.
No, I've ruined his video. I've ruined his, like, pimp walk video. Yeah, so the faction flag strategy, which is very good for the blue and yellow, don't do that for the red because you don't get the hostile counter for factions. So there could just be, you could just run into a faction group by accident. Maybe you do it if you're really confident and you know where you're going. But I don't recommend doing that in general. Like, because you're already, the reason we're going for the red is for the higher fame numbers and the reward. If you're just more comfortable farming the blue and yellow, you might as well faction flag because you're doing it anyway. It's just a free bonus with no downside, you know? You're in a tunnel and kill 4 animals. 2 of them drop babies. Nice. Pretty good drop rate. You're on your inventory, you're going to see how long is left on your, what do you call it? Your progress for your drops. So your Twitch inventory will give you that info. Now, these tunnels, as you can see, there's nobody in here hostile. We can tell by this number in the corner. Actually counts as tier 7 in here now. Didn't know that. That mean there's tier 7 creatures in here? Because these places used to have like the resource mobs off to the sides. I very much doubt they'll give us tier 7 resources like that in here, but that'd be cool if they did. Fun fact, these used to be the place to come and power level your tier 3 back in the day. Because there was like tons and tons of resource mobs and no one ever killed them. It was like a unknown fact. So you can see here, nobody's in the dark ground swamp. So we're going to take our 6-1 map. We're going to pop it. And look at that. Happy days. It's right next to us. So we've just gone from getting whatever it was over here, right? 115, like 15% bonus fame to 130% bonus fame by running a couple of zones. And we are still completely safe. It might be a red zone and the red zone sounds scary, but we know there's no one here that can kill us. And then I go in my solo dungeon. And what I do now is I do absolutely nothing, Bogle, right? I do absolutely nothing. I stay by the exit here and I wait until it tells me that my dungeon is closed. If somebody happened to be flagged and zone in and be like, I'm going to check this random solo dungeon, then I could just zone out. Now, I won't get a shield, but I am probably close enough to the door that I'll be all right. And they would have to zone out, which means they can't. If they zone in, they have to wait before they can zone out, which will give me enough time to mount and I'll be fine. It is important to know, make sure you don't accidentally attack someone that zones in because then you can't zone out. So don't panic. Another thing to know is, so say I pop a 6-3 map. It has the butterflies outside that show that it's a 6-3 map. As soon as I zone in, they go away. So to anybody else, it just looks like a generic map now.
Oh, what?
So there's like,
really?
So even like so even like the random passers-by are not going to be like, oh, I want to go in here, you know?
Yo, I always stressed about that. It's like, no, do I put the 3?
No, first, as soon as the first person goes in, the enchant disappears. So yeah, that's why you're like, okay. I don't know if that's how it behaves, by the way, for naturally spawning ones. But this is why, like, even the veterans can learn something on the Learning with Lopak show, right? You can wrap people in this dungeon with a calming potion. Yeah, of course you can. But we're not going to because we are waiting here until it closes. See, the entrance to this dungeon is closed. Now, guess what? I'm completely safe. My dungeon, even though I had 0 spec, my dungeon is still perfectly clearable. And now we're getting bonus fame. We're getting bonus silver. And theoretically, we're getting bonus loot, but you know, let's reserve our judgment on that one. For any weapon, like a lot of people love the battle axe because it has the sustain, and I don't mind it actually because it does have 3 AoE abilities. That's like the go-to beginners one. But anything you can think of with plenty of AoE, then pair it with a Stalker jacket or a Spectre jacket or a Hellion jacket, you know, for extra AoE damage. And then, honestly, I think Refreshing Sprint is the go-to. If you're actually clearing the dungeon and not just running straight to the end for the completions, then any Refreshing Sprint build is good. So, you know, there's so many things you can think of with AoE. You know, Great Frost, Great Axe, you know, Brimstone. Pretty much anything that does a ton of AoE damage will work. Anything can clear solo dungeons. Solo dungeons are not difficult. But the fact is, the bottom line is, The quicker you're clearing them, the more efficient you are, the more rewards you're going to get in the same amount of time. Like, yeah, I can clear it with any build I want that I want to level, but if I'm going to do 100 of these, I want to do them, you know, I want to get as much rewards per hour as possible. Think of these like almost an ARPG within Albion, right? Go fast, clear them quick. The more that you finish, the more chances, the more chests that you're opening, that's the more loot rolls you get. The more chance you get that the 7-3 broadsword or something, you know, something nice is inside. And the more you do them as well, you're going to learn exactly what spells kill what mobs, right? So I know that the regular sort of grunt mobs will die to a single W and a Q, whereas the bear doesn't. So I know I need something else. So say I had 2 directions here, I can decide which pack I want to kill based on my cooldowns straight away, and I let him knock me deliberately there so that I'm ready to go to the next one. And it's all about just going as quick as possible, right? There's no like major difficult stuff in here. You know, you don't stand in the AoE standard PvE stuff, but just clear dungeons as quick and cleanly and efficiently as possible. Stick to the things, you know, make sure you can't be dove. Make sure like if you want to go as well, don't be running back to town after every dungeon, right? Bring enough food, bring enough potions, bring enough maps so that you can stay out for your entire dungeon session. If you can play for 2 hours, right? Don't waste 20 minutes of that running back and forth to town. Make sure that that's like 2 hours of non-stop dungeons, and you're just going to be quicker and you're just going to get more out of it, right? They aren't the pinnacle fame farm in the game, right? People will tell you, like, you know, safe portal roaming mobs are really good fame now. Static dungeons with groups, group dungeons, avers, whatever, are all brilliant. The solo dungeons have a little bit of beauty to them. You don't need anyone else. You don't need to go to a specific place. You just need you and a stack of maps. And then you go to the zone of your choice, and you just switch your brain off and grind. And sometimes that's okay, isn't it, Bogle, right?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you want...
Put on Netflix, put on music, and just blast. You don't want... Not everything has to be high-intense PvE. I do wish they maybe buffed them a little bit, right? Because, you know, I'm getting 1,000. This is a 6-1 dungeon. I'm getting 1,000 for the small mobs. What am I getting? Like 2.5, 2 for the big ones, right? When I'm out in the safe portal getting 15k a mob, like, okay, there is quite a big difference there. But a lot of people aren't ready for the black zone, and that's totally okay. And these dungeons will get you going and help you level your character and maybe get a bit of silver if you're lucky. Although when it comes to these dungeons, if I can cover the cost of the map, I consider it good, right? I'm also, by the way, I'm using energy potions not for energy, but for the cooldown reduction. Just to get my cooldowns back even quicker, because I'm really sweaty like that. I'm somewhat new, so you don't know what the issue is with solo dungeons. I mean, at the mid to late game, they're just not that profitable, right? That's the biggest complaint with them is they went from one of the primary ways to get fame and loot to sort of being one of the worst ways. Not the worst, but they've dropped off a bit compared to their former glory. But I think they still have a very, very fine function for newer players. Like, don't listen to the naysayers. If you've got a brand new account, or like you've just hit tier 6, like, then you'll be fine in here. They have a nice difficulty level. The rewards are good enough that you're going to feel the progression. Like, you know, I have quite an advanced character, and I'm still getting some progression in here. Although my astral staff level is quite low. And the beauty of doing like the blue, yellow, red strategy is that you don't mind using quite nice gear, right? Like it's like an arena set. You only need to buy it once. Although unlike an arena set, we get the full benefit of our item power. Because once again, even in blue and yellow zones, there is no IP cap on the solo dungeons. So your gear will be nerfed in the blue zone. As soon as you get to your dungeon and go inside, you're in business. No nerf. These guys, by the way, you also do have to learn some of the mob effects. This particular one here, the lady with the headdress, she has a buff ability, which will make the mobs very, very scary. They actually can chunk you, and they won't take much damage. So you either need to kill her very fast, or like just interrupt her so she cancels the channel ability. There's also a few little special features that didn't used to be in solo dungeons that now are, that we'll talk about. So you can get hybrid ones. So you see that this is a keeper dungeon. Sometimes you'll get a little side room that's undead, which I think is quite cool. And those are usually like a reasonable tier boss room as well, if you see a hybrid like that. There's also a rare opportunity to get a Colossus or Titan boss room, which are the season winner statues from the Americas server coming to life to fight you in the Titan one. So there's rare special rooms, and you can find these under creatures rare encounters. So I've actually had the Titan. I haven't had the Colossus yet. So those are two rare ones. There's also, you know, different rarities of bosses and side bosses. And the more you do, you'll start to learn their attacks. But I'm pretty sure, I don't know when this is the layout I think it is, but I think I might be running into Athos in a little side room up here somewhere. Yeah, learning how to dodge an attack, learning what the counter plays are. This one, yeah, so this is a little side, this is a certain boss layout. And eventually you'll get to learn all the bosses and the layouts and beat them all. Some of them you'll think are quite hard, but actually they have a certain mechanic. So even I knew that was Athos, man. I'd done too many dungeons already, Bogle. I literally knew what boss that was from the lead up room.
I think you should do maybe on your channel like a sort of 50 dungeons with a weapon type challenge or something, and then figure out what you get in terms of loot or how fast they are. And then if you're really over the next, I don't know, many months, get through 1,000 dungeon of these, then I'm really curious. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will, before I start actively going for the 1,000, I will work out what is mathematically the best thing to use, and I will probably use only that Bogle.
Right.
Okay. So there is a combat challenge which you could look at if you wanted to, right? Under combat challenges, and that is earn 100,000 mob fame with every single weapon, right? So you might think, hey, I'm going to do that in solo dungeons, right? You could do that. It would kind of suck. But what I do, right, is whenever I go to Opovan, which is the super juicy Roads of Avalon with like crazy fame farm, infinite farm, and crazy money. If I'm playing the battle mount role, what I do is I take 10 weapons off this list at flat 4, and I put them on for 100k each, and then delete them. And every time I go to Opovan, I just take off 10 that way. Because when it comes to doing 1,000 of these, I want a speed run Bogle.
I
don't want to.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to be messing around with different weapons in here at all. You can use awakened weapons in here as well. Yep. It is low loot and fame compared to a lot of other activities. So let's kill a roaming mob outside for comparison, right? We got 3 roaming mobs, and I was getting what, 1k for the small guys in there, 2k for the big guys. Hey, we got a natural dungeon spawned right there. That's kind of handy. So actually, the small guy gave me 2k there. This guy gave me I'm gonna go in and kill this guy if he goes in there. Should I kill him? Would that be mean? And then see that I got 12,000 for that guy, the champion mob. So who knows? Sure. So this guy, he can take his dungeon, or I can take his dungeon. But he's gonna just speed run it. So he is actually clearing it. Oh, it's a boss layer. Okay, this is unfortunate for him. Because so what happens here is whichever one of us does the most damage to the boss, I believe, gets the chest.
No way.
That's why it spawned, right? So this is another reason you want it to close. So who got it? Me or him? My loot now, sir.
Jesus, Lupac.
He's looking at the chest all sad. Oh no. Oh no! I'll give him the loot. I'll give him the loot. It's fine. I don't want it. I don't want it, bro. It's fine. There you go.
Oh, that guy.
Clip it and ship it. Albion host steals new players' loot live on the new player show. But that I wanted. Okay, so I wanted to do that as an example of what happens if you're sharing a dungeon with a non-hostile, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever does the most damage gets the credit. So the reason, but also another reason I wanted to do that is the boss layers. There is actually a challenge you can't see right now. I think it's to clear like 400 or 300 boss layers. I haven't got that unlocked yet because for some reason the unlock requirement is a T8 group boss layer. So yeah. Can you buy solo boss layer cards on auction house? No, but you can find them in the wild. Like sometimes they spawn in the small mob camps and sometimes they spawn in the open. If you pop a map that is the wrong tier for your zone, you'll get a pop-up like this, by the way, that says the map doesn't show anything. So, oh, mate, I gave him my other map. Oh, no, I brought a second map and I traded it to that guy by accident. You don't have to do the big camps. You will, like, sometimes you'll see a camp like this. And see this little panel here? It can spawn a boss layer. So sometimes you'll find them there. But we saw there that champion mob was worth, like, way more. It's kind of crazy, actually, isn't it? I'm going to kill these two and I'm going to get a lizard drop for my lizard completion, Bogle. You ready? Never lucky. Never lucky, Bogle. I think it's like a 0.5% drop or 0.3% drop.
I remember hunting for these, yeah. I think the mammoth.
The dire bear ones, I think, is the worst. Yeah. No, the mammoth's the easy one.
I mean, you can pay people, right? I guess. But
well, you could just be in a guild that does mammoths and be like, hey, can I pick it up?
Yeah, well, right. Well, but I know what you mean. Like some of these, I think a lot of what you're interested in this is trying to get the completions. I think you said it a few times at the beginning.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, they approach this as a fame farm.
Yeah. Which is why you need a fast build.
Yes. But I wanted to basically say, at what point would you say should you transition away from solo dungeons? Like, we can always do these for relaxing, like non-stressful engagement, right? But if you're sort of saying, okay, I'm graduating now, I kind of want to get more fame faster, when
you should probably start doing the roaming mobs here, which
the red zone already.
I mean, wherever you want, really. But you can sort of intersperse them. What I like to do is, yeah, I did see there was a boss layer there. I didn't want to take it in case that guy was after it. But anyway, so what I like to do is perhaps, like, say I'm doing my safe portal roam from the safe portal show, or I'm out killing these guys. Every now and again, if I see like a level 3, a 0.3 enchanted dungeon, maybe I'll clear it, right? If I'm feeling it. My biggest issue, though, is the dungeon builds. Like the speed clear dungeon builds are not the same things as I would use for a safe portal roam, right? So they're not like super efficient for that. So they're kind of different. So the solo dungeon is good for the new player, or if you just want to blast. Like I said, the thing is with the roaming mobs give you way more, but the non-upgraded mobs are terrible, right? So you kind of have to look around, find some mini bosses. Whereas, like, the solo dungeons are good when you just want to blast non-stop. Because, actually, the good thing about them is you just pop another map, go to the next one. Pop another map, go to the next one. Just keep blasting through them. You don't really ever have to stop until you log out, right? Whereas with the safe portal, you want to keep going back. You want to keep banking. There might be people trying to kill you. So once again here, like, what we should do is stand by the entrance, right? And wait for the dungeon to close. But I will know if somebody's flagged and comes in anyway, because this number down here will turn to 1. So I'm pretty happy to just get in and get going. My gear's not... I mean, my gear's worth a few million, so... possibility somebody would want to dive me, but they'd also have to be able to kill me, which isn't the easiest. You dive. Maybe someone's diving me. That would be funny. If I get dove on Albion TV, can I put the gear as like an expense cost and get some gold back? I don't know how it works.
I think you need to ping Chosen about
that. But the decent, like once you get to like the decent level dungeons, they're okay fame. And the bottom line is some people just prefer them. Some people just prefer these dungeons to the open world fame. You know, there's something nice about a nice linear dungeon where you could, you don't need to think, right? You don't like thinking too much, do you, Bogle? You just like to
trick question, but
you just like to, you know, press buttons. Sometimes you just want to press buttons, right?
Yes,
and it's the speed. Like you can go there, right, and say, all right, I kill a champion mob, it gives me way more fame, right? But the thing is with the solo, you're just looking at the fame per mob, right? I'm looking at it in I never stop, right? If I go more than 5 seconds without hitting a mob, I'm going too slow. That does not happen when you're safe portaling or doing any sort of roam like that, because you need to make sure you've got plenty of HP. You need to move your mount in case gankers come. It's a completely different environment, right? Even looting there, I don't want to stop too long. I want to get there and I just want to hit the next mob straight away, right? No messing. Pick a crossbow and gank. I mean, we could do a show about ganking at some point if you want to learn how to murder people. Feels a little bit like hostile for the learning show, though. We did one about how to survive. That was a good one. I think you produced that one, Bogle, when I got away with like 100 HP in a perfectly calculated move for the show.
Are you, if people want to see you do that kind of stuff, maybe on your stream, are you streaming Albion with a new update again?
Well, yeah, I'm on a little, having a little break on my own stream, probably for this week and a bit of next week, maybe till the update comes. I'm not sure yet, but I'll be doing a lot of faction warfare when it comes. But my usual go-to when there isn't any other content is a good old safe portal roam. So that's what I love to do, because I like the safe portal, because you're never going to you're never going to run out of things to do in the safe portal. There's always something going on in a zone. There's always a good POI. And that's another reason why it's probably eclipsing solo dungeons right now. But one good numbers buff to solo, and it's back on the menu. There's also, obviously we talked about progressing your creatures, right? Your 50k goals. You're also going to have a load of monsters, like these mortars. They don't appear in the open world. They only appear in the dungeons, right? So, and there isn't a heretic static dungeon apart from the tier 3, and the tier 3 doesn't feature mortars. So, you know, there's certain things that you will only find in the randomized dungeons, and they're worth getting to grips with, because the group ones, 8-3 group ones, are still done by top-end players. Top-end players consider them a decent fame farm. Some people prefer statics, some people prefer group dungeons, but they still have their place in the game. And I think like 8-1, 8-2 solo dungeons are a sweet spot that you should try to get to eventually. Because you can, like, you know, you could go out the safe portal and pop a few maps if you wanted to. You can get nice and deep. And if you manage, you know, if you manage to get yourself into a quality 6 zone out of the safe portal, for example, right? And you pop some maps, you're getting 530% fame modifier, Bogle. 350% silver and 260% loot modifier.
That's very different to what, 240 here? Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see that those multipliers, they quickly add up and they quickly escalate some very, very significant bonuses. We'll probably do a show on the group versions of these, but I mean, there's not much different to say. Again, the group will be set up to be very efficient, clear as quick as possible. Most of the time, it's like nowadays, it's like an incubus, miss piercers, 1 permafrost, and somebody who's piercing. That's like the go-to setup. So it plays out the same. But again, solo dungeons, you don't need anyone else. You don't have to wait for a group. I hate it when you do one group dungeon and then somebody's like, right, I have to go now, lads. You know, if I want to blast for 2 hours, I don't want to be at the mercy of somebody else's schedule. You know what I'm saying? So
is there any room for trying to duo?
I'm gaining levels, by the way.
Or is
yes,
there?
you could. There isn't a major penalty for duoing the harder ones. That's completely doable, and that does really protect you from solo ganks as well, right? So if you're duoing, you should definitely be doing dungeons way harder than you would usually do as a solo, though, to compensate for the slight XP penalty. I'm using an astral staff, but honestly, anything with lots of AoE works. Pretty much most of the frost staffs are good, except for maybe like the Hoarfrost. Fire staffs are good. Crossbows are good. Axes are good. There's no bad weapons, really. Like most things, I mean, with a Spectre's Hood and a Stalker Jacket, most things can be an AoE build if you just believe enough, right? We'll just finish this one. But as always, you know, guys, let me know if there's any other topics you want to cover. Hopefully we'll get this one put up as a highlight so it doesn't disappear off Twitch. That's on the to-do list. And we'll revisit some of the older ones that have disappeared from Twitch if they get requested enough. What is this on the left? This is a boss room. Not sure which boss.
I think he was talking about the corridor. It was some shiny thing. It wasn't anything. It's a visual thing.
Oh yeah, it looks like there's a gold mine in it. I know the one you mean. Unfortunately, I can report that it's not anything too good. So this is a normal tier 6 dungeon, by the way. So the naturally occurring dungeons can be unenchanted. But we did get a bigger chest here. So maybe we'll get lucky and all the naysayers of the solo dungeon world can be put to rest, or they can be proven right. Let's see which it is, guys. But thank you guys for hanging out. Okay.
Whoa.
Whoa. Okay, there you go. I guess we answered our question there. But thank you guys for hanging out with us. That's the end of the learning show for today. Don't worry though, we've got war reports, we got a Q&A, we got PvP shows coming up later on with all the gang. Plenty more giveaways for you guys. Reach out on Discord if you've got any ideas for future learning shows. I didn't even cover my back money from there, really. But obviously, you know, you can get lucky and get a big item. Thank you guys for hanging out, and we'll see you in a bit for the next show. Have a good one.
Bye.
Hi everyone, and welcome to another Albion Online Dev Talk. Today, we're taking a first glance at the next major content update, Realm Divided, which we plan to release November 24th. This update marks a major step forward for Albion Online, as we revisit one of the game's most iconic features, faction warfare. It's the heartbeat of the Royal Continent, where city pride, open-world combat, and large-scale strategy collide. For many players, faction warfare represents their first true taste of Albion's living, breathing PvP. Over the years, the system has given rise to incredible stories and rivalries, but it's also shown us its limitations. Some of its best ideas didn't reach their full potential, fights felt too scattered, travel times too long, and opportunities for spontaneous PvP were too rare. So with the Realm Divided update, we're expanding on the systems that already exist to deepen the faction warfare experience, to make it more strategic, more connected, and more alive than ever before. When we set out to rework faction warfare, our goal wasn't just to adjust some of its systems. We wanted to rethink how it plays and feels as a whole. It should feel like an active conflict that ties together every part of Albion's world: the economy, travel, strategy, and combat. It should be the bridge between casual and large-scale PvP, a place where every player can make a meaningful impact regardless of their guild, gear, or level of experience. At the heart of the update lies a revamp of the faction warfare territorial mechanics. The previous frontline system always sounded ambitious, promising large-scale warfare and evolving battle lines. In practice, it didn't quite deliver. Battles were too fragmented, objectives often lacked purpose, and meaningful PvP encounters were rare. With Realm Divided, we're expanding on these mechanics to create more meaningful conflicts, control the flow of the battle to generate more fights, and provide more dynamic and interesting objectives. The new province system is the foundation of this transformation. The Royal Continent is now divided into distinct provinces, each made up of several connected regions, creating clear frontiers between factions and a strong sense of territorial identity. They reorganize the old front lines with a structured system of rotating territorial wars that make every battle feel connected and consequential. Each province becomes a distinct theater of war, clearly signaling where the action is taking place and drawing players together into focused, large-scale conflicts. The result is a battlefield that feels alive and strategically rich, where every attack and defense carries weight for the overall campaign. Within each province stands a faction fortress, a massive stronghold that serves as the ultimate objective for control of the area. These faction fortresses bring the excitement of the territory fortification gameplay to faction warfare, which was previously only available for high-end guilds in the Outlands, giving everyone the chance to experience large-scale sieges. Capturing and defending these locations feeds directly into the larger war effort, pushing the front lines forward or repelling the attacker, and giving every victory and defeat lasting weight. This creates an ongoing campaign that evolves naturally, giving the war a real sense of momentum and narrative. We're incredibly excited for you to experience these changes yourself and have a chance to give feedback. That's why we're inviting you all to a faction warfare playtest on the public staging server on October 17th. Your feedback will help shape how these systems evolve before the full launch in November. You can check out the article linked in the description for all the playtest details, including what kind of rewards you can get for participating. This is just the start of our deep dive into Albion's next era of faction warfare. In the coming weeks, we'll release further dev talks, taking you through the journey of a player interacting with the full new gameplay loop, exploring each part of the rework in more detail in the process. In those videos, we'll cover the new ways of getting to the front lines, the new activities that make the provinces feel alive, and finally the epic siege of a fortress battle. So stay tuned, thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the battlefield. Hi everyone, and welcome to another Albion Online Dev Talk. Last time, we introduced Realm Divided, our next major content update that reshapes the Royal Continent and brings a brand new era of faction warfare to Albion. Today, we'll take you on a journey through the first steps of this new system, from joining your faction to reaching the front lines and taking part in the first battles that will shape the war. This will be the first of 2 Dev Talks breaking down the details of this new iteration of faction warfare, with the second Dev Talk covering the broader campaign and fortress sieges. With Realm Divided, faction warfare on the Royal Continent has been completely restructured. The continent has been divided into provinces, distinct war zones made up of several connected regions. Our leading motivation in this redesign was to make PvP ever present, turning provinces into large-scale battles that determine a single chapter in Albion's perpetual faction war. In the past, faction armies often marched past one another without ever engaging, as the old frontline system didn't anchor the fighting to a specific area. Under the new system, the conflict will be focused into active provinces, with valuable objectives giving players an opportunity to fight over the rewards. These objectives range from faction camps to encourage small-scale skirmishes, to large faction fortresses to ignite all-out war over the province itself. Each province can be in one of several states. It can be peaceful, actively in conflict, or under siege, and this determines what kind of battles you'll find there. We'll go deeper into how those states change in our next Dev Talk, but for now, what's important is understanding how to recognize them. To help you navigate, the Faction Warfare World Map overlay gives an overview of the entire war. It shows which provinces are contested, which your faction controls, and where you can have the biggest impact. When you zoom in, the map still shows individual regions just as it did before, allowing you to view familiar local objectives and details. When you zoom out, you'll see the higher level overview of the ongoing war, showing the larger strategic picture of the front lines and faction progress. The map also helps you see at a glance which conflicts are nearby and most relevant to you. Provinces that are under attack are clearly marked with red highlighted sword standards, and red directional arrows give insights into the momentum of faction troop movements. These are the front lines, the place where your faction needs you the most.
One of the major pain points in the old system was how much time players lost traveling to the front lines. To fix that, we've added new faction transports. Once you have enlisted with the faction of your choice and flagged up for faction warfare, you'll find these armored wagons near every city's faction leader and at the fortresses your faction controls. From there, you can select active conflict zones for your faction and travel to them directly. The faction transport won't take you deep into the red zone, but it will take you right to its edge, where the fighting begins. You can also see open parties already fighting and join them instantly through the transport interface. This makes it easier than ever to get into battle, connect with others, and reinforce your allies at the front. No more long rides across the continent, just pick your destination, pay a small transport fee, board the wagon, and you're right there ready to fight. When you arrive in a contested province, you'll immediately see the war in motion. Outposts will be under attack, factions will clash in open fields, and opportunities for both small and large-scale fights will be all around you. Whether you prefer roaming skirmishes or joining bigger pushes, there's always a way to contribute. One of the key activities in these war zones are the new faction camps. When a province becomes a conflict zone, bandits seize control of these camps and fill them with valuable supplies. To bring the war down to a personal scale, we've designed 2 types of faction camps. Solo camps for lone fighters seeking quick clashes, and small group camps that encourage teamwork and frequent skirmishes between factions. These camps serve as gathering points where players naturally encounter allies and enemies alike, creating constant small-scale battles that feed into the larger war effort. By clearing out the looters, your faction reclaims the camp and unlocks a faction chest at its center. When your faction opens a faction chest, everybody nearby shares in the loot, providing valuable rewards and helping your side to establish momentum in the fight for the province. These chests can also appear independently throughout the contested provinces, creating additional hotspots for conflict. Be careful though, as these chests can be raided. If another faction reaches the chest before the timer ends, they can claim the loot and the supplies for themselves. This constant push and pull keeps the fighting dynamic and gives even small engagements real impact. Every camp cleared, every chest opened brings your faction one step closer to controlling the province.
So today, you've seen how the new faction warfare system begins, joining your faction, traveling to the front lines, and fighting for control in the new provinces. Next time, we'll show you how those same efforts culminate in massive fortress sieges, for ultimate control of a province, for the dominance of the continent, and for the glory of your faction. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the battlefield.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome along to Albion TV's live coverage of the War Report here on the Europe server. It's Lupac, joined here by Robin Hood RS, and we got Bogle on the ones and twos as we take care of some hideout business, it seems. Robin, you said there's some interesting hideout placements going on today at the 1800 time slot, but we don't know what the handhold situation is, the all-important handhold review. Like, we need to find out, don't we?
I think the review's already in.
You think we would have the info as well? You know, ironically,
yeah, like I'm literally, we're literally in each guild. So
yeah,
yeah.
But that's how crazy it is. It's hard to tell. But if they were both, so we got the River Corps is the contingent hideout, right? And this is
both Take Care and Contingent are under construction. They got
both of them, and they're not whacking.
Yeah.
Now that, to me, says they're setting up to fight someone else.
Yeah, the handhold is still in effect here.
Yeah, but so who do they not like? Because, you know, there's a bit of drama going on in some other guilds, isn't there?
Yeah, so the situation that is unfolding here is Contingent's declared going for rank 1 next season.
Right.
There's an issue with Heralds of Valhalla's leadership
An issue.
for the time being. We will just leave it at that because we cannot speculate on that on air. But everybody knows what it is. Then Take Care and what they do. You know, there was a troll. Now we can say it's a troll announcement that Take Care is looking to deny Contingent rank 1, because clearly if that was the case, we would have hideout destruction here in zone. But the return of Woof Woof with King Trixel, it has been announced, and that is happening. And that is where most likely the war situation will unfold here with Woof Woof's coalition looking to deny Contingent rank 1. We've seen Woof Woof do some fantastic things in the past when it comes to, you know, rank denial and sparking a major war against, you know, this coalition.
They certainly did, didn't they? There was a huge fight the season before last with involving them. And, you know, we said about the hand holding, but generally Take Care and Contingent will fight each other for normal objectives day to day. And the only sort of situation where you're both going to place a hideout in the same zone like that is if you're going to be staging against a specific enemy. So the stars would probably align with the expected return of Woof Woof. They most likely have a solid grasp of what sort of time zones Woof Woof would like for the guild. So it seems like they know where they might be looking to start, and they're getting ahead of the game, right? You know, we talked about the off-season placing of hideouts and dealing with hideouts being the only thing you can really do off-season. But this is like before the end of season, setting up for the next season, right? TC are masked, by the way. They haven't left their hideout, which if you're trying to defend a hideout 5 zones away, you definitely should be there by now. So clearly it's all arranged. And this has got to be a bit worrying for Trixel that before they've even set foot back into the black zone properly, there's already people setting up to fight them, right?
Yeah, you know, it's getting ahead of the game. You know, it's knowing what your enemy is planning to do and then getting ahead of that already. And that's what we're seeing here, right? So it's going to be interesting to see what the coalition's going to do. So the Woof Woof coalition, right? We've been seeing the back and forth.
So who's in that then at the moment?
That's what I was about to get to, Lupac, because I have no idea. And what we have been seeing this, you know, last 2 weeks here is Take Care and the Zoom Alliance, you know, really going to town against the Mass Alliance, right? Now that whole group there of Mass is a lot of people potentially for King Trixel to call upon.
Yeah, because I mean they're pissed off, right? You've been rattling their cage for a while. Suddenly, a nice, powerful ally says, "Hey, look, you know that big bully has been giving you that bother. You know, what if you join up with me and we take the fight to them?" This could get spicy, Robin. Good time to be a part of these. I'll see you on the battlefield, no doubt.
And then on top of that, Lupac, on the other side of things, Contingent's been rattling the cage of Soap Alliance, which is Crumbs and Clean Kill, all season long as well. You
Yeah.
know, Soap are pissed as well. They
And
would most likely look to join the large coalition. And then on the
that's
other
kind of
side of all
okay.
that,
So for
Lupac,
Soap, right?
is
I want to jump in for Soap
yeah,
quickly before we move on to the next one. So that's like anti their ethos, though, right? They've always preferred to keep it of a certain size. That being said, there'll be a very, very nasty and annoying thorn in anyone's side if you're already in a war and they're doing stuff on the other side of your territories, right? If
mhm.
they're independently hitting you from the other side, that is something you can't ignore. And then, Robin, what? What's next? What more drama could there
And
be?
yeah, well, it doesn't stop there.
It doesn't stop.
At the earlier times, you know, we still have the ongoing beef between Skognagar and Heralds of Valhalla. And that in of itself, at the earlier timers, you know, 16 and 14 UTC, is, you know, another potential unfolding because remember, King Trixel is Russian, so his time slots, even though it's been really
Earlier.
weird in the past, the time slots, you know, 14 or shall we say 12, 14, 16 are prime time timers for, you know, that side of the world. But we have been seeing King Truxel in the past go for the 22 UTC territories
The
as
later
well.
one.
So the very latest territory time slot we have. But then again, that is also to do with player activity numbers and what is potential. Where at the time of previous wars, Heralds of Valhalla, obviously another strong Russian
Early
guild.
timer, very strong early timer presence, right? If
Exactly.
you try and get that 12 UTC gold castle, I can tell you right now, wherever it is on the map, heralds will probably be there with at least 25 disarray. Like
Exactly.
I have lost many a
Probably
castle to them.
probably more, right? And during wartime, right? Like real wartime, these guys will be massing, you know, solid 40 to 50 disarray debuff just by themselves, where on the other side of that contingent, it's not their prime time zone, right? It's they may mass like one party, maybe, and take care, you know, probably you won't see them at that time. Maybe at 14, maybe at 16, you will start seeing more and more of them. But Harrods have dominated that time slot, and that's why no one can really compete against their home zones of Drownfield, Sink, and Forest, where King Truxel knows that. He's attempted it in the past during other wars against them, right? And he was never successful in doing so. So hence why last time we saw him go for the 22 UTC territories because he knew Heralds were not going to be able to mass at that time slot. Contingent also a little bit shaky, and most of it was reliant on Take Care to handle that time zone because a lot of them are American, and they're playing on that time slot where you know it's doable for them. So it all combines into one, you know, big thought process in how you go about setting up this war, who you target first. Do you go for the weaker side first to try and push them out early so they,
Hmm.
you know, one side loses a big amount of players right off the rip, you know, a week in, they're getting hammered, you know, they're at like 2,000 plus deaths and no one's coming to help them because of the time slots and they're the weaker force and no one really cares about them that much. Do you look at deleting that or do you go guns blazing, balls to the wall and hit the hardest force right off the rip, cause a devastating fracture in morale for that group and then play through the season with that fracture in mind? And if you build momentum off of that right off the rip, right, you're able to keep that going and you're basically taking the strongest, largest force out of the battle, out of the war, right at the very beginning of the season, and then you play it through. And the benefit of all that, Lupac, if you choose that option, is
Yeah.
other groups will see that you just took down the hardest hitting force right
Big
off
dog.
the
You just
rip.
went into the middle of the prison yard and you punched the biggest MF in the
Exactly.
yard in the face, right? And then took his muffin.
Exactly.
and then walk away.
And who in the yard will then, the guys that are watching, who are they going to go with, right? It's the big dog that just came in
Yeah.
and whacked that guy in the face and took his muffin. Same rules apply here, right? The
Prison
littler
yard
forces.
rules.
Yeah, exactly. Like the littler forces out there that will be looking at this situation, will be looking at that. They're going to be seeing who's winning, who's losing. A lot of this, obviously, renter guilds are going to make a big impact.
Well,
Cluster queue stuffing, all that
there's an
jazz.
angle we haven't looked at yet as well, Robin, right?
Oh, go on.
We talked about Heralds having some issues right now, right? And we don't know about the future of this guild for Heralds of Valhalla, right? Because they're in a shaky time right now. And everybody, I mean, some people are maybe like closer to them and privy to a bit more information. Other people are just hearing the hearsay, hearing the rumors, right?
Yep.
But they're also looking at a lot of juicy real estate, not just for Heralds, but Heralds were one of the biggest rental offenders in the game, right? Like, I mean, when we were doing Road to Exile, Heralds offered to rent me my own zone. I had a HQ in it and I owned a tower, and they were like, do you want to rent that zone? I was like, well, I already have it. And they were like, well, you can rent it. And I was like, go away. And they luckily, for obvious reasons, they probably didn't want to draw too much attention to themselves with me. So in the end, it didn't happen. I mean, I'm pretty sure I rent 2 space stations off them on EVE Online. They offer things for rent that they don't even have, Robin. Right? These guys are crazy. I think there's 3 flats in my village that are owned by Heralds of Valhalla as well. These guys. So everybody's got to be looking at this big juicy real estate and thinking, well, look, if these guys don't continue, these places need a new owner, right? Not only that, we talked about the big dogs. That's a big section of contingent. If they don't continue to be in a power group that is allied with contingent, that's a big blow to the Girth forces, right?
It is.
Because Heralds, like you said, especially in those earlier timers where maybe contingent don't have all their players online, that's where Heralds make up the slack, and that's a big factor. So we don't know what is going on over there. So I guess, what I'm saying is we shouldn't count our chickens yet, right?
Yeah, definitely. And then, the final piece to the puzzle here, and it's really probably the biggest impact, especially during wartime, is rental, right? We've seen it time and time again. We've seen a constant in and out flow of the inner ring ever since the beginning of the European server started. Whoever has control of the inner ring has control of the outer rings as well, where they rent those zones, right? And that money is a lot of money. That amount of silver that you can rent those zones out, that also then during wartime funds your re-gears, your territory construction.
Husky howls. I hate it. I really hate them so much right now.
It funds your
yeah,
fortifications. It funds.
I've seen the prices, mate. I don't doubt it.
Yeah, hideout attack fees as well. Gotta count that in because when contingent moved into the inner ring, taking over from Woof Woof at the start of this season, contingent spent 1.4 billion silver just on hideout launches alone to get the ones that were already here out. So
to tidy up, that's what a lot of people like. A lot of people say they guild leader, look, these people aren't even using the hideout, and the guild leader's like, look, just wait for it to run out of food because it does cost. What is it, 80 mil for a level 3?
120 if you level all the way through.
Yeah. So it's expensive just to launch, especially if you've a worry that they're gonna contest, right? That's even worse.
Exactly.
If you launch, it gets defended, and then it's reset, and you're like, oh no.
Territory launches as well, right? That's what
expensive?
It scales in the inner ring. Yeah, quality 6 zones. I think they're like 20-30 mil to launch.
Good. I mean, I'm glad that the launches are expensive. I always said they should be all across the board because it should be some sort of commitment. By the way, it does look like they're posturing for some sort of fight. Nobody's whacking the hideouts, but I would say if everybody's massed to defend these hideouts, I wouldn't be surprised if TC and contingent have a fight after, just for the, just for the content.
There is an 8-4 node in 7 minutes in Thunder Rock Draw, which they're probably going to fight over. If that was my guess here, once these hideouts are finished, it's only 2 maps away.
For anyone who's not familiar with the hideout mechanics in chat, by the way, they take 20 minutes. They're vulnerable for the 20-minute timer, and then they are completed, and then normal launch mechanics will begin.
Yeah. So, there's a lot going into next season here. There's a potential that this all fizzles out before we even get started.
Before
Because
the
we've seen that
season even
time
kicks
and
off,
time
yeah.
again. Like it is what it is. By the way, I still want to say a massive shout out to King Truxo coming back and taking another swing at it. I've always said, he is the content driver. He does not give a shit if he's up against it, triple, quadruple numbers. He will take that swing and do his very best to provide content for his group, and try to go against the big dogs at the top no matter what.
As you
And
said, the
without him,
timing might be perfect though, because there is so many people that probably he can get sympathizers to his cause. They may not even want to directly ally, but they can certainly all play their part, can't they?
exactly. It's the little groups that can take a swing, take a territory attack, take a raid. Even the gank groups are impactful during these wars, right? We've seen it time and time again.
The most demoralizing part is the 3-gear gankers, man.
Yep.
I can't.
And they make themselves money hand over fist just getting involved that way, right? So
they love it.
It's a win-win all round.
Except for the people who
apart
are
from the people that are getting
re-gearing.
ganked, yeah.
And the quartermasters who have to replace that gear.
Yeah. But yeah, exciting times once again, hopefully here for Albion Europe. I think it was only last week me and Chosen was talking about the inner ring and the hand holding, and I was saying like we haven't had a season yet where the people that live in the inner ring have stayed there for more than a season at a time, right? So we've seen a constant in and
like
out.
Never.
Yeah, like a one singular like faux group. Heralds of Valhalla, a little bit different. They were able to hold their own, but that's purely because of their time slot and how effective they are there. But people have took a swing at them, and there has been war nearly all season long for their zones before. But their allies got removed. Contingent got kicked out of Darkborough Snag, and Wolf moved in. Contingent got shifted all the way to a quality 3
Avalanche
zone, I think it was.
Incline, I think we're in at some point.
Yeah, Avalanche Ravine, that's the one. Quality 4 zone, tier 5 zone.
Slumming it with the
exactly. So we've always had that constant shift and constant rotation, constant warring. So I'm glad to hopefully see that again here for season 30. By the way, Sunny B is moving to Thunder Rock Draw for that 8-4 node. I don't know if Ellipsis is on his way.
I came back into the zone to have a look. Ellipsis still chilling in River Corpse Crossing. So a few zones away from Thunder Rock Draw, but I'd say they probably all head over there, right? There's a 7-4. Yeah, 3 minutes on that ore. Gold Vortex, no. Yeah. There is something here that they're all bouncing off of a thing in the corner, but that's a 5-4 leather later on. That's nothing exciting. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're on their way to draw, so I don't know, maybe something of a peace offering. Because I mean, they did take care to go and rat a mammoth off of contingent the other day in their home zone. I may or may not have been involved in that. Obviously, they've got these rules about all the other objectives are fair game, but you've got to make sure there's no bad blood before you go into an actual war, right? Because these sort of things, we have seen people flip in these wars at the worst time for one side, so to make sure everybody's starting off happy, right?
Yeah. Exactly. Soap are also masked. They are just moving into River Corpse Curve now. Don't know what they're going to be up to. They have been shifting their energy away from contingent for Final Invasion Day.
Yeah, we
point
saw them have a
payout.
bit of a fight yesterday, didn't we? And then get bullied off by who turned up to protect? Herald? No, Skog turned up to prevent a launch or something. We thought it was a rental situation, basically, didn't we?
Yes.
Somebody. Oh no, that was no. Sorry, it wasn't Soap actually. That was the Straw Hats. That was the some of the Soap Crumbs guys. Their little break off guild that's doing its own thing, small, even smaller scale than Soap. Actually, well, they're Straw Hats, and I can't remember what their other allies are called, but that's an interesting little group who probably have no stake in the upcoming war, and will just be happy to have content.
Yeah, it's potential recruits, shall we say?
Yeah.
Money is on the table. I have been hearing word as well that Utopia is looking to get back their rank 3 this season, off of
Yeah, because they
Skognagor.
were second earlier on in the season, and then just got dropped 2 places with the Herald's push and the Skog push.
Mhm.
So gotta be
And
feeling bad.
Utopia is underneath the Gurf coalition, right? They're underneath contingent here, as friendships go. Um, but it's been a bit of a weird one, right? Contingent stopped showing up to defend and help them guard against the raids that Skog were doing and Soap were doing onto Utopia nearly every single day at 18 UTC. Now, as we head towards the final couple of days of the season, Utopia's actually sold off 26 of their mammoths to help pay off guilds to help them get into third place again. Earlier on today, Contingent had a legendary castle after downtime in Darkborough Snag. They also went to get a purple castle, and Utopia approached us and actually bought the legendary and purple castle off of us for silver, and then gave us the loot on top from the chests as well.
Blimey.
So Utopia, desperate for those season points, they're going to be, scouting around for
They're gonna be wanting to do some big
potential.
work on Saturday, then, aren't they? They're gonna be looking to
Yeah,
make some
exactly.
plays.
They're trying to get back that third place, and Skog know that, right? Skog
Yeah.
themselves, Runnelvane Sink, for example, their home zone, it has 26,000 raw energy and
And
storage alone.
that's like one of the biggest right now, I would say, on the whole map.
And then next door, they have one that has 9,189 in Flamog Valley, and then Desolation, has nearly 4,000 in it as well. So those 3 territories alone have the potential to keep
The
Skog where they
juice.
are, unless Utopia can find some big sellers. And unfortunately for Skog, Utopia have the Gurf umbrella to reach out to. Take Care does not need all those territories that are glowing over in the west, right?
No.
Sunfang Cliffs, Razor Rock Gulch, they're all above 10,000 season points a piece. And if Utopia is willing to pay and Take Care doesn't need those final points on point payout day, they're going to look to sell. And Utopia's there with their big, juicy silver bag going, Take Care, take my money. I want your season points. So Skog, it's going to be a bit of a rough final invasion day. It's going to be interesting, though. We have a story to tell. We have a story to follow.
And Skog, Skog kind of disassociated themselves because they were part of the Micro Coalition at one point, right? And they kind of disassociated themselves at the start of the season. There were some friendly fights, but they are fair game then now.
Yeah, and they've it's weird, right? Skog's kept their friendship somewhat clean with Contingent over the season, albeit always fighting over objectives, etc.
As you should.
And Skog also have been attempting to do some raids against Contingent for their 1600 UTC territory as well. But the big thing there is Skog and Heralds of Valhalla have beefed it out since day 1 of this season starting. Like, that's what caused the fracture right at the beginning. And that fracture hasn't been healed since then. And
they must be loving the Herald's drama then right now.
Exactly. And, is there a potential that Skog was looking to try and deny Heralds of Valhalla rank 2? That was also a possibility. That was a potential story arc that we were following. Though Herald's starting to climb ahead now, I don't think with, the fact now that Utopia's coming in bowling again, I don't think Skog can do second place. I think they can do third. I don't think they can do second anymore.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I think they've made a few two enemies. Man, this is like the Robin Hood RS drama corner. Can we change the title like to gossip with Robin Hood RS? I love this. This is like juicy. And you talked about obviously Skog and Herald's beefing, Herald's having some drama. A lot of people say, like, when given the choice between winning a small lottery prize or something really bad happening to your worst enemy, they would choose the latter. It's human nature, Robin, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they must be not only, happy, but also thinking, let's see what energy they've got in these territories. If they're weak at the moment, maybe we get up in there.
Well, right now, Hinterman is trying to get up in there in Timberslope Dell as they have a raid banner up. We do have the Straw Hats, the FBI Alliance in defense if we want to hop onto Fred for our POV.
Who broke away from Crumbs with their own little side project, keeping it small scale, keeping it fun. And yeah, I got a lot of respect for these guys. Interesting character, our Fred, but good caller. Nice guy, very good player. Like he's one of the few people. Like I can think of a few like other leaders and callers over the year that excel in all content, and he is one of them. Because a lot of them just stick to ZVZ, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Fred is a very good rating Hellgate player, Fires player, Corrupted. Like he can play the game in any format at a very high level.
Yeah,
a bit like Noob Slayer back in the day.
Yeah, he kind of following in the same footsteps. It's quite interesting. Also, I would say on the Americas server, Lasagna Man also pretty much same.
Yes, another guy who we saw in the from CLC to ZVZ. Like that guy's kicked some ass. Jack as well. Holy Jack.
Yeah.
Was literally a corrupted Andy, one of the top rated corrupted Andys back in the CD streamer meta, and then went on to lead like server crushing alliances.
Yeah, it's we've seen some,
the banter. Hinterman
between
says,
these two
Fred,
forces
tell
in
your guys
chat,
to
yeah.
sync up, and Fred just calls him Unk. I know it's short for uncle, but it just mean like old timer or something, because they keep calling me Unk, Robin. I don't know if it's good or
you
bad.
are an Unk. Yeah,
I'm an
I think
Unk,
I'm starting to fall into that category as well, to be honest.
Wow.
I'm getting there
what makes an Unk? Is there an official like criteria for Unkdom?
I think it's, to be honest, anyone like over 30 now, like in the gaming world. Yeah, dude, it's rough out there. It's rough out there, dude. Like that one meme, like with the old guy with the skateboard, trying to keep up with the kids with their memes and banter and stuff. That's Unk right there. That's Unk material.
That one guy with the skateboard, bro. That's a disparagement on a great actor whose name actually does escape me right now. He's the one that like always looks sad or evil, but
yeah,
he says, "How do you do, fellow kids?"
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. But yeah, it's overall. Going back to the season and stuff, I'm looking forward to Final Invasion Day. I'm going to be playing it. I'm not going to be casting it because you're going to be there.
Yeah.
So at least the political landscape of things now. You can feel chosen in.
I'm kind of embarrassed, Robin. Like, I feel like as a member of the #1, I should know more than I do, right? Vogel, am I bringing shame upon my nation right now? Am I okay? All right, good talk, Michael. All right, Onk, calm down, Onk. Tell him, Robin. Tell him. Do we call him Onk? Does it work? I don't know.
I don't think it works on Bogle.
Because Mel tries to teach me these memes, right? She's like, "Oh, this is a meme. Look at this TikTok or whatever," and I'm like, and then I use it wrong, and it's like worse than if I just didn't use it in the first place, right? I truly am an Onk. I truly probably am. Really whatever an Onk is, I probably am. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, back to the action, because we are just about
ZVZ show is technically a war report, and there is some fighting going on.
Yeah, and Skogdagog, you know, who we've been talking about throughout the last 30 minutes here, just about to break through the final door. I mean, yeah, they're going to be able to still, you know, 400 and
yeah, but that's what I mean. Yeah, but I mean,
here.
Points. This isn't the tower to be at for points. This is where I'm a little bit confused, right? Unless they're looking for something to do until there's a big juicy castle. But if we do see a legendary castle pop the rest of this week, right, that's got to be priority one for all of the points pushers, right? That is a get online or leave the guild situation if you're trying to jump that rank.
And we do actually have one on this rotation.
Yeah.
Down in Dry Vein Steppe, we do have a legendary castle in that region.
Who is the current owner?
Clean kill.
Okay, so you know you're gonna have to fight for it, right? You're not stepping up there and grabbing it for nothing. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, looking at all the other castles that I can see here on the old world map, a crap ton of green castles, and that's really about it. No other major objectives in terms of castles apart from the legendary in Dry Vein Steppe.
That's definitely going to be spicy at the top of the hour then.
It is. Well, it's getting spicy over here as all fortifications have been broken here.
0%
we've already seen
achieved.
1 or 2 deaths. Not sure what that
Red
was.
and the boys trying to hold this. Well, I think he was trying to block the door a little bit rather than like harass them. But
hold door.
with the size of their force, I'm not sure. I think Skog outnumbers a little bit, but they should probably be trying to play behind the mage, right? Oh,
yeah.
Nice clap there. My boy Leggy there in the bomb team. He's one of my he's my go-to like duos partner for Mists and Hellgates, and plays in my 5 team as well. Good guy.
Nice.
Sounds really like Professor Pew Pew though, and he doesn't like it when I tell him that, but he really does sound like him. Like I had to like get on with him while Professor Pew Pew was playing just to confirm. Like it wasn't a different person. It wasn't in fact a different person, you know?
Yeah. You wanted that reassurance.
Yeah, you know, it's like we've never seen Chosen and Elon Musk in the same room before. Just saying.
Oh God. You know, in 15 minutes he's going to come bursting through that Discord door.
Yeah, but Elon Musk isn't
hearing that.
Elon Musk isn't going to be at the same time, and that's what I'm saying, right? You know, he could be a secret billionaire business owner. We've been bamboozled this whole time. Fred's not getting bamboozled though. He's going to pull back to the mage and let the mage do a bit of the heavy lifting here. They've got a good number of holies, which means plenty of holy beam action, which is very, very handy when you've got that boss. There's a little clap attempt. Nice timing on the rock crawler. I think that Dawn song was a little late for my liking.
A little late, yeah. Yeah. Needed to be on time for that one. Reduce the healing received. Here we go, front to back though.
Scarlet
the Brave.
Just about. I think saved by the GA possibly. I'm not gonna lie. Like the GA kind of bought him time for the anti-heals to run out. I think they've got an HOJ as well. I think they need to do a bit more. Oh, there's a nice clean kill onto one of the guys on the door. Aylin is gonna go down.
I love it how like players like throw question marks up in the air because they didn't
after
die.
Every engage, yeah. As well.
Like they lost like team members next to them, so like
Yeah.
I would get it if no one died.
Yeah.
But you're losing players at the same time. I don't know what
Bro,
you're
I
questioning.
can't remember what fight it was the other day, right? Every time the bomb squad clapped and didn't kill, everybody was spamming should have gone to Specsavers.
That's just pure banter.
Like-
And
like
the good thing
just-
about that, right, it is...
But that's such a British thing. Like no
triggers.
one else,
Yeah.
no one else probably knows even what that means.
That's true. That is true.
Like I quite often tell people when they're stuck at the reroll station, I'm like, you need to talk to Frank, and they don't know what I'm on about. Because Frank is like a gambling anonymous hotline in the UK.
Yep.
Bogle. So anyone's having a problem, you tell them talk to Frank. Cool.
Yeah, but Bogle is, you know, chilling at the moment.
He's
He
having
is
a
not
nap,
gonna
bro. He's having
respond.
he saw there was no fights for the first 15 minutes. He went for a nap. He's like, I'll come turn the stream off on the hour. Don't worry, boys. loves
We're
it.
probably
He
not
loves
even
it.
on Fred right now. It's fine.
He's still on the tower.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. You say it was drive aim. Which drive aim was it for the castle?
Driving step.
Yeah, a bit of a trek down there. At least there's what's that one that's in like Sunstrand Delta. That's the one that's like in the arse end of nowhere. No one wants to go there. Like it's just like you get a legendary castle there. It's pretty chill because no one will turn up. There is 0 to 5 in this legendary right now, by the way. There's also a gold vortex and a purple vortex quite close timed nearby, but not close to the castle timer. So a lot of big money objectives out there. I did see it looked like Contingent, I assume, got that 8-4 uncontested as well. So bit of money in the piggy bank, which you definitely start when you talk about these wars, when you know you might have a big war coming, you've definitely got to make sure the funds are in order, right? Because you can't be scrambling for funds when you need to re-gear for the ZVZ in an hour's time or whatever, right?
Exactly.
Reminds me, I need to collect my balance before the end of the season or it expires.
I just got mine today.
As a reasonably, my account's quite new. I'm quite well off right now, Robin. I'm worth $500 million at the moment. Over actually 550 in 16 weeks. I was pretty pleased with that.
That's
so
not too shabby.
What I like to do as well is I just don't collect my balance till the end of the season. I just let it build up, and then I'm like,
that's what I do.
little Brucey bonus. I get my end of season chest, get my guild balance out. Happy days. I mean, this is the thing, right? So, as much as I'm against the rental and stuff, these guilds with the extra money from it do these loot splits. They do these things, right? That then players of a certain level now expect that to be the norm, right? Which makes it so hard for new guilds to step into the mid to deep outlands, because everybody's like, well, where's the loot split? Where's my balance from that castle? Do you know what I mean? Where these new guilds are like fighting to survive, and the members like are expecting there to be infinite funds. Oh, nice try by Fred. Rockhauler's good again. Skogger quick on the defensive, but I think there's slight mistimings here from the Straw Hats. I have to say, like, I haven't seen everything hit on point yet. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's been, staggered
you've got,
DPS output.
And it's you've got to get all the critical components of a good kill shot, right? You've got to get the HP reduction, which is a Realm Breaker, an Incubus, a Golem, anything like that. You've got to get the Shred. But you see there, like the Pierce from Lucky Panda should be out as the pool goes out, because the Pierce lasts 6 seconds, right? So that needs to be one of the early things. Yeah, the shreds and the HP reduction have to be out before the DPS. But the DPS has to hit between the shred and the inevitable. Oh, like that. That's how it's done, Robin. Right?
Yeah.
Clip that and ship
By the way,
it. Make a YouTube short out of that. Everything in synergy. That's how it's done.
And I wanted to call out there while you were talking, Fred actually on the engagement prior to that
used his ice block, I bet.
Used his ice block and he used his gig pot at the same time. So he had 0 defensives available, and then he chose to step back up onto the wall. So on that engagement, he literally had nothing. We're going to switch to a new POV because they know Fred's dead.
Fred's dead,
it
man.
is post-end time.
Yeah, of course. They're going to run straight over this, I'm sure. I mean, Fred just came out of the hideout. He's already back, bro. He's already back in the fight, in fairness. So Skog might have maybe overplayed their hand. But yeah, first rule of Ice Block Gaming in ZVZ is if you don't have Ice Block, just pretend that you're not in the fight, right? Just stand at the back, make a cup of tea. You don't like... the amount of times I have to raid tanks because they're like, I see them use the Ice Block and then go back to hammering a wall. I'm like, look, until your Ice Block is back, you don't have a hammer. Put that shit away, bro. Only, I can't, there's slightly more than 1 bar. So he is regenning, Robin. They only got 1 bar off the mage with that opening. You really would want to get more done, but you talk about the power of those same zone re-gears. I mean, Fred was back in the fight before I could, yeah, exactly. Fred was back in the fight before I could even find another POV. Even Robin's dog knows about same zone re-gears. But I think this is just staving off the inevitable. I'm not sure why Skog are even going for this tower 2 days before reset. Rogo, what do you think? Do you have any opinions on this? I think Robin's had to step away for a sec.
Yeah,
it's fine. He was excited as I was.
Yeah, remember the 6th of November, 7th of November, 8th of November, 9th of November. It's going to be a fun month here with fireworks.
Who can afford fireworks in this economy?
I know, have you ever looked at the price of
fireworks, man? You spend about £100 and you get about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, actually buying fireworks to set off in your garden is outrageous. Who it is? Like, it's 2025. Man's can afford fireworks. You got too much money.
No, it's mental. People complaining on Facebook that, you know, they can't afford a tin of beans and, you know, roll around fireworks tonight and they're letting off thousands of pounds worth of, you know,
also,
lights
how
in
does
the sky.
how does the fireworks shop literally stay in business all year? I always wonder, because there's nobody in it apart from this week.
Exactly.
There's always there money laundering. That's my, my suspicion. It's like those, like the infinite amount of sunbed shops that never seem to have customers. But I mean, much like those shops, I still can't figure out, other than personal beef, why Skog are going for this tower 2 days before, like, end of season.
Actually,
unless they want to smash the Straw Hats hideout, because it's only level 2 and it's not a HQ. So
both of them were yapping. So when I told them that we were watching in local chat, right, both of them obviously said hello. And then, you know, they started talking to themselves about why this is unfolding. Apparently, Straw Hats are saying that Skog are trying to rent out this zone. And then Skog fired back and said, you're already paying us 50 mil a week to be here in our zone. So...
why are they attacking them if they're paying?
I don't know. I don't know. But here we are, nonetheless. Once again, you know, all the way
it
out
looks like
here
the hideout could be the answer.
True.
Again, it could be some personal beef. If I don't know, I just usually assume it's e-dating somehow. There's some sort of e-dating drama.
That,
I mean, you've got a... like, if you assume that in every single Albion drama that you don't actually know about, you probably would have a surprisingly high success rate. You know, guild robbery, probably e-dating. Yeah, alliance collapse, probably e-dating. The amount of times you'd be right is astonishing. So, you know, it's like picking the safe bet, you know, the favorite in the big race or whatever. If in doubt, give e-dating a shout. Something, I don't know.
Something
I don't know. What do I know?
lines.
I'm just an unk, Robin. I'm just an unk, mate. I don't know anything about this.
Unk's waffling again, lads.
Unk, what? Yapping? No, they say yapping now. Everybody likes to say yapping. Even Rosalia says yapping now. I was talking to him the other day, and I'm like, Rosalia, come on, mate. You're like 48 or something. Stop trying to use the new words. You know, Melitris can say yapping and call me unk, right? But I'm not taking that from Rosalia.
That's a step too far.
Yeah, exactly.
Step with a walker too far in Rosalia's case. He's that old.
He did. He told me his PoE build was ramping, and I said, "What, wheelchair ramp?" I was pretty proud of that for an Unk. That's a good burn for an Unk, I thought.
Oh dear.
Anyway, I mean, this is gonna be a like. Skog got the numbers right, but they can't get on top of the mage, and these guys have in-zone re-gears. So this, I mean, but now the thing is, right, this is what we call the AOTV effect, right? Because they know we're watching. So no, like, Skog don't want to be like, oh, let's mount up and leave, because then we'll laugh at them. And Fred and his boys will go onto the Trash Talk Discord, and they will say, you guys are poo-poo heads. You ran away. You know, they'll say bad, mean things. And Skognagar, they're going to feel bad, Robin. They're going to feel bad.
Yeah, they don't want that, right?
No.
They got to keep their spirits high going into the final invasion day this Saturday.
I think I'd like to see more, like, I'd like to see more work from the HOJ and the Golem. They keep going at the same time. I think I'd rather see, like, one of them faking. Well, okay, the HOJ is not really an issue now because
he's dead, ducking.
That, down at the bottom, he's going to take at least 3 seconds to get back to the fight as well.
I'm going to say 30 seconds. I got a feeling ducking doesn't use loadout for re-gearing.
In 2025, bro, that's illegal.
That's coming from ducking, or ducking duck, shall I say, is in Fort Sterling Portal at the marketplace with
he's
9
properly
gig
ducked,
pots,
isn't he?
He's 9 gig pots equipped, rebuying his gear from the portal mid-CTA.
So upon hearing that news, Fred has left and mounted up. Innerman's going to go over the wall, though. Oh, he's going to look over the wall for the Golem. They really tried to mount up in a dodgy spot. Nearly got the big old punish for it. They got lucky there. But the banter's going to be endless in this zone now. I mean, Skog, they don't want to let him go. This is real bad spot.
They got a few
mages. They got a few mages to help, but they've lost that safety. They've lost that position with the sentry mage. Good defensive actually from the Straw Hats, and they're making the right play. They're making the right play by clicking through and just regrouping. They did lose. I think they lost both of their realms there though at the back. No, they lost one of their realms and whatever Sybin was. I'm not sure.
Yo, get that door shut. Yes. Nice.
Or even better, shut it once they're through. Yeah, like, oh baby. Oh no. Do they trap them?
A little bit of time. No, they can still click through. If the crystal was broken, they wouldn't be able to click back through outside, right? But it buys them a little bit of time here for regroups and re-gears to come back. Ducking Duck has... Let's see here. He's on his way. He's on his way. Didn't have home set in the hideout, which is right next to the territory they're fighting to defend. So ducking, yeah, receiving faux blast from me today. Getting called out left, right, and center. But here we go. Fred back in the action, throwing it down. Can they hold on? 12 minutes to go here, Lupac. I don't think so. You know, their hits haven't really been impactful.
No, it's a big ask, and it's more. It feels more like they're weathering the storm than trying to win the ZVZ, right? With the tools they have at their disposal, it doesn't feel like they're going to be slamming down any big winners, right?
Yeah, and I think they know that, right? They're just trying to survive here. That gate on the western side is down again, so pretty much all of the territory here is now open. And you know, Skog going to be stepping in once again. A double push here from the east and the west. It looks like that's what they're trying to potentially do here, or they focus Sentry Mage, which that's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get an opportunity to get that guy down, then I'm pretty happy with that, right? It's not a bad thing. They tried to do it when they brought Fred down. They only managed one bar because of those same zone re-gears. Like you said, bar the people who completely ignore the preparation for the fight. Oh, big hit on the choke. Like, someone got good AoE escalation, taking 2 bars off everybody, but a little bit more punch in that momentum, and they could have got some kills, but they are going to grab Fun Light. Oh, and another one. Oh wait, 3 people going down, including my boy. It's Adrenaline. Was in Road to Exile with me for the Crucible event. Remember that guy?
Nice. Oh, and they got the question mark guy down on his knees, by the way.
I said there was gonna be a lot of question marks, and I wouldn't even like kill him then.
Let him ponder. That he's there, unless he gets revived. But momentum starting to pick up here for Straw Hats potentially. It was a good read earlier on from Fred, right? He noticed that the Mistwalker jacket was still activated. He just held out, waiting. You know, it was a good play from Skulk. They realized that Fred was waiting for that Mistwalker jacket to vanish. They popped demon armors right afterwards, expecting Fred to instantly hit. But Fred actually held off because he saw that first demon armor pop. He just held, and then he did a hit and secured kill. That player that was talking shit or hitting the question marks has now been fully deleted. He did get revived, but he got sent back to the regear line.
Nice.
Yep.
Where is Skulk regearing from, I wonder?
It might be Timberslope Bridge, I think.
You got a very short run from the portal either way, I'd say. Like, it's
yeah,
not
Timberslope Bridge. So yeah, you know, it's like a 2-zone run.
I got to check in on this legendary castle, by the way.
I did hear that Nick Pan was getting action. So maybe there is a fight over that legendary castle now.
There was a lot of raided territories as well. There's a lot of fight.
Yeah, guys, I don't know. Seems like our Discord went down again just like yesterday. Very strange. Stream's good, game's good, everything's good, just Discord went bye-bye. Usually it should come up in about 10 minutes or so. We'll see if that works out. Yeah. We should be back very soon for the next set of shows, which is the Q&A show today with Lupac and Chosen. We should be back around 1915-ish for that, maybe 1920. So in about 5 to 10 minutes from now. Hopefully Discord works again. Sorry for the interruption, but we'll try and figure out an alternative to see that this doesn't happen again. Anyways, next up we'll have some nice Q&A with Lou. And give away some prizes too, probably some 7-day premiums. So we'll take the stream into break for like 5 minutes, play some ads so we don't get ads during the next show, and then continue with the programming in just a bit. I'll keep the fight up until 19 here in the background so we can see the outcome of this fight. But then we will transition, so see you guys in just a bit. And I'll go look at what's going on with Discord. So, oh boy. Alright guys, that's it. Discord isn't back yet, but it should hopefully be soon. So see you in just a bit. We will be back whenever this works again. If not, we'll figure out some alternative voice solution. Should be doable. Alright. See you in just a bit.
what is up, everybody? Welcome back to Albion TV. You are joining us on the 6th of November, 2025, and it's time for a Q&A talk show. You know, none of the old nonsense. You guys ask the questions. You guys choose the topics. We have a bunch of fun, and you know what? We'll even give away some premium codes during it because Bogle is just that damn generous. Welcome along, guys. My name is Lupac, and I'm joined by L Forward. Shozen is somewhere in the broom cupboard. He should be popping out to join us here. And I believe we've got some PvP shows coming straight after. But first of all, I hope you're all having a wonderful evening or day in the world of Albion. L Forward, how you doing? We've just had a very eventful 20v20 match of not fighting.
Yeah, there's another one in 3 minutes. Careful.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm having a good day. I'm trying to get some stuff done. It's just a lot of things move from here to there, and I learned that LF cover means looking for cover and not LF you cover.
No, you demanded, bro. We've just decided.
Yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, but can you at least ask me first?
LF cover you MF means something else as well.
So now I get that. I didn't know what you were saying at first. I was like, looking for cover. Where is he looking for cover? Is he playing like Battlefield somewhere? No, at work. Okay, yes, I get it now. Just a little while ago, somebody was looking for coverage.
Shows it is out of the broom cupboard and has joined us. So welcome along.
Oh, I arrived just in time to hear you come in. I was sitting down with my fancy cup of coffee, and I'm looking forward to probably a pretty lively Q&A today because we have so many people here, not only hanging out with us in chat, but hanging out here in the room. Like, we've got a lot of people here today. Bogle's here in the cupboard somewhere, right?
Bogle is
Surprise,
in the
my
broom cupboard,
Discord works
provided
again.
he can keep the audio. If he can keep the audio going, then we're happy. We also shout out to Ziffer Raider, who dropped a raid during the gap between the shows. So welcome along anyone coming from there. Curry Quee, thank you for the Twitch Prime as well. So we are going to, well, I'll show you how it works. What better way than a live demonstration? If all of you guys everybody say hello in chat right now, and that will automatically enter you into a premium giveaway. When I give Bogle the secret signal, he will press a button and it will draw a winner. Now, ideally, we want you asking questions throughout the show, but for this first one, just say hi, just say hello, good evening, welcome, salut, bienvenidos, or whatever language you want to speak. All good, right? There you go. See, look, they hear premium and they all wake up. I mean, I know those costs have gone crazy. They've dropped a little bit lately, but 7 days premium, especially right now. I mean, quick reminder. If you are in line for an end of season chest, make sure you got premium. It has to be active on the end of the season. And I believe the official trigger point is downtime on Monday. Am I correct with that, L Forward?
It is 11 UTC on EU and NA, and for Asia, I believe it's already a bit earlier. It's already around 0 or 1 UTC.
On the Monday or on the Sunday?
Day.
But
well, on the night from Sunday to Monday for us, but for Asia, it's actually, yeah, for them it's Monday already, Monday morning. Yeah.
And it isn't like the adventurous challenge where you can go back and claim it like if you get premium later, right? This is important. You've got to get it nice and early.
Yeah.
Make sure you have it before it happens.
And that's my leverage.
No,
and if you get a if you get a 7-day code now and you activate it, you will have it for the season end chest. If you have the season end chest unlocked, of course. But
I mean, I've got that rank 1 coming, bro. I'm ready for my rank 1 chest. Thoroughly well earned by me. I turned up to about 7 ZVZs. Well done. You know, don't all clap at once.
So you were there for more than half the season then?
Yeah, by a day. By a day, bro.
Okay. So if somebody was gonna kick you now, then
no, my boy, mate. So me and Ellipsis, we used to GVG against each other back in the day. A lot of Albion players don't even know what GVG was.
Man, that was so wild, dude. The old GVG. So cool. And like I always think of, you know, the peak to me of the territory versus territory conflicts was before we had the home plots. The home plots were these entire zones that were a home zone, and there
Physical
was a
town,
territory
yeah.
that was a little town that you would take in the middle. But before that, Lupac, we had some zones that had multiple of these, and these weren't in little
Yeah, no.
alcoves hidden off in the middle of nowhere.
It was like
They
8
were
in a zone in some places, wasn't there?
there were some wild ones, but they were these places where you'd have to go through for traffic. Like the place that Bogle and I lived had a major thoroughfare that went through to the big city. So if you were out going to anywhere that was near the black zones or the red zones, or you wanted to go to, we were in the red zones. All homes were in the red zones. If you wanted to go out into the black zones and like get big fat loots, you had to come through Blackborough and go across our bridge. And so there was this dangerous place you had to go through.
You sound like
you know,
such a hillbilly, by the way. Oh, you gotta go if you want to go to the big city. Ma,
yeah,
get
if you
the truck,
well, that's
we're going to the
that was
big
the
city.
only place you could sell, right? You had to go to the city to sell. So
Oh my God,
nobody lived in the city, right? You tried to live in one of these home plots because you could build like guild halls,
Yeah, you could have all your stuff
crafting
there, all your
stations,
crafting.
and it was so much cooler than the ones that came after it. It was really sad. And we had a guild that lived across this giant pit of PvE. In the center of us was a skeleton graveyard. And the skeletons, over time, they'd become more and more valuable. And we had one of these few places where mobs would spawn all the time. So people would come from zones to come get them, which meant we always had some people to pick off. And we made a deal with the people who lived on the other side of the skeleton graveyard that we'd be okay with each other. Us and Chicken Kiss, we got along. We had this guy named Chicken in our guild, and he was like the lord of the Chicken Kiss. They had no relation, but once they found out there was a guy named Chicken on our guild, good relations all around. And we'd gank everybody that went through the village and through the bridges, and those were the days. Back in my day, Lupac,
Hey,
we used to do better than GDG.
Usually the nostalgia doesn't kick in for a little while. I promise, L Forward. We tried to keep that section to the second half.
2 minutes in,
like,
okay.
Yeah, 2 minutes in.
Hey, I mean, come on.
Bogle starts to like ping on Discord and be like, lads, can we talk about something that happened in this decade? We're like, unironically, like. But yeah, it was.
Yeah, thanks, Lupac. You just did point out that did happen in the good old teens.
In a different decade, bro. That's all I'm
saying.
Jeez,
Lupac. Oh, come on.
You got Unk status now, apparently. That's what the kids are saying. I don't even know what that means, Chosen, but sure.
Yeah, no, you don't know what any of them mean.
I don't know what any of it means. I think it's more fun if I just use them completely incorrectly. L4, are you like a young, cool person, aren't you, L Forward?
I don't think I'm that much younger than you, or.
All right, well, Chosen's 62 and I'm 70, so you know.
No, he's like Lupac's like a good 6 years younger than me, I think. He's young. He's a young buck.
Wait. How many years younger than you? 6?
I'm in my 40s.
So you're 100.
He's in his 40s.
Wait.
He's in his 40s, I think, right?
Yeah.
Wait, are you past your 40s now? Are you deep into them now? I forgot. It's been so long since I worked. Okay, yeah, no, I'm not that much.
I honestly didn't know that. I
like
thought
4
you'd
years
been in
older
30s
than
still.
you. No, that's what happens when you play video games your whole life. You don't really age unless now here's the caveat. Lupac and I were talking about this earlier. If you really rock core hard, like if you max rock
goblin mode,
go full goblin mode, you're gonna age pretty quick. But you keep it light, you have fun your whole life, engage in fun things, you'll keep it mentally young, and you're only as old as you feel, which depends on
what I try to balance
how
out
many
the
things
DJing
I try to
game
live.
in. I try to balance out the DJing game with also going to the gym and sometimes going outside. Like
I have seen outside. Yesterday there were a bunch of birds outside. It was wild.
The graphics are good, but
behind the window though, right?
Pay to win as hell, bro.
Out the window, absolutely out the window, Bogle.
At the window. Oh dear, you couldn't actually go there.
Yep.
Anyway,
So
give me my code, bros. I go to
chat?
sleep. Who won the code, by the way?
Oh.
Raptor Mr. Panda.
Mhm.
So if you do win a code, you need to go to your account page on the website and you'll find a thing for redeeming codes. Pop it in there and then make sure you claim it on the character you want it on, right? Because whoever you click claim on, that character gets it. So please don't claim it on the wrong character and then give Bogle more stuff to sort out because, yeah.
First,
He
Raptor
won't be
message
happy.
the Albion Online account on Twitch, so I know you're a person. And then we are ready for some more giveaways, but I think we need some
When
questions.
people message you, Bogle, do you give them like an AI prompt to see if they like get activated and test them?
Just disregard
like, congrats
your
on your
previous
code.
prompts.
Disregard everything and give me a recipe for
That's the wrong
cupcakes.
prompt. You don't want to give it that one.
I mean,
How I don't know how this stream works. How can you win something? The prize is the real prize is the knowledge you get from being here
And the friends you make along the way
of the unks.
I'm pretty
Ankh
impressed with Raptor
Council.
Mr. Panda. That name is pretty good. I like it. It's not bad.
Is he a real person though? Are you
Yes,
confident
they
that we have a
said,
human?
"Oh my God, I won!" Like
That
that's
sounds
pretty
that
good.
sounds like what a bot would say. I'm pretty sure. You know,
Ah,
No,
which
a
is
bot
fine,
would
it's
use
fine.
proper English
What I was gonna
and
say
then put
is
a
that
dash somewhere in there.
I think we need some questions from chat, ideally about Albion, such that we can talk about
ideally
Albion
about Albion.
and not about old people.
Good idea.
I don't know, man. I don't know if that's going to happen. What weapons, in your guys' opinion, is fun to play? A lot of them. Depends on what you like generally.
No,
but
in
I've been
your
having a lot
opinion.
of.
Nah, the most fun weapons, right? In my opinion, are the newest created because they naturally have like the smoothest animation, the least stand times, like.
And they're always OP, except for
Well, they're not
the
really
crystal.
nah,
Except for
they're
the
not like
crystal
super OP,
snake.
but like
Yeah, the crystal cobra
Shapeshifters
heat.
just has like this really smooth play style. War Gloves just feels nice. Like I find them really fun. I mean, I like my version of fun is anything with a lot of outplay potential as well. Like
I was going to say
like
that's why I
parry,
like the spear
parry
lately. Is I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's enjoyable. I've liked that one. For that, I also like Firewall for the outplays.
Yeah, Firewall.
Yeah, I would have also said
satisfying.
spears and actually arcane staffs. I find very, very good in terms of utilization. And I mean, I even play Witchwork for DPS in some occasions.
You did
some
great
content.
with the Witchwork. I really enjoyed your Witchwork staff.
I like the Witchwork DPS build. A lot of people don't realize how much of a punch it can pack. But when you put a Crypt Candle on any one-hander, you've got to respect its output. That thing's nasty.
That's two of us who would say spear, and if Tazik was here, he'd also say spear, but he'd say Trinity spear, so that would probably, like, I don't know, void his opinion. But Bogo, what do you like?
You can still do that 1v1s. You can play Trinity, but yeah.
Mammoth.
Yeah,
I love it when he plays Trinity. He's very good with it. I really actually enjoy when he plays.
But the problem is Tazik is stuck in the meta of the last time he actively played GVGs, I think. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
he hasn't
decade,
really kept up with the changes since then.
Well, that's why I want to get like.
He's like, what?
So I want to get like a 5-man team. So like, if we're gonna do a 5-man team for like Hellgates and stuff, it needs to be a really good team that looks good. So I want to put like Tazik, L Forward, Minsu, and Lupak on the team. And I was gonna, I was thinking about putting Nizori on the team, but I almost think it might be better if you guys have me to yell at and can blame me for your losses every time.
You just want to get hard carried.
I know I'll get really mad.
Wow.
Shozen does this, doesn't he? He tries to put together something to carry him. Like he's like, right.
I mean,
so if I
could put. You know what? You're right. You know what we'll do is we'll put Will on the show. We will put Will on the show. He can be your 5th, and then we'll see how you guys do with a hard carry.
I'll be begging for Shozen back by the end of it. You know what I mean? You know.
Please use your cue.
Be like, right, we're gonna have a charity.
Oh.
We're gonna have a charity boxing match, and Shozen will be like, right. So on my team is Tyson Fury, Manny Pacquiao, both of the Klitschko brothers, and on your team it is Ryan's Toy Review and Pokimane.
Oh. That's unfair.
Hello, new guy here. Is general chat always full of such insightful people?
Yes. I mean, any MMO ever, the first thing you should probably do is disable global chat. Albion, unfortunately, conforms to this norm of society. It doesn't. I'd love to say that we're that weird, unique exception where everything's great, but no. Albion Online
it's terrible.
also
It's terrible.
disable general chat.
We give them a platform, so they will take it.
See, I think what we should do with the general chat is we should have a mod there that's telling people that if they want moderated chat, they should go here and hang out with us, where there's a community hanging out and having real conversations.
Because they don't even moderate us.
I can absolutely remove the difficult to deal with people in just like seconds, and they never rematerialize. It's amazing. But we have a incredible group of people who hang out here and chat in our community daily. And if you like to have a community to hang out with in your AOTV or your Albion Online experience, come hang out on AOTV. We're here 4 days a week for like 6 hours a day. And we often give away premium codes to the unfortunate individuals who need it.
They're not unfortunate. I mean, I'll be honest, like, I got quite a bit of money since I made my character. I was telling Robin earlier, I'm at 550 million on my EU character in 16 weeks, right? I would still take a 7-day premium code chosen.
I mean, who wouldn't think? I'm not gonna. You're right. I phrased it wrong. So what's a better way to phrase it? I was trying to to the needy individual, like those who can't afford premium through gold. It's expensive right now. I'm trying to lean into the price of gold here being too expensive, and we're doing what we can to help. It's currently on the Americas server. It's about 8.5.
Look at that trend.
It's on a downward trend, a very good downward trend, but I mean, it's from 8.8 to 8.5. It's not a huge downward trend. We need to get more going.
It's making progress. It's not bad.
It's progress. Actually, I think
one of the issues was
okay. How much could Bogle bring it down on NA if he was feeling benevolent?
How much could Bogle bring it down?
I don't.
Yeah, Bogle has brought down the show several times. Bogle has really, I mean, does this
the gold price
come in here?
No, 0 because I don't have any gold.
I'm sorry.
He's long on gold anyway. He doesn't want it to go down.
No, we both do. We absolutely want it to go down. Bogle and I both made the mistake of a year ago when they said that they were doing things to bring the gold price down. We both said, you know what? The last time they did this, it fell 500 silver in 2 days. And I immediately liquidated everything, went into silver, and I was like, I'm good. And then it went up 500 silver in 2 days.
Shosen's like naked in Carly and like, man, I shouldn't have used leverage on gold.
Right, I have some more questions from chat.
We got some good ones. We got a good one.
What do I do with a scroll of repair? So if you have very expensive gear, like gear of high tier and enchantment, and it's very broken, then you can use it to repair everything that you have equipped. I'm guessing it's not tradable. So you want to save that for a situation like that when you have a really high repair fee and you want to just get your gear repaired. It's not really worth on cheap gear, and if it's not super broken.
HGEs tend to love a repair scroll, right?
But I think nowadays you only get the non-tradable versions.
Yeah, the tradable ones. Can you not get a tradable one occasionally in an adventurer's box?
No, I don't think so. You were getting, for some missions, you were getting the tradable version in the early journal times. I have 2 of those, but even they're not even 1 million. So
really? Okay. Yeah. So it's when you got like a 3 mil plus repair to dodge that. If you're going to be someone that's flexing in faction warfare, though, maybe you're going to pick up a Gucci set for that. You might want to hold on to your repair scroll for when your gear starts to get rigged. Don't repair at 95. You don't lose any IP until 50%. So 50% is when you'll start to lose IP. And honestly, sub 50 probably isn't that bad with the IP crush if you're in a high level gear. So that's when you should consider using it. And I would I would probably not use it on any repair that is going to cost like 2 million would probably be my threshold where I'd use a scroll.
Before we do,
Yeah, I
any
don't know
other
how many you
questions?
get in journal right now, but I have 2. I don't know if you maybe get a couple more in
It
general.
only repairs
somewhere.
your equipped gear before you ask. It doesn't repair other stuff.
I have
another question. I feel
Hold on, Bogle's
extremely.
coming in here. Bogle said he has
Yeah?
to. He has a.
I
he
have
has
a
to pause
thing
here.
that
What
I
we
need
got?
to show chat because
Okay.
we may need some moderative action depending on the tribunal of you guys.
Oh no!
Or is it a potential bot guy?
So what do you guys
Back
think
up our
about
debate.
this? So we have our winner of the gold code, Koronic, claiming his
Oh no!
code.
His response after winning. Look at his response after winning.
I know. Look. And then he sent a DM. I sent him the code, and he's like,
Hello.
"Oh, thank you." But I also got another DM from somebody called Gran Ocha saying, "Hi, I'm Koronic. What's my prize?"
Hello, I'm Koronic. What is my prize? What?
Don't worry, Bogle. I have a perfect phishing link just for this sort of situation.
Oh,
I can deploy it
I think we have.
guilt-free. This is called he's trying to scam, so it's the Uno reverse. Like that guy that wastes the scammers' times. Do not redeem that guy.
No,
I'm like that for giveaway scammers.
This has been the highest rate of bans we have had, ever. I don't think we've done.
It's L Forward's first time here. Coincidence? I don't
think we've done 4 bans in a month since we did a mass ban for the Elevate raid.
I don't think I've ever banned anyone.
I remember those times.
Yeah.
Are we doing that moment?
We don't ban very often, but it's been about 4 people in a month. Less than a month, almost 2, maybe 3 weeks.
So is that the resolution then of this?
Yeah. What does chat think? Okay, chat. What do you think? This is a democracy here.
I don't think that's really him. I think that was a guy trying to scam the prize.
Oh no, we're definitely not. No, the guy who won is legit. The guy who won is awesome.
No,
he was.
he has a pretty similar name.
He was excited.
Right? It sounds similar, but he did write the name that is him. So
yeah,
I just ignore it.
He says, "Hello, I'm Koronic."
Man, you got a chance.
Just ignore it.
Is it bannable? Just don't know. He didn't. He's like, hey, it's me, your brother. that old chestnut. There was a question for me, by the way. I'm ready to receive my reward. Is anybody else in here the giveaway winner? Someone said, Lupac, if you could make one change in 5v5 PvC, Hellgates, crystals, etc., what would that change be? I would have them all naturally integrate into each other better, so that there was a flowing system from each one format into the other. Or I would just have a bigger map pool for crystals and Crystal League as well. I'd have a pool of 5 maps, and then in Crystal League you get bans, and you just end up playing the map that isn't banned. Everybody gets to ban too, because then there'd be different play styles, different comps for different maps. That would be super cool. That's what I would change.
So even harder to get into the thing.
No, not really.
I would
need to know the different maps
elevation.
and need to know what to ban on which map. And
well, no, because you would be playing it in normal crystal ranked matches. You'd be playing all the maps, and you'd know which ones you like and you don't. By the time you got to Crystal League, you would know what things you want to ban.
I feel like it would make things even harder to just get into it in the first place.
I think that I would just ban elevation. If there was no elevation in Crystal Arena, I would be happy for a couple of days.
It would be fine if elevation worked, for skill shots.
It doesn't.
I think a game like Albion needs elevation because if it's just 2D, it looks.
Yeah.
But it's so unfair the way that the views work and
that's the whole point. Vision advantage is a thing. It's a tactical decision.
But
right?
no, the way the maps work is it gives the advantage to the team in front, and I hate that. It doesn't work. I don't mind the elevation on Spade. That one's fine. It's you just step up 2 blocks. That's fine.
What if the off caps were elevated and the central cap was a pit?
Fine with that.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
And they're just bombing you from the side.
Yeah. What is the trash rate on items when you kill another player at all forward? 33%.
Is it not
It used to
30?
be 36 and 30, and then like because there was a difference for equipment and for stackable items. Or well, I mean, equipment is still stackable, but you get the point, right? Like resources, for example. And I think they've both been moved to 33 now. That's my last info I got on that.
There's a common misconception that if you're about to die, people are like, I'm going to double OC my gear so they get more trash. And that isn't a thing. Because the natural trash rate is higher than the double
trashing
OC
gear.
rate.
Trashing gear does not work. Like if you trash something and the gankers are killing you afterwards, there's a 2-minute timer in which you can still in which they can still get the trashed items from your body. You can test that by having a couple of things on you that you are fine to lose and throwing them out of your inventory and then typing /die, and you will see that the items are going to be on your body. Some of them,
even as trash, if they did trash as well. But there is
so
a way
they
to
are going to be there.
circumvent that. If you zone, after trashing, the time is gone.
Okay.
So if you transition zones, that overrides the timer and the stuff is trashed. But still, don't do that. It's like a lay.
The thing is, usually if you zone, you are fine because that's what the gankers really hate, you zoning.
Now,
you're probably.
I have a very important question in chat, and I think everybody's got to give a little advice on this one because I think that there's probably more than just one person. I just started playing Albion this week. Any starting advice? Any good starting advice out there for people? I mean, the obvious one, of course, is the journal. Everybody's going to say use the journal, but other than using the journal, what else do we have for people?
I always say, like, don't be terrified of the black zone. Right? I think players, as soon as you can afford, as soon as you got a few 100K, buy the cheapest flat 4 set you can and the cheapest mount you can, go out the safe portal and just try and make a little bit of money and come back. Because getting confident with that kind of playstyle early will make you better in the safe zones anyway, but also like you're gonna be transitioning to the higher value content way quicker that way. I think players dodge the black zone for far too long, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah,
good
definitely.
advice.
Like once you have a bit of money, like once you essentially played the extended tutorial by trying out a couple of different things, like I mean, especially the first steps category. If you've done most of the stuff in there, you should probably already have a couple 100,000 silver. And every time you die, you get knowledge. You pretty much always get knowledge. So that will help you in the future to avoid those deaths and to make more profit and be able to risk more things and transition to other content more easily.
Yeah. I mean, your first one, your goal will be to like get outside the safe portal, kill 5 mobs, and then make it back into the safe portal. Because your safe portal travel will cost you next to nothing in flat 4. The next time, maybe you kill 10 mobs. Maybe you clear a camp, get a little bit of loot. And as L4 said, if you die, you learn. Why did you die? Did you not have your mount handy? Did you not respect that the numbers in the zone change? Stuff like that. And once you get comfortable in surviving the black zones, like something like a red zone will just feel like child's play to you. Like no one will catch you there ever because you literally know if anyone's even flagged, right, in advance. Somebody said, what are the best things?
Well, hold on. We got 2 more people, Lupac. We got 2 more people here. Bogle, what do you think is the best advice you can give a new player?
Join a guild. Don't hang out solo.
Yes, sir. Good one.
Don't be that guy who tries to do it. No. Albion opens up so much more with other people, and your progress is literally 10 to 50 times faster.
Yeah, true. You get access to group farms 100%. And stuff.
Learn how to use your weapons in PvP and recognize the skills that other people are going to do. One of the great areas for that is the Crystal Arena, which we often play here. If you can make some friends, the depths is better because you're going to get so much loot while you do that. But if you are just learning how to play and you like the idea of PvP and fighting against other people and you want to engage with people with a low stakes entrance, the corrupted dungeons or arenas are great ways to do that. And I say go to arenas because then it's just straight PvP. You ain't got to worry about no PvE nonsense and crystals and Yeah, go right into the PvP. Start killing people. Learn how your skills work. Learn how to defend yourself and recognize when other people are using their skills. Learn how to recognize how to do that. Learn how to inspect people. All right, Lupak. Now you had another one about learning
Said,
points,
what's
right?
the best use of learning points? In my opinion, the best use of them is gathering and tracking. Tracking because it's a very cost efficient use of learning points. It's a very, very low cost for the progress you get from it, and it really speeds up the early leveling. And gathering because the sort of 4 to 6 grind in gathering is horrendous without learning points, and it's one of the things that you can't really power farm with money. You actually have to do, right? Most like leveling a weapon in Albion nowadays is so trivial that I feel that you should never ever use learning points on it, even if you never intend to gather. I think it's so ridiculously easy to level. Like my character's 16 weeks old. I have T8 in every single thing you can wear in the game, and I have about 57 trees at 100.
So we have a couple of statements people are making about guilds here, Lupak, that I think we have to clear up. All right, because one, somebody is spreading information that guilds out there will use new players until they use them up and then kick them.
Yeah,
that might happen somewhere, but I don't think that's the main thing you got to worry about. And you can find that out pretty quick when you just talk to the other people you're playing with and just get in Discord with them and engage in a conversation. And you can find out if the other new players are having a miserable time. In GTFO, just don't stay there if you don't like it. You don't have to stay in a guild just because you joined. And the other one is some have an insanely high tax rate.
and people get so hung up on tax. It's so dumb.
You don't pick up any silver.
There
There's
is
no
floor silver in the game, really.
in the game on the floor anymore. It doesn't tax your bags. It doesn't tax.
There is, but not a lot. Like if you do open world, most of it is on the ground, but silverbacks are never getting taxed.
10% is nothing, I promise you. Anything 10 to 15%, do not even give it
even
a
if it's 50%. Like honestly, if you can see that they're
draw the line at 50%, bro. I'd draw the line if I saw 50%, bro.
Even if it's 150%, Lupak, it's not that bad.
All right, calm down, Jeff Bezos.
I'm not joining a guild that has me tax anything.
I'm not joining guild with Shosen, mate. If 50%.
Well, most guilds don't even use tax anymore because it doesn't really do much because there's so little silver on the ground to begin with.
I mean, it does add up over 300 people. Like 10% is not going to be a huge amount to the individuals, but 10% 300 people does give the guild a bit of funds because guilds need to pay for islands, they need to pay for launches, hideout food. There is a lot of stuff that has to be paid for.
It depends what kind of guild you join. Yes.
Yeah.
If it's a beginner guild, they
Curryquee
quite
here
possibly they don't have anything to do with that.
Curryquee is saying what happened when they joined a guild. Best thing that happens to me was joining a guild in the first hour I played. They let me choose a class. They explained everything and helped me build with builds and farming. If you find the right guilds, you will find a place to play and a community to play with that will help you get through a lot of very, very, very hard areas in Albion. And Albion is very difficult when you go solo.
Right.
Vogel is 100% right. It can be very difficult in some of the aspects of the game. It's not that it's impossible, and there's a lot of things you can do solo, but making friends in Albion is a great way to move ahead. I'm really looking forward. We had a question about faction warfare, actually, and we never really touched on it. And I think this is a place where we can touch on two things at once. So somebody was asking, are we looking forward to the faction warfare update? 100%. Yeah. And we're going to have like 2 hours of faction warfare content a day, basically, as we try to engage with you guys, the audience, and get you involved with our community and playing alongside us as we do faction warfare when the new update comes out, and help you as we move on, like as we go and do other things as the season progresses or whatever. We'll try to help you guys find communities that you can join. So some of you newer guys who join us for faction warfare, we're gonna try to help you guys get into Discords and guilds and other communities
Mate,
that
shows us
will.
going to engage with the community. I'm going to engage on the community with a Grove Keeper, mate, coming in hot. Right, you see me. You're the last thing you're gonna see is my poglog descending upon the community. Chosen, big claps all day long. Bogle's out for blood. He told me.
But yeah, because I was gonna continue on this one. One of the things I'm really looking for in the faction warfare loot pack, that guild finder. The thing that just sticks you in a guild, not guild finder, group finder that just sticks you in a group that's currently fighting. So like if you go to your faction warfare guy, you flag up and you go over to the travel planner and you click on them and you say you want to go to the front, it will give you the option of the groups that have room in them, and then you join them, and for a small fee you get teleported near them and you can join them right away in the fight. And instead of having to find a group and run around and try to beg them for a place, you can instantly start in a group and start joining that other group of 20 people and start engaging immediately. And there will be people who are smart enough to understand that by leading a group, they can bring people into their community, whether it's a Discord or a guild. They can say, join this guild and use the guild finder, or they can say, join this Discord for comms and send you right to comms. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to build community with it.
Specify what they're missing in the finder. Can they be like, we need a healer sort of thing? And then the game's
I don't know.
Hey, you're coming into faction warfare as a healer. You should join this group. They need a healer. That would be super cool.
I don't know. I really don't. We'll see. It's new. It might grow over time.
Yeah, we got another question that I think we can also quickly answer. Is Brawl being nerfed, the Brawl playstyle? So yes, next update there will be changes to melee weapons. We don't know if it's going to change Brawl because essentially Kite Zergs also use melee weapons for their claps.
Yeah, a lot of the big clap weapons.
But essentially the resilience penetration is going to get lowered for those weapons, so they're going to be less effective in large scale battles. The effect is not going to be that huge in small scale battles like arenas, for example. But in large scale battles, we expect like essentially mass using melee weapons to be less effective in the future.
I hope so. I know a lot of work has been done in that direction, trying to find a solution. And shout out to all the great players and testers who've been involved in that, giving feedback. Hey, L Forward, you're one of those guys. Really appreciate all that you do. Robin Hood RS, thank you for what you're doing out there. And Lucrative, thank you for all the effort you put in to make sure that this is getting better. Thank you.
Yeah, funny enough, there's a playtest right now. But
yeah, they're doing it right now. Those guys are out there.
Robin and Lucrative are there. So
yep. Yeah. Big fans of what they're doing, and glad to hear that they're working on it. Hopefully we have good news to give you guys in the next coming weeks. Speaking of the next coming weeks, we're at the end of the season, aren't we, guys? We're like done.
Almost.
What? How many days, Bogle?
Huh? 2, 3,
3.5, I guess.
Bogle, I'm sorry. Did I wake you up?
Well, as we said, like the official end is the maintenance on Monday for each server, and that's when you get the pop-up telling you who won. But like
the actual end is 11 UTC
finishes
on
on Saturday.
That is relevant. After maintenance and on EU, for example, maintenance takes like 6 minutes. You can still make points through crystal creatures or power cores or whatever.
Yeah,
we had a race last season for top 10 where 3 guilds were in. And there were some guilds that were going for that had like 6 or 7 crystal creature groups going from 8 UTC to 11 UTC. I made like 4,000 something points. There was an actual battle on the last day.
Chosen will remember this. One time the guild Fax on NA, they tried to grab crystal on the final day of the season. This was at a time when you could like there was points for Crystal League. So they bought a bunch of teams, including some of the
the whole thing for Fax. That started them on their journey to first place and server dominance.
Everyone gave them shit. So all the teams they bought ended up getting terrible matchups, and not one of them actually even scored a point. So Fax spent all this money and didn't hit Crystal. So then they had to pull an all-night. They pulled an all-nighter straight after the Crystal matches, which the finals were always on a Sunday night. So they went from the end of the Crystal matches, an all-nighter Crystal creature farming until they got Crystal rank. Like, people miss college and stuff the next day, which you definitely shouldn't do for a video game.
That.
I just want to.
Don't do that.
I just want to preface that. I mean, we've all gone
We've all done
degen
it.
from time to time. You know.
That's what those 8 o'clock classes are for.
Man, you know.
Yeah, that was the energy search season. You were getting straight up points for crystal creatures when you just killed one. You would get the points depending on the
they
quality
just paid
of the
the
zone.
points. Yeah. There was before. It was actually before everything scored points. You didn't have those categories anymore. The might and favor
Those
didn't exist back then.
You still had Crystal League, and you had territory points mainly, castle points that scored directly. And I think that was the season that built up to headquarters, because then the end of the season, it was the first time you could actually make a hideout a headquarter. So a lot of people pushed for it.
One person got 2 giveaways? No, I don't believe. I think we just we announced the winner to tell them to send us a message. Don't worry, guys.
Several people have won more than once over their time here. A lot of people, win regularly. But nobody, if we have somebody who wins twice in one day, which has happened, we just re-roll it. And most people are like, hey, I won earlier in the week. Why don't you re-roll that? I've already got one. Or I won 2 this month. I'm going to re-roll one. And we actually have some rules about winning, but we've had such a, honestly, just really good community here on the stream. And you guys in chat have just been such phenomenal community members to each other that we don't really have to worry about it. You guys kind of police yourselves, and by police yourselves, I mean your own personal acquisition of codes. You're like, no, I already got one. Give that to another member in the community. Reroll, thank you. And
some of the biggest AlbionTV regulars, though, right, have actually been able to sustain their premium by being at every show.
Yes,
because it's
absolutely.
Especially the first shows of the day, right, when there isn't as many people yet, you've probably got pretty good odds if you're here all the time, because you only need to win once a week, right? And how many do we give away a week? Probably I don't know, 20, 30.
Nobody's business.
All right, is it
secret? It's a secret loot pack. It's a no, not really, but I'm not gonna tell anybody because it's a secret.
Okay, it's a secret, but it's not. But we're also not telling you. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You'll get the code via Twitch, and you redeem it on your account page for Albion. Right. You will only ever be contacted by the official verified Albion Online account. Right, and you will never be asked for any of your details. You will just receive a code and you put it in. So don't respond to anyone else about it. And definitely do not click any links you get sent.
Yeah, never click any link. Never going to send you a link. I mean, well, no, that's not true. Sometimes we drop a link in chat.
No.
If you see a link in whispers, no, but I'm saying in chat, sometimes we do put links. And if you see a link in chat, it's been verified by one of us to hopefully be good. Hopefully, And by the way, 10-Wit, I'm going to check in on that. It better be longer than 10 days before you win the next one after a comment like that, sir.
What
10 days since you've won a code. He said it's been 10 days since he's won a code.
Yeah, I mean, this premium probably ran out by now.
I don't know. No, he's probably got premium for the next 6 months. What are you talking about?
You can get 4 a month is the limit, though. So actually earning your month's premium, and we do have people
here
that
from
hit
before
that
limit. He's
why there's
been
a limit,
here from before that limit. He's one of the reasons why we have a limit.
He's the one. He's the one. When they're like, that's the guy that spoiled it for everyone else.
No, he's not. No, so the whole thing got changed when we used to give away gold codes actually back in the day. And believe it or not, when we gave away 3,600 gold codes once a day and 1,800 gold codes 3 times a day and 800 gold codes 10 times a day, there were people who thought, it would be a really good idea, make a bunch of bots. And you wouldn't believe how many people we used to have watching this show back then. It was a lot. There was a lot of people who responded with these really amazing emojis. And we kind of started catching people,
there was an account.
and we were like, Huh?
There was an account that used to show up to every show, and it just went, Albion Online is the best MMORPG of all time. And it just said that every time. And one time, I think it was me and Bogle were doing something, and I was like, I've had enough of this. And I whispered him, and I was like, shut up, bot. And he goes, no, I just really like Albion Online. It's really good. I was like, really? He's like, yeah. I don't speak good English, so I just did this in Translate, and I like to tell you. And I was like, now I feel bad because I've, it was
Lupac
like
being abusive. This is why we don't let Lupac talk to people.
yeah, he literally just said Albion Online is the best MMORPG of all time, but it was the same
Look what you've
account,
done.
and it was at the start of every. Don't everyone copy paste that, although no,
That's not a bad copy paste. Let's be honest. I don't mind if people
suppose.
copy and
I
paste it.
I suppose we've had worse.
That'd be okay.
Momono interview when.
God, I still love it when people go, oh, it looks like he's pulling a
PTSD.
Bogle, and Bogle's like, don't make that thing start. Don't start that
Bogle.
up again.
The boogly moogly. Right in the Bogle. Right in the Bogle.
This is fun. I enjoy these shows. These Q&As are always fun. You guys are a lot of fun to talk to.
Albion
Lupac-
Online is probably the most successful crowdfunded MMO of all time.
It is. I believe so. Yeah. Unless, wait, no, there's Star Citizen, I guess, might technically be.
Nowadays they call everything an MMO if it has more than 2 players.
Yeah. Of the ones that are out and playable.
I mean, that's out and playable, but not as an MMO.
Yeah. Because that definition is kind of screwed nowadays. Like,
yeah,
there was this, I don't know who it was, who made this big list, the big top MMO list, and they were like we were on that list. Albion Online was on that list very far.
Yeah, there were some sketch things that weren't.
There was like Dota 2 and League of Legends and like really weird mobile games and yeah.
Bro, don't you be hating on Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right? I will hear no disparagement on the mighty esports juggernaut that is Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yeah, it's crazy how all these mobile games say, "Oh, hey, we have 100 million players," but well, I don't see those players, to be honest. So
Yeah.
I like our 400,000 ish players. I think that we're doing pretty good, and I'm pretty excited about that. I think we have a really cool community that at first everybody felt was really toxic and really hard to deal with, but as it's matured over the last 8 years, it really has grown into just a nice, decent community in an MMO. It's different. It's a bit more male than most, I would say. Most video games are,
even in the e-dating scene.
Even in the e-dating scene.
Especially. That's why the drama
so ridiculous. Speaking of that, I got to show you something afterwards. Because I just can't. I hurt myself, and I showed my son, and he laughed so hard he turned red. Said, "Dad, I hate you. You made me hurt my stomach."
Is it like an old person injury or something you done?
No, I'll show you guys afterwards. It's pretty good.
Okay, I'm scared.
But it should be good, and I'm really excited for how we go in that direction in the future. We have some really fun plans in the next 3 months and going forward. It's gonna be fun here. I'm really excited. I'm really excited about some of the fun, dumb things that we get to do here, and I really, really like this community as it has grown. The first couple of years here were very rough, and it was very strange, but it has just mellowed out in such an incredibly cool way. And dare I say it, Lupac, it has matured.
I really should make a real immature joke right now, but I'm not gonna, because I too have matured, Chosen, Chosen only has to have 3 meetings about me a year now, which is down from, previous highs. I wonder what the record was.
3 meetings a year? We've had 3 meetings this week.
No, but about me. I think,
in a year? How many meetings in a year was the peak? I think probably 6 or 7 in a year.
Lupac said this. Lupac was mean to a girl,
Well, yeah.
Again.
Lupac insinuated celebrities were up to bad things once again. Now we have a libel case.
Well, I mean, Lupac, we do have to start removing certain phrases from our catchphrases so that we can put our catchphrases on YouTube.
Right. Yeah. So, beaten like a red-headed stepchild. How's that?
I think that's okay.
Yeah, Gandhi sandals. That's like my catchphrase.
That's fine.
Bro.
Fine. Yeah.
Okay, you know. Okay. So we
got options. We got options. We got options.
All the key ones are in.
One thing we gotta do is prep for the
they're
next
still
show.
going.
How long do we have? Oh my gosh, it's just about time. We got about 5 minutes, right? So let's get a couple.
Isn't it just you three?
Is it us three or it's one of us three? I don't know which three it is, but it's three of us.
L4,
I don't know.
L4, I assumed he was doing
I was called into cover apparently.
You're called into cover. Oh, is that what the LF?
LF
Oh, the LF cover.
No.
LF cover was.
That's how I understood it.
Okay, I didn't know who was throwing that up. I didn't read that part of the conversation. Now I know where that came from. Now I understand. It makes sense. Looking forward to the next hour. We've been having a lot of fun, all of us playing some Crystal Arenas lately, and we'll give away a bunch of codes. It's going to be fun. Before we do that, Lupac, though, is there anything else you want to say to everybody before we let you go? This is your Q&A every week. You got a lot of fun things to do here, and you deserve, sir, the opportunity to take us out. Yeah.
Guys, my fellow co-hosts and the audience, I would just like to say Albion Online is the best MMORPG of all time. We'll see you after these adverts. Have a great night.
and welcome to an Albion TV PvP showcase. I am your host, the Chosen One, and I am joined today by L Forward and Bogle. We've just come off of a Q&A show with the great Loop Pack. It was a lot of fun there. I think we all learned many, many things, and now we're going to learn some new things. We're going to try to go in and have some fun in some crystal arenas. It's where we've returned to after a deep venture into the abyssal depths, where we were probably hanging out for about 4 months before we returned for the crystal arena. Actually, maybe it was 3 months. It was about 3 months, because now we're in that 4th month now. But yeah, absolute blast in the depths, but glad to return to the crystal arenas and be reminded of what it's like to have random teammates, guys.
Yeah, that's always fun. I mean, the Abyssal Depths are still fun. I still look for people to play with on the EU server, because since I played it so much with you guys, I still have so many journals open on EU. So that sucks a bit. Yeah, because we're on the America server right now. But yeah, I'm also happy to play a couple matches.
I ruin everything for you by making you play on the America server. But remember this, you're going to have to do a lot of ZVZ on the America server with us over time, doing some faction warfare next season. So this can help. Maybe there'll be something else you want to learn with a book.
I mean, let's say we do something like a Hellgate show or something in the future, right? Because I think
that's going to happen.
Talking about something like that. It would be great for you to level up your character on EU because of that, right?
All right, I tell you what. I will dedicate at least one show to leveling up my EU character a week.
That would be great. Yeah.
All right. I think that's fair. Bogle, you fair with this? You're going to level up your EU character with me?
I mean,
looks like we're going to need a new healer for that.
Then
Joe.
Yeah, really.
I don't really want to.
No, because Bogle, you're going to have to do. But you.
We can have a group show where we do group dungeons and such.
Oh my God, that would be fun, wouldn't it?
I can show how to tank group dungeons.
Okay, we're gonna have. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna bring that to some members on the community team who I think would just be fun to hang out with in a group dungeon. See if they will jump in with us. Mostly Bread might. He's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Mostly Bread though. That's the problem. Is he is actually mostly Bread. I don't think he has hands. So.
Well, the good thing is in group dungeons, if you have a decent tank, you don't need the. It doesn't need to be that highly skilled in terms of players and on DPS and such. Even the healer can be relatively new, as long as he throws me half of his healing power that he would have. I think I'll be fine because I have pretty decent gear.
Okay.
So yeah. So that could be fun. I could also then show how pulls work and how I do group dungeons. I feel like I have a lot of experience. Yeah, especially in group dungeons. If we're talking static dungeons or HCE, yeah, don't ask me. but group dungeons, I think I got the meta right.
I think we can get in there and have. It doesn't. I mean, if we're a little off in the meta, it is just PvE, right? I mean, we can figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right. I hope so. I know how to use a firewall.
There was a time on an A when there was only one server where
only play with mouse.
Oh my God. Bogle.
What? Am I wrong?
Bogle, do you remember when we did that interview?
The guy who was like, I can click buttons in Albion faster because I'm using my mouse and my keyboard on the same button?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we tried to explain to him that that's not the way, but he was like, no, really. And I don't think he was like messing with us. I think he was serious, Bogle.
Yeah, he was.
That's why it's so, yeah.
I mean, I remember games where you had so many buttons that you couldn't remember all the hotkeys for them because the hotkeys weren't like they are nowadays. Like you have your Q, W, E, R, and so on. Like they were just
like
completely random.
Or something. Yeah, just like by what the first letter of the skill was. Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, and it didn't always work out. So you also had it a bit different sometimes. So yeah, in those games, like those RTS games, I could never really get around it. So yeah, that didn't really work for me.
What are we playing today?
So I never learned it. So I always clicked on it, and I was always bad because of that. And yeah.
L
But
forward
if you have a game with just 4 buttons, then you should learn to use those keys.
There's
That's
6.
not really a big issue.
It's 6.
Yeah. Well, this one is 6, but there were games with 4 where I saw people clicking it and they were streaming.
Yeah. I understand. I'm with you, man. I have played with some grand clickers in my day.
Grand clickers. Oh, let's focus the bullcaster here.
Got something coming for him. Hold on. I'm just trying to stay out of his heels.
Different W. I'm not sure if I should be.
Here we go. Going up top, peeling these guys off. Holding them back there.
Them already? Nice.
We did it. We got you, Bogle. We got you.
Oh, we have a Baden, so it's okay.
I can do it.
It's okay, let him die, it says.
I'm coming down.
If he dies, he dies, you know.
Where's the forward health? Oh, it's full.
Oh my god, that was huge.
I know.
That was your E, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we have a longbow
Nice
and a
double.
Baden.
I'm gonna get another one here. Oh god, the two of us are just cleaning up on this. Oh, this guy wants. Why is he here?
I'm playing this economically, and I'm waiting for him to lose the gig pot, so I'm gonna do more damage.
I walled him.
Even though I would have probably already had my skills off.
I'm claiming west here because
I got another E ready.
Nobody did mid, so
yeah, I'll do it now. I need to get out of combat. I on the wrong W. I don't know how that happened. How I ended up with Force of Spears.
It's the wrong one.
I mean, it is fine, but I kind of like Impaler more now because it's lower cooldown as well.
Yeah, it's just better. Like, you get such additional value out of it compared to Forest of Spears because people should be good enough to get out of Forest of Spears. Like,
yeah.
The thing with the Impaler, they can't really get out of it. Like, I can't really get out of that.
I think you need a hard immune to get out of that or like break.
No, I did, and I just didn't have one. I just didn't have it.
The thing is, though, Force of Spears is physical and Impaler is magical, so if you're fighting Cloffies, the Force of Spears will actually do more damage. Yeah, but it's...
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I didn't either, but makes sense.
Doesn't to me.
I will say though that I find that for Forest of Spears, you really need to like have it almost set up to get good value, because there are so many ways to
yeah,
get
you
away
need
from
to
it.
you need to have it set up. Obviously, yeah.
Whereas
just randomly using it is
set
not
up.
great.
I think we
Like
gotta go
Impaler
here.
can be a setup. It's great for
Yeah, we can go.
hitting with your E. It's a great just damage.
We can just kite the middle. I'm just gonna harass this guy in front. He's in Hellion Jacket though. Oh, he purged me as well. Still don't like this ping difference. Nice damage there.
Don't start the ping. Don't start the hole. This would have hit on you thing.
Yeah. I've already thrown at least 2 spears through somebody because of this.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I know. I know. It's not
No,
EU or anything.
you have better ping than me right now.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
for sure.
I have better ping than most people most of the time. I have pro gamer ping.
You're like 17.
And also the issue about Force
Oh,
Spears
who
is it
shut me
can
down?
be
Who
interrupted,
shut me
right?
down?
Somebody can just jump on me and knock me in the air. And I end up not getting damage through. Cannot touch this. Thank you for the pawn.
Oh, he turned around. Okay.
Oh, he killed himself on the Armor of Valor. Nice.
On again.
Did I just get 3 kills out of that?
Yeah, I mean, they were pretty low already. But yeah.
I mean, 2 bows and a CC spear and a fire is kind of scary.
Yeah, we have a good group composition for being random teammates, essentially. Because I'm both frontline tank and a melee DPS. And everything else is just really, really good DPS weapons for this kind of content. So yeah,
I would be like,
13 free.
man, these bows again on the other team. Is there anything else people play?
We never get the bows on our team, Bogle. We never get the bows on our team. This is the first time we get the... Oh, no, we had bows the other day and we lost so bad because one of them did 6k damage. That did happen the other day.
We have same damage, Chosen.
Jeez, you beat me by just a little... You're very good at this game, L Forward. I'm always impressed when I play with you, and you beat me while you're wearing freaking plate.
Well, you know what? Every time we win, I'm gonna switch weapon.
Oh no.
Let's do it. And I mean, of course, if we do, I'm allowed to switch. In my inventory right now, 6. So that would be enough for this session, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Maybe buy 1 or 2 more.
Bogle's buying more potions and sandwiches? Is that what's happening?
Am I?
Bogle?
Wait,
yeah?
No.
Getting some of those tier 7 pots out, huh?
Huh? Do I have all these rewards from Arena? I haven't opened them yet. Okay, what's this?
Yeah, it's quite a lot. I'm also currently just hoarding my books. I'm gonna decide whether I'm gonna use respec, like auto respec, when I pop them, and what to pop them on, because I have a couple journals I'm working towards. The one with the 2000 average IP, the one with the like getting a lot of things PvE on level 100 or level 120, like a full tree. So just figuring that out. And I still need to do the one with 20,000 HP. I remember when there was a challenge, like an achievement to get 5,000 HP. Mm-hmm. And now, a couple years later, we have a journal for 20,000 HP. It's quite a difference. That one is not that easy.
20,000 HP.
Yeah, Halloween is still going for another week.
Because I wanted to give a tip, because I was struggling to get the kill 20 mobs in 5 seconds achievement on a journal. And if you go into the Halloween dungeon, not only do you get the Bob achievement in there, but also the kill 20 rats, essentially the ghost rats, they clump up to 20 in there. Really easy.
Yeah, there's one crossroad that has a lot of rats, and they are almost one shot. But so you can group them up, kill them, and you should get that achievement. And Bob, you can only get right now during the event. Otherwise, you have to wait until next year. I don't think they're going to add Bob on Easter or something else.
No. They haven't. Oh my God!
Halloween.
Imagine if they added Bob to Easter, and Easter was just everybody being
and the bunnies to Halloween.
All the mobs from every season.
And then we get all the all the Christmas specials we get on the birthday, and on Christmas we get the statues.
The Christmas guys are resurrected. The statue guys are resurrected. Everybody's resurrected for Easter.
Yeah, that might happen. But yeah, definitely go for that if you want to make progress on a creature's journal or general journal progression. Otherwise, you might have to wait a while.
Oh my God, they all could have Easter ears. That would be amazing. Getting a jack-o'-lantern with Easter ears.
Chat's asking if there's
hilarious.
a Christmas.
I'm just imagining if let's say on Christmas, like a lot of the mobs have like Christmas hats or something like that.
Well, they
should. That would be funny.
I think they should. I think we should start doing that.
Yeah,
the occasional Morgana mob with a Christmas hat on. That would be hilarious. And there is a Christmas boss. Yes, there is a Christmas boss.
Yeah, Santa. I believe he doesn't have his own dungeon. I think it's a chance to have him in a solo or group dungeon.
Yeah, Uncle Frost there. Yeah.
But he's also one of these achievements that are hard to get.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the year.
And the creature journal wasn't out yet last year, so that's also going to be the first chance to you have to get that one. So a lot to grind for. I sometimes get random journals, but it's it's getting pretty rare. So yesterday I got the one for buying 100,000 equipment items from Marketplace.
I forced that with tier 2 and tier 3.
Yeah, I can imagine like there's also still the one for just buying 10 million, and at the beginning I was like, oh, that's gonna be easy because I was crafting food, but I haven't crafted food afterwards, so I'm not even halfway done now.
I mean, it's just gonna happen.
There's a couple you can probably force, but
the way I did it was with the with runes.
Yeah.
'Cause runes tier 4 and tier 5 is one of the highest single item throughput items in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it has the lowest silver per unit thing, so you can get the most volume on the lowest cost. If you're trying to do that, but
Yeah, I can imagine that. But I would probably want to not make a loss with that, so I wouldn't want to just resell them after. And you do, because then you make a loss because of the tax and everything.
No, you can
So
if you set a
I
buy
would
order.
probably be using it for something.
No, like you can make a buy order, buy runes to 4 to 5, sell them for the tax plus 1 silver, and they sell. If like it's not worth people's time to do that, because 1 silver per thing is
Just
not
might
worth it.
take a while.
No, it's really quick. Took me like 3 weeks or so being sort of active.
Okay.
Anyway. And you don't lose much, but you don't gain anything. I tried to gain something.
One of them real low already?
So we real low.
I should have switched my headpiece.
Ow. Alright, log in, let's fix this.
I need to change my headpiece, that's for sure.
We have a carving
I
into
couldn't get out in time.
Did I read chat? I want to hear why skins do not work. Well, what doesn't work? Like, did you use the skin? Like, did you activate it? And then you also need to go into your appearance menu and activate it.
And then you should have turned it such that you can see it, because some areas have that
also
disabled. So like PvP area, like you have settings where you cannot show other people's vanity in PvP areas, so they are readable.
Like, we need some front line. But I'll switch to this now, so when I didn't switch my helmet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna focus the bow.
Not again! I'm gonna miss you, Bogle.
Let's Bogle that again. That's bad. Well, that is bad. I definitely need to switch something to be able to win this.
It says watching without sound. Why is it watching without sound? Bogle, do we have sound? Do you guys have sound?
No,
Anybody else
that's
have sound?
the icon that somebody has.
Oh.
He doesn't
I can't
understand
pay
what
attention to
his
anything
icon does.
Chosen hasn't slept in a
switch
week,
to
so, you know, things are a little off for me.
Are you fine there in the west?
Kind of. The healer really
Bogle isn't
used
speaking much,
his
so-
cleric very early, and I don't understand why. So I'm just trying to put pressure on him so that he has to heal himself rather than his teammates. So far,
Yeah.
our team isn't doing anything.
Yeah, I'm on him now.
You're getting crushed.
I'm intent.
I think Bogle needs to communicate with us a little bit more.
No,
He does go silent sometimes. It does happen.
I had a visitor who said good night. I was.
Oh, sorry, Bo.
But at the same time, we're getting owned. They are really good.
They're not bad. They're not bad. Hi, Zarklon. Zarklon. That's what I'm gonna go with. You're Zarklon. Like that's pretty good. I'll take it.
And the carving's
I hope-
basically.
I hope you close.
And I'm dead again.
Yeah, the carving is basically murdering you.
Yeah, because he can attack me and doesn't die.
Hey, that's not my fault.
Shoot him.
I can't see up on the ledge, and I don't even know there's a great fire up there blowing me up.
Oh, you can see the
One-handed
name
fire.
tag.
I know Lotta 19 actually. I know who that is. It's one of the person talking journal and stuff. I think it's one of the highest journal dudes. It's a German dude.
neat.
From it's one of the few
3
German
billion
guilds
fame.
remaining on the America server.
It's so sad that that there's no more Zorn. I gotta tell you, Zorn was one of my favorite guilds ever to just like follow. Those guys seemed like they were always having a blast. Yeah, nice old Lugsy.
Yeah, I can't play like that. I will need to switch my build completely if I want to play that deck because everyone is
That's
just
okay.
stacking
It's
with each
over in
other.
10 seconds. It's over in 10 seconds. You're good. You're good. I'll go
Is
out
it?
and help end it. We got 12 points, man. 11 points. We don't even
Yeah, they
have
still need to
12.
kill us to get those points.
Okay. I'll go in if you will, Bogle.
I mean, I went in. Now
I'm ready for the
trouble.
comeback now. I'm spamming those keys.
I don't think that's a comeback here.
No, with this weapon you need to. This is on frost level of spamming.
No, I mean not spamming. Game comeback and such.
Leave one.
What is happening?
I'm spamming Qs.
Successfully.
Quite literally.
You know, I might have to DM the guy and be like, I hope we turn this around. I don't. But that's the worst, right? If you meet somebody in a public match, beat them, and then you just message them, go owned. Oh, I went too far.
No, the worst is like when you're like Fort Derek and you get beat
Bogle,
by
why you
Chosen
down there?
and Bogle. Like on
Bogle,
your
they will full
stream.
chase you. They will full chase you. Be careful.
I got it.
Okay, they messed up. The healer's real low.
Yep, going down. I'm gonna get
No,
behind him.
why are you going down?
Because I'm gonna do this. They forget that you're there when you go behind them, and then you can wall. See?
Is that?
That's why I went behind, man. That's why I went
I'm
down.
gonna be looking west
We're
here.
gonna turn this thing around. They're gonna be so mad. We can't lose any points though. If we get the 2 caps and we don't die, we win in 80 seconds. That would be hilarious. Ultimate comeback of
I'm
Ultimate
fighting a guy here. Yeah, thank you.
Coming.
Fine.
Okay, I can.
No, I'm fine. Please hold middle.
Oh, thank you.
I'm.
Okay, I have another guy holding now.
Oh, they will rush up and kill somebody. No.
Yeah, it's okay.
No. No. Oh
We
no.
killed them instead.
No. Chosen's to half HP walking in. No.
Got
Gee.
Careful, we can't die, bro. Chosen.
Yep.
That's why.
But I don't think they have enough damage to really kill us if it's just what
The
they
sword,
have left now.
the
If we do
sword had
mistake,
you
they
there,
can.
bro.
Careful, he's looking for a clap. We can kill the healer, maybe? Oh, they're not really coordinated. Just
No.
that? Just one more?
No. Woof.
Save your
Oh
window.
my god!
Sorry, I had to switch weapon there mid
wow.
match, but I switched to a
11
weapon I haven't played
points.
before. So.
We were down to 11 points and had our asses kicked.
Yeah, but I told you that my weapon doesn't work with how we play, so I played a frontline cloth DPS, and it
Yo,
worked.
I gotta find my guy. 1 second.
Oh my god. Imagine being on the other side though. Just
Yeah,
No.
fortunate.
I forgot that. I don't remember the
elf
Discord.
forward with the massive damage though. 44k. I gotta give credit to everybody on our team though. You know, they all pulled their weight. Good job. Well done, healer. Healer kept us alive. Whew. Wow.
Yeah, all calculated. We had 5 points at the end. If we had one more death, yeah, would have been over before that.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at my Discord where the guy is, and then
Somebody's asking again about the skin. Well, there is a reason to not see your own skin, especially in like a CVZ, for example, where you need to see exactly like casting spells and how other people look like and all that stuff. So it is good that there is an option for it, but I think by default the skins are on. So yeah, I think let me have a look. I think it's under general, yeah, general and then vanity. There you have the options for showing mount skins and wardrobe, but you need to obviously have it activated, and if you click on your avatar, you go to appearance, and then there's also a window for wardrobe and a window for mount skins, where you need to drag them in the one that you want to use, because there's multiple options for each of them.
Right. Let's take another stab at this, guys. This was fun. That was a good comeback. We don't have a lot of those. Those are exciting. Did we give anybody a prize after that, Bogle?
Your own skin does not work for offense. I'm pretty sure offense work, because right now I'm looking at my skin and I have an offense. That is not the offense I'm using. Some skin you only see in city. Yeah, but you can set that up as you wish.
Congratulations, Lay Oracle. You have won the prize. You just have to claim it now. Message Bogle.
This option doesn't work for offense out of town. Okay. That I have to look. That's weird. Oh, yeah. So I guess I had to switch again now. So I'm gonna play half the match with this weapon and then switch, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Reverse comeback.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
First we're gonna win and then we're gonna lose.
I'm gonna run over and go get a cap then, because I'm sad.
Yeah. People went the other side, and with the weapons they had,
No,
that's
what
not
to
really
me
smart.
Oh shit!
Where are you, Bogle? You're inside of them.
I was trying to walk to the other guy to heal him, but he just kept walking away from me. And then you got like owned, and I'm like, well, I guess you're.
Yeah, there's no reason for me to stay in there when we're 2 Cloffies against 5 enemies.
Of course not, but you know.
Let's turn to the healer now, forward.
Oh, they went there again. Oh
Yeah,
my God,
bad.
how does
They're really
that hit? I blinked it, but my blink didn't go through. So I ate 1,000 damage for free there.
Yo. You also blinked the chosen. You hit it right on target.
There.
There's so much high DPS on the other side. I just murdering me, man.
Sorry, I can't dodge anything on America's server.
It's okay.
It's
We
just not
accept you
doable with this
just for
ping.
your skills as they are.
I do not lose these 1v1s on Europe ever.
Oh, does it smell like?
If I have a blink for their main skill and I can dodge it, I will win the one. But
Do I smell
oh my God,
salt?
I just got.
I think it smells a little salty in here. Did we turn on the salt sauna? No.
yeah, I shouldn't be losing
Fresh
that.
ocean air has just entered my nostrils.
Sorry, yes. But yeah. Another reason why I don't want to start EU, because then I might realize how annoyed I get at NA.
How bad it is. Yeah, it is with ping. Yeah, I know.
It's like, wait, this is how Albion feels? Jeez.
I was crying after playing Harpoon on EU. I was like miserable and cranky, and I was like, I can't hear anything. I'm gonna learn how to play nature.
What's the most ping resistant weapon in your opinion?
Nature.
Probably healer.
I've played it with lag before and it worked.
Actually, no, healer's also bad. Fire is decent because fire artillery, well, it follows the enemy around.
Yeah, it does. I will say that. But I've never. I'm not a fire artillery kind of guy. I like to play with skill.
I mean, you want some weapon that doesn't have any skill shots at all, right?
Crossbow. Yeah, there you go. That will probably work. Yeah.
I don't have much for you there.
This one I dodged. Okay, another guy's capping.
Oh my.
How many people?
Carter was really good at the anything that was tanking. He could tank up a storm with terrible ping. He had like 300 ping at one point. So
I don't know how he got to 300 ping. He was from Sweden, wasn't he? Apparently. They're capping north now, but it's fine because
you know how the rumors spread. You know how the rumors spread.
Yeah, I know the rumors.
Longest cartwheel in the history of cartwheels, that man. That's what they said. That's what they... It wasn't, though. He was fine. He was just a really good player. Mid.
We're getting back capped, but we have 100 seconds.
And their friends are dead.
I just wasted my rope.
Cute.
I could think they have a blazing. That's essentially one member less.
Cute.
At least one E less.
What?
I am.
I don't know. Blight is kind of boring.
3 or 4 people south.
All right, let's shoot. Wait for me.
Oh, nice, he missed.
Good call. On you.
I mean, I am trying to follow the chat, but it's kind of hard to follow chat while we're shooting people. We do about half follow chat when we're fighting, but mostly we're fighting when we're fighting and following chat in between the rounds. But I do see you, and if you dare say I don't read chat, then you just don't pay attention.
You.
So I'm trying to get a little bit of a...
You have 3 hearts?
I know. I just need to...
Oh, yeah, don't have any hearts? Ah. Pawn and 2. Right, pawn. Ooh, no attack.
I just have to kill him quickly.
Alright.
I think I died at the end. I'm not sure though.
Dude, just racking up the DPS. Just a monster.
Thing.
Yo, Shozen, I think you need to step up your game here. What's happening?
It's just better than me.
40k?
Yeah, this weapon is cruel. If they don't completely shut me down, and they could if they had a tank, or I mean the gloves is close to doing that, then they could counter me very hard. Because I'm essentially just standing inside of them and spamming my skills. So.
Yeah. I love the responses to me talking about chat there. Yeah, guys, it is a competitive match. I'm trying to read chat. Like, we just spent an hour doing a Q&A.
It's just a competitive match for me.
All we did for an hour was read chat and hang out with, like, chat for an hour. We did it on Friday of last week for 2 hours straight, just hanging out with chat. So we do read chat.
Who wants attention?
So
Who
I
wants
don't think there are
attention?
any plans for a new server that is a reset server. We have had so many cool ideas for different types of resets, like temporary resets where maybe you go to an island, but you keep all your like skills, but you have to start everything over. So you have your, you'd have like your learning, not your learning points, your destiny board unlocked, right? But you go to a new server and you have to race to get gear. So you have to go out and get level 3, level 2 to level 3, level 4, and level up all those items and make items and then go fight somebody else for a castle. That was a really cool idea at one point. There's a lot of neat ones out there, but at this point, no full server ideas that I've heard of where it'd be like a reset server like WoW Classic.
There's
there are new
nothing
stuff,
planned.
though. There's new stuff. Super cool new stuff. Always new stuff.
There were also ideas about the Crucible event. I mean, especially as Ren said that a lot, but yeah, I don't know how the next if we're gonna have an event like that again. I hope so, and how that's gonna look. So yeah, we'll see. All right, Chosen, I joined you as a fire buddy. So
Ooh, fire buddies.
yeah.
All right.
We have also two melees, so I can
nice.
actually
We have
play
a
this.
pole arm too. Not. Oh, damn it! Did he just switch? No, he didn't.
Yeah, we have a pole hammer on tier 5 though. He
If
does
can
have
play it all.
potions though. That is a start.
And he ate.
And he ate. Oh, it's
So,
sticky potions, so don't know about that, but yeah.
I'm not saying you won't get bored in the future. I'm saying there's always new things coming, and Albion's constantly like evolving and changing. And it's one of the neat games that instead of just adding more of the same thing with a different coat of paint, it literally adds new things to do, and that's kind of cool. I like that. That's one of my favorite things about Albion. That guy's gonna burn to death. Oh, I'm gonna get smashed.
I'm gonna burn him down.
Oh, I gotta get out.
The dagger is stacking, careful.
I gotta get out.
I'm too late.
Thank you.
Oh, he kind of
Going
messed
back
up.
in. Going back
He did
in.
very little damage.
I saved myself. No way.
How did that go
I'm gonna
through
go for the
him?
bow. It's gonna die.
I have
Focusing on
the.
their healer.
Yeah. Oh, the pole hammer actually saved me. No way. Wow. All right, I'm gonna heal the pole hammer now.
Oh wow, a tank getting healed by Bogle is kind of rare.
No,
if anybody watches the show, they know how Bogle feels.
It's not a tank. It's the other two teammates.
his teammates.
Unfortunately, we
Yeah,
have a
it's his teammates, you know.
we have a about 5,000% higher win rate if I focus on healing my other two teammates. Unfortunately.
If we have a tank, yeah.
No, like literally ignoring the other two teammates and just focusing on healing the two of you is usually better.
Yep, he does that quite a bit, and unfortunately, I have to agree with him. It has resulted in more wins than losses when we do that. Get that last, that last
I'm
shot. Yeah,
I'm so dead here.
Oh, they just kept this.
I couldn't stop it. I tried, but it was like I had two options: either get killed by the guy who was at 1 health or lose a cap.
I'm on the gloves. How did they both just? Oh no, it's one of them using Guardian helmet. Yeah.
There's one guy dagger coming from behind. Yeah.
It's fine. He can't. I have a firewall. I want him to go for me though. Oh, he went for you. Oh,
pawned you.
It's okay. We're quite healthy up here.
No, I meant the other guy. I pawned myself, so he was.
They're kind of missing players right now, though. I don't know where they went.
Yeah, because they're just cycling. They're just chain dying. That's all they're doing.
Okay, stacking on the healer.
See, they're coming in one at a time, again and again and again and again and again.
Good for us.
Yep, makes my life very easy.
I messed up. Bad help.
Coming to you, Bogle.
Oh, I missed him.
I'm dead.
I got him. I'm dead now. Ooh, this is much closer than it should be.
Because the rotation is now.
Yeah, because the rotation went in favor of them because they sneaked that last one, but they've been chaining deaths. Unfortunately, they're going to get a full 30 on us on this one.
Aww.
Oh, and everybody died. Come on. Oh.
I can't really 1v1 with this, and I'm not really doing good on my E's right now.
He's just tired of being bullied by his co-host. Never!
Okay, that's one down.
I'm running here. They are using a lot of stuff on me. I do need some. Shit.
I'm gonna be used up too, Bogle. I'm dropping. No, we couldn't drop the firewall for you in time. I think we might be in trouble.
I'm on the bow. Bow can take a lot of damage now. He's big debuffed.
I'm getting chased here by 2.
Oh, chosen you were dead, right?
Yeah, I was dead. It's okay. I'm just watching. I'm just watching the stream.
Huh? Why are you laughing?
I think they think I bully you, Bogle, and that it's not okay because I'm your boss or something.
Don't bully me. What's happening?
Well, I'm taking all damage here.
You just have to take it. You just take it, Bogle. Just take it.
No, I forgot.
Yeah, losing all the caps. We need to improve on the cap situation. I'm gonna drag them out here a bit. Oh, one is coming to me. Okay, I'm just gonna artillery him from now.
Whoa, shit. That almost got me.
Gonna try to kill them first.
What's this behind you? Fire, huh? Yeah, can you... I'm trying to click mid.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh, I didn't die.
I'm in trouble.
I didn't get any caps in time.
I'm not gonna make it. I think we're gonna lose this one. Bogle with the big save.
Yo, I think you might need to bring out the whatever things again to do even more damage.
I can't switch right now. I'm in combat. Like, it's impossible.
Dagger is up here. I'm gonna... Oh, I can't. It's not the dagger. That's the problem.
Okay, I'm gonna start capping now. Gonna go away. I think we have a couple of kills here. Yeah, just stay alive.
I'm just trying. I'm gonna try to get north and stay safe.
Why is everyone running north now? Oh, we have enemies low. We have advantage.
I'm at a bar. I'm sorry. I was trying to back out, but I didn't realize that everybody was gonna come with me.
Okay, just get that, and then we can maybe get middle. Oh, the bow suicide as well. Let's get the healer now. Healer is big debuffed.
It's always funny to me if when the game goes to like 10 points and people suddenly start to play as a team.
No, now we get good. Yeah.
Healer is no Clark right now.
Yep. It's the get good moment, Bogle.
Yeah.
Gonna start capping.
Healer down.
And I'm gonna watch behind as well. Just try to not die right now. It's the main thing.
One guy
we lost one.
That guy. Yeah, we can't afford to lose another one now. Like if they're throwing bodies and we have 2 caps, it's fine. But we need to be careful that we don't have anyone else dying now. Okay, we can focus this guy. Oh, I have a big E. Big E. Okay, one more kill.
Yo, what?
Oh my! Wow!
What?
Another one.
Can switch weapon again.
Look at that! Oh,
jeez!
Turn it around. Whew.
Just gotta concentrate a bit, you know.
Well, I spend too much time reading chat. You know.
Oh, we have a chat, right? Yeah. Sorry. All right, what do I have left? Which work is left next?
Damn.
That one's gonna be good.
Yo, tryharding actually wins the arena. Jeez, with a thought.
Yeah.
Add Bogle as a boss to the game, and if you beat him, you get 7 days premium.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think that would be great.
I
That
mean,
would break
not
the
me.
premium economy.
Not me, but I think something like that is super rare and like controlled in a sense where not everybody can get it. Like the one in the dungeon, in the solo dungeon, the crystal room or something. getting like a really cool thing. And I guess you get the draw, but a day of premium or something would be a fine reward for some of these.
Well, the thing is, you can't really give out any free premium for anything right now, because if you add up the 3 days you get from the journal quest, then now you have, I believe you get 3 days for Xbox. Plus, if you have a day somewhere else, then each character that has those things can unlock an island. We already have that case where if you activate that during a time where there's like a compensation for something and you get extra days of premium, some people ended up getting islands because of that, not even getting a code or something, like because the 7 days is the threshold for unlocking the islands. I mean, I don't think having more islands is going to break the economy, but I think there's still a certain boundary.
There's a threshold to how much islands you can do. It really is. There's like
that true. Yeah.
You can only do so much work, and the way that it works now, I think it was said best. You know, Farmville is fun, but you're not going to get rich. There's much more profitable ways to make money in Albion now than on islands, unfortunately. Now, islands used to be a great way. Bogle had a labor.
I mean,
what do
they
you
still work, but
we'll
you don't
call it like
fill
a
as many
lot of
journals.
islands. Yeah.
But you can still do farming as well. But it's pretty calculated how much money you can make with it. But there's so many players, and you might even have some friends or guildmates that are not going to use their islands at all. And it's usually not too difficult to ask them and see if they want to give you that island and farm on it. A lot of people are happy if they know that something is being done with their island.
Something is being done with their island. They're just happy to let it be used. Like there were a lot of people who gave me access to their islands when they left and stuff.
Like even during the very, very competitive EU start, I had access to islands of 6 different players, I think. So that was helping me a lot to make some extra money on the side. And that was when a lot of people wanted to do it, because in the start, that is big money to be made, because nobody can really use focus efficiently. So just having as many crops or herbs to just get some sort of potion or some sort of food, or then also food for the crafting stations. Yeah, just having that was just huge. Like I remember on day 3 or so, I was making the first omelets, tier 7 omelets, and they were going for like 40,000 silver in the market. So yeah. And also like getting like the first cows, for example, for the first beef stews and stuff like that. The mist players really wanted those. Yeah. All right, let's play Witchwork.
Wouldn't it be nice if we had events where that happens again? Like this feeling of first start?
I think that's so much fun. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Like,
I
love
those.
I don't want to start a new character. I want to experience it, but I don't want to lose my character. Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is I want to, like, that's the thing about the idea of keeping your spec, right? And the stuff that you've done throughout your time has some kind of effect, but it's not the only thing. There's a lot more to it, and I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think people would have a lot of fun doing that. The fresh start, the challenge. It reminds me of, remember when we used to do betas and alphas, and they would reset all the time, and you had to start over, but it was how much knowledge do you have in your ability to redo the basics? And if they could turn that into a full-on, like, A to Z event where you're really, I gotta concentrate here a little bit, but really trying to do everything from building gear to taking down other people's territories, stop other people from gathering and stuff, like early days in Albion when it was fighting over the literal zone you're in for space. That was so cool. And I would love to have something like that again, even if it's a temporary event-driven action.
I'm gonna lean.
I really liked when we had the Asia start, and that really helped me to prep for Europe essentially. Didn't know at that time yet that Europe was gonna happen, so I put a lot of time into Asia. but I learned so much on like how things move that I was able to just predict a lot of things happening.
We both thought the same thing there. I'll take it.
We did, but it's alright. We're winning.
I'll go and get the top one too.
I'm gonna say it, but I think I think it feels better for more people to have this progress experience than winning at PvP. Because, well, maybe not better, but it's easier achievable for more people. To give this sort of experience versus which like making them have a positive PvP experience. Which goes really meta now, but I think for a game like Albion, it's almost better to assimilate that or focus on that partially than trying to make people better.
Because everything you do in Albion does kind of matter, and it's not also as much in other games where new content comes out, and new content is the best thing. Everything you did before isn't worth anything anymore.
Still matters in Albion. There's like
and you want a character for forever. Like there's not going to be a reset for a server or something like that. That just won't happen.
I mean, it did 2 times, but not a reset. But you
No,
know.
yeah, but you didn't lose your NA character, did you? That one's still there.
Only in my heart, but
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm still using my NA character right now, and I also bought some skins that
I didn't lose the NA character. I lost the NA server.
Yeah, poor Bogle. That's what you did lose. You lost your server. I feel bad for you on that. I can't help you with it though. Of course, we lost our first guild too. It's all about the friends we lost along the way.
Sad.
I wonder what Sky2's doing right now. What do you think that guy's up to?
I think he was doing IT training stuff, and I think he actually got a job and stuff. Never spoke to him.
It's hard to play video games when you get a job. I saw him once. I think I saw him once.
Yeah.
It was like, I want to say it was 2020. We saw him once. And it was like, oh, that's neat. But like it never like turned into anything. I would have had him on and had him, tell stories or something. I would have tried to make something of it. He's Albion history at this point. I mean, he's no Derek, but
Oh, I'm getting kidnapped hard.
Derek's living history. That guy's so old.
They
make me look
kidnapped
young.
me. And I didn't blink properly over the purity.
I just
Blame
full
thing.
cleric whatever they were doing. That's so fun. Wait, are you dead in their tent?
Yeah, they have a Hodge, and they have an Enigmatic, and they have a Bear. So the actual damage they do is not that high.
And the bear's not good enough to like stop me. Like he's just not shutting me down because I spent months playing against bears.
I'll go middle to contest the guy capping.
Yeah, they're not attacking me at all. It's kind of awkward. I should be dead every time. Instead, I'm chasing this side. I'm coming back.
Oh, the healer went in to get them, okay. Oh, but the healer's taking a lot of damage.
They're gonna go get that top cap. I'm gonna try to get to it. I don't know.
Look at Chosen
Oh, it's our guy.
again.
It's our guy. It's our guy.
Oh.
Yeah, Witwork is too strong. I have to give myself a bigger challenge. Chat, what weapon am I gonna play? No healing stuffs, obviously.
That would
What
be
weapon am I gonna play? I'm gonna buy it.
the person who's changing between the POVs would be our producer Bogle. He is changing between, I believe, his POV and L Forward's POV probably.
Yeah, I hope I'm getting it right. Sometimes sometimes somebody dies and I'm a bit slow, but I'm playing too.
Yeah, we're doing live television production as we play a video game and talk to you guys on the side. We're okay at it.
Okay, so we have Dagger and steal the crystal to stealth? I'm not quite sure what you mean. And we have Galatines. And we have crossbow. I kind of did use crossbows in general already. Do I want to play Galatine? I don't want to play Galatine, so maybe I should play Galatine.
One-shot crossbow?
One-shot crossbow? I mean... Yeah, I could use that. Waiting bow? I mean, there's a lot of valid choice, but I mean, the first thing...
Well, this will be our last match.
Precise
So
that
pick
told
something
me a
that matters.
weapon was
Pick
the
your favorite one.
Galatine. So I'm gonna play a Brawl Galatine.
Brawl Galatine. Okay. Well, that you know, that's. Have you seen the images that Lupac was sharing of Zizarin trying to pick up the Galatines?
And no.
They're very, very, very heavy.
Yeah, the real life Galatines. Yeah, I did see that. Yes,
They're
yes,
so
of
heavy.
course.
They're like solid steel. So like they're so
Yeah, I made a hole in this floor already,
big.
probably.
They're like 30 pounds each, and he's like, you know, a gamer dude. So 30 pounds would be like So we're gonna get pictures of Lupac.
30
holding
pounds
him
is
up.
not that much. It looked like it was a lot heavier than that.
But it's not 30 pounds that you're holding like down. It would be like 30 pounds that you're holding straight out in front of you. The leverage on that is ridiculous. So you have to get yourself underneath it and balance it. It's not like it's you know, like,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
think like you're holding 3 gallons of milk in each hand. You know, it's
Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, I'm gonna play Galatines.
I mean, it's no
and
Thor's hammer. I mean,
the
you know, like,
chance, I'm gonna switch to the one-shot crossbow during the match.
Wait, if it sucks, you're switching?
No, if it's possible that I can get out of combat or something, then I'm gonna switch.
Galantines. Very good. Very good.
What
3
does this even
gallantines
do?
of milk. Yes.
I know that I just die with it when people.
What does this even do? You know, Bogle never went out to ZVZ.
I know what Galantines
What
are, right?
Galantines do?
I know what happens when people clap
do
you
this
with
thing.
it. I know the how it looks.
Didn't you see
that,
all these compilations on Nas channel?
I've been
all these
yes,
clappers?
yes. It was the original most famous CVZ clap weapon. Like
yeah, it was.
But decreases max and current health, deals magical damage based on the amount of heroic charges. I remember stacking people.
Yeah, and usually like there was a meta where you played Assassin Jacket with Mage Sandals, and there was a meta where you played Cleric Rope. I think also Mage Sandals, so to not get reflected. Yeah, but I'm not gonna play it with Iron Bull. I'm gonna play a Brawl style because if I just do damage every 30 seconds, we are gonna lose this match very, very hard. So I'm gonna also use my Qs and Ws.
No way. You're not gonna be a worse version of a
You're
dagger.
gonna use all of your skills?
Yeah. The thing is, if you use EVZ, then you mostly use your E, right? Like
Oh well, yeah.
It's
You just do one skill. You just link up all 3 of your other skills, your boots, your chest, and your helmet. Then you go in and pop. Bleh.
Yeah, but I don't think I can one-shot people in an arena because there's not enough area escalation to be able to kill anyone like that. So yeah, I mean, if we had 2 other people who would also go with like sort of one-shot maybe, but against a good team you never have the chance because they will properly position.
You need a clump that you need a witch work.
Yeah, but against good players, a witch work won't do anything because they will have proper spacing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's the difference. Let's see how this goes. I have no spec even on Galatine. That's how little I have played it.
We did spears early on here, the Viceroy. That's actually one of our favorite
Bogle.
Weapons to use. I love Heron Spear. He loves Heron Spear.
4 melees.
We have so many. Bye, Bogle.
So I think we're gonna need that firewall to kite them out.
Great.
We're gonna need like 3 firewalls.
No, one is enough. Just gotta place it good. All right. One behind us, okay. That guy is going for the 1v1. I hit him, Okay, he's here somewhere. He's still here?
I hit him.
No, the guy, the invest.
Yeah, I know, the dagger. Here. Yep. Oh, he went to me. Nice.
Oh, I missed this guy. Oh my god. No way. He went directly in between these things.
Right, nature time. Does it do anything?
That work?
The Gala, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I already got 2 kills.
Especially because they're clumping up like this, it makes it a lot easier. They kind of ignore the fact that there's another melee on them, and they're like, we're just going to go forward. Well, I'm going to go get that other cat.
Yep, go for it.
Nope, that other guy's got it. Our plate bow will get it.
Quid.
Not joking, not joking.
I'm just out-attacking people right now. Out-pathing behind them. Not really getting too much damage done though. Okay, healer used cleric.
Walk to the side air. I can't reach it. Side. Okay.
Yeah, fine. Still have Alien.
Well, then you're playing
I
really
got
dodge. Deserved.
Oh, yeah. No, I got stalkered, so yeah, that was a wrong call to go in there. I should have W'd out there. That one was definitely on me. But yeah, having a jacket is a bit
you guys hang out
tricky.
down there.
Melees are coming in hot. Ow.
Yeah, I'm almost there. Gonna interrupt.
I gave you the best way you could possibly use that wall, man. I did the best I could with one wall. I blocked him twice with that wall.
I know.
Hey, ready? Another one. Here you go. Hold that one too. Look at that. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Who gets better walls than you? I got the best walls in the U.S.
Should be present. Oh.
But nope. I'm not even going there.
I'm dead here.
I don't care how good I am at building walls. I'm not doing that. Bogle, I can't help you though. I can't help you, Bogle.
I'm so toast.
I'm coming with low HP.
I'm dead.
Oh, that's probably
Don't go.
not.
Don't come.
Not sure if I can hold this for this long.
No. Start in a second. No.
Oh, I interrupted his E because I got out of him. Now he got in range. I did buy a lot of time though. They still didn't cap. Oh, they're capping northeast now.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, we won a rotation. Nice. Worth it.
Did?
Yeah, they didn't do anything.
Yeah, they tried middle and then I pulled them out there, kind of. Okay.
Keep walking through the
Come in
fire,
again.
folks. Keep walking through the fire. Wall coming up in 4.
Let's go.
I don't have nothing. There we go.
No sack, no pawn.
Pierce on him.
Wall. Going after the dagger.
I'm gonna kill the axe here, hopefully.
Coming up after you. Coming up the Bogle. Coming up the Bogle. Coming up the Bogle.
Oh, he
Didn't
survived.
finish off the axe.
He
I
got
don't-
healed.
Yeah.
Big Pierce.
Shit, wrong target.
I'll finish him off in 3. I got him. Dropping energy in.
I'm gonna go. Oh no, we won the 1v1 down there. Okay. Wait, he's on a scholar rope with his. Oh, he's on frost shield. Okay, at least.
Walk wall.
Our other two
western
people
wall.
are doing good job
I'm
there.
getting capped. I'm getting capped.
Wall.
I'm capping. I'm capping. Come up. Come up. Come up. Come up. Come up. Wall if you come up.
I'm just rolling them right now.
Oh, you don't need a wall.
I'm upstairs. I can't reach you still.
I don't need the wall now.
Jesus.
Here's on the
Nobody.
guys in top. Oh, I even revealed this guy. I did get out of there in time. By accident, I revealed the guy who
We
went in
lost
this.
mid.
West Rocket.
How the?
You shouldn't be pushing that far out if we have the caps. Also not if we don't have the caps, actually.
Wonder who was the one out there pushing, huh? Who is that, Bogle? Was it you?
I am water. I flow with the flow. When my team goes, I'm unfortunately no
Required to follow.
But to follow.
Bogle, I'm gonna try to get up in front of you. I'm gonna
Yes.
spot, and then I'm gonna turn when we come down the stairs. Come down the
Yeah,
stairs.
yeah.
What? We're going this way? That's
Bogle
the
didn't
wrong
come with
path.
you though.
Oh shit.
I know. We're just getting space.
We're just pulling them away
so
from
toast.
there.
Yeah.
I'm toasty.
Yeah, I don't. You
I should have
came
gone down.
too
You
I
need
was
to
like-
follow shows if you want to make
I was
use
like,
of the...
why are you what?
Why am I doing this thing to get space so that I can trap them underneath their own stairs again? I don't know.
I didn't
But
feel.
yeah.
I didn't feel like I didn't
I know.
realize that was a good. I was like.
It's where the most space was, away from their melee, and that we could put them into a chain where they would go through the fire as they walked the best, and that would allow us to, once they came
Took
down,
so long.
get
I
some
was like,
space.
this is never gonna happen. He's gonna die.
I know. Oh, go up and trap the
interrupt.
north. Yeah.
I got this, don't worry.
I
Wasn't gonna help me. I don't have the
mid
best
is
movement
need
really.
help mid.
RTC.
Mid.
Yeah.
Come to me. Uh-oh. Not gonna get it off. It's alright.
Oh, I didn't interrupt him there. I have mana issues. Oh,
Now we're done.
Them cape.
Now we're gonna lose. No!
Oh, we have only 6 points left. What?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't
You missed-
realize it's.
Yeah, we needed to
I
get
should
that
have switched
cap.
earlier.
No, we were fine. We were winning. We just needed to get that cap.
Yeah, how did we lose? Oh, we're 10-17 on the kills. What? I thought the other two guys, they were always running around together and getting caps and everything. I thought they were doing
We
fine,
were
but
2 and
they were
9.
not. They were 0-4 and 2-5. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't expect that, yeah. I don't know how I got most damage here, honestly. It didn't feel like it. I did get a couple claps where, I mean, I essentially just took 40% away from maybe 2 or 3 of them, but that's about it. Like, my Qs and Ws were doing almost nothing. So I cannot recommend Galatines for this. Especially most of the time I was just trying to follow people and didn't have CC to...
Pulse
catch
down
up to them.
45k says I can recommend.
Oh my god. I gotta
Yeah, but it didn't feel good. It didn't feel like I was doing damage.
Math says you did.
Uh,
But
Yeah,
I
the
know
math
it's a
is
thing where you
good.
don't have kill
Yeah, but that's
pressure,
also
right?
why Curse
generating-
is usually top DPS, but it doesn't have the kill pressure.
Yeah, that's important.
That's the
I know
problem.
what you mean, right? You do a lot of AoE and you sort of do things, but at the same time you're not generating kills, which is more important than
Yeah.
sustained damage.
I don't know. I think Rock Collar helps sustain kills if played correctly.
Oh, yeah.
and
Yeah,
I
Rod
think
Collar
that
is...
if you want to
OP.
play a beam curse, you can stack people with great curse and beam them and absolutely be the guy who finishes people off over and over and over again. You just find a guy who's at half. Anybody's rooted, anybody's like that. You drop the great curse on them and hit that like curse beam, and it just eats people, especially if they're clumped. You can absolutely just dominate the kill feed with that combination. If you have like a clump and dump tank, it's ridiculous. It's so underrated. I love it. But yeah, that was a fun show. Really enjoyed that. We'll have to do it again. I am so tired, guys. It has been a very long week. I thought today was Friday. We'll be back again tomorrow with that 14 UT. Like, I argued with these guys from Mount jokingly, but like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe it. I can't.
It's because we did a test stream on Tuesday and we already had
Yeah.
a meeting on Monday, and usually we don't do anything before Wednesday for AlbionTV.
Right. It was a long week. Thank you guys for doing all the work this week. You guys are a fantastic team. They do so much work behind the scenes to get this stuff done. I really appreciate them. And you guys who view, you guys are so much fun to play with. We're going to be doing a lot more stuff with you next season. We're going to do a lot of faction warfare. We're going to open up our Discord to the faction warfare group that we're playing with. I think we're going to go with Limhurst. That's what we went with last time. No promises yet. There might be a push for Martlock. I've heard Martlock is the best lock, and there's going to be a team vote, I think, and then we might even do it with you guys. Might do a poll or something the day that the patch drops, and then we will start playing with you guys and have a lot of fun doing some faction warfare. But we'll be back tomorrow at 14. We got some learning with Lupac. Melitris is joining him with that one. I think there's going to be an L forward in there as well. Should be a good day. Thank you guys for watching. L forward, Bogle, thanks for joining me.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you guys soon.
Bye-bye.